Does Master Holy Master know that there are some unique products from the star field that often appear in this continent? Naturally, Yang Kai nodded. I've seen them before. Back in Bright Thunder's spirit religion, Duan had taken out a strange stone from the star field to resist the soul-blowing power of the wind eye. Unfortunately, after that incident, that strange stone had shattered. Most of these unique products are strange stones. Perhaps when they were drifting through the star field, they inadvertently fell into our hands. Some have no use and are just ordinary stones, but some are extremely valuable. This blood essence stone is one such example. How do you know about these things? Yang Kai asked curiously. Wizard Tribulation shrugged his shoulders. I used to know someone who owned this stone, but the one he owned was smaller than this one. What is it used for? Holy Master, Holy Master might as well pour some yuan qi into it. You'll know its specific purpose when you try it. Wizard Tribulation smiled mysteriously. Yang Kai didn't ask any more questions, simply holding the blood essence stone and pouring his yuan qi madly into it. In an instant, a blood-red light burst forth and a heart-palpitating red light enveloped the surrounding heavens and earth. A strange power suddenly emerged from the blood essence stone, and under the influence of this strange power, the surrounding blood that had been swallowed up by the snow seemed to come to life and began to dance about like snakes. Visible to the naked eye, a series of subtle gullies appeared in the snow. Shio shio shio. Tens of thousands of tiny streams of blood shot out from a radius of more than a dozen kilometers and drilled into the blood essence stone. The great commanders of the ancient demon clan all stared at this bloody and soul-stirring scene in amazement. The tiny streams of blood that shot out were clearly the blood of those who had died in battle, but at this moment, they were all being swallowed up by the blood essence stone. It was like a bottomless pit, and no matter how much blood it contained, it would never be full. With the influx of blood, the crimson light on the blood essence stone became more and more intense, and an even stronger smell of blood filled the air. After a while, the bloody light gradually weakened and no more blood rushed in. The snow mountain that had been stained red with blood once again became white and flawless, as if it had never been contaminated. Yang Kai watched in amazement. The blood essence stone in his hand seemed to have come to life at this moment, exuding a vigorous vitality. With a thought, Yang Kai pulled out a strand of energy from the blood essence stone. This strand of energy appeared to be pink and was sucked into Yang Kai's nose like smoke. Yang Kai felt that his vitality had suddenly improved greatly. His physique and all the cells in his body were filled with explosive power. This thing. Yang Kai's eyes filled with joy as he turned to Li Rong and asked, "Is there anyone who is seriously injured? Bring one over." Li Rong gently nodded and quickly left. A moment later, she returned, bringing back a clansman with a severed arm. Even though his arm had been cut off during the battle, this ancient demon race clansman still wore a leisurely expression, not even uttering a single sound. Blood was still gushing out from his severed arm, making him look extremely miserable. "Greetings, Master." The ancient demon race clansman quickly knelt down. The relationship between Yang Kai's identity and the ancient demon clan was something that Li Rong and the others had carefully explained to their clansmen, and all of them were able to accept. "Stand up, where is your severed arm?" Yang Kai asked. "I threw it away." The clansman replied simply, as if he had thrown away something worthless, at the same time looking at Yang Kai suspiciously, not knowing why he was asking this. "Where did you throw it?" Yang Kai's face went black. "Go find it." The clansman was straightforward and didn't ask any questions, simply walking off in a certain direction, seemingly wanting to find his severed arm. Han Fei's brow furrowed slightly as she asked suspiciously, "Master, you aren't thinking of reconnecting his severed arm, are you?" "I'll give it a try." Yang Kai chuckled. "This thing contains a very powerful vitality, perhaps it can reconnect a severed arm." Saying so, he turned to Wizard Tribulation and asked, "Does the blood essence stone have such a function?" Wizard Tribulation laughed dryly. I only know that it has a very powerful healing effect, and it also has a great supporting effect on those who cultivate blood attribute secret arts and martial skills. As for whether it can reconnect a severed arm, this wizard doesn't know. Not only does it have a supporting effect on those who cultivate blood attribute secret arts and martial skills, anyone can use it. Yang Kai gently nodded as he examined the blood essence stone in his hand. A product of the star field is truly amazing. Just that wisp of blood chi was able to make me feel like my strength had increased a little. If I use it in battle, perhaps I can catch my opponent off guard and turn defeat into victory. Hearing him say this, everyone showed an interested look towards the blood essence stone. After waiting for a while, the ancient demon race clansman finally found his severed arm. However, too much time had passed, so the severed arm had become cold and stiff, like a ghost's hand. The cut was smooth and should have been made by a sharp weapon, making it easier to connect. Yang Kai instructed the clansman to connect the severed arm himself before drawing out the rich blood chi from the blood essence stone to cover the severed arm. The pink blood chi wriggled like an earthworm and continuously poured into the wound. The group of people watched intently, and although they couldn't quite believe what they were seeing, they were also looking forward to it. The ancient demon race clansman didn't seem to care at first. Regenerating a severed arm was something even a peak third-order saint couldn't accomplish. He was only an immortal ascension boundary 9th stage cultivator, so although his physique was strong enough, a severed arm was still a severed arm. How could it be reconnected? As such, he didn't have much hope, but because of Yang Kai's identity and orders, he couldn't refuse. However, with the influx of the blood chi, the nonchalant expression on the clansman's face gradually disappeared, replaced by surprise, and then ecstasy. His eyes widened with anticipation, and his body trembled slightly, as if he could not suppress the excitement in his heart. The already cold and stiff severed arm, under the influence of the blood chi, became warm and numb, as if ants were gnawing on it. The clansman could even feel his fingers. Trying to move them, the clansman's middle finger really did move slightly. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes lit up as they became more and more expectant. Time passed slowly as Yang Kai continued to draw out the blood chi from the blood essence stone and pour it into the ancient demon race clansman's severed arm. Gradually, the wound on the severed arm began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. After half an hour, only a small scar remained, making it impossible to tell that the arm had been severed. Chapter 871. Another half an hour later, Yang Kai put away the blood essence stone and said to the ancient demon race member, "Try moving around." The man quickly clenched his fists and a series of crackling sounds came out. His eyebrows flashed with surprise as he said, "It's really reattached." Li Rong and the others were shocked, they couldn't believe it. Reattaching a severed arm, something that should have been impossible, had happened right under their noses. This made them realize how extraordinary the blood essence stone was. The flesh has been reattached, but the bones haven't completely healed yet. Don't use too much force and remember to rest more, Yang Kai reminded. The ancient demon race member nodded repeatedly, his face filled with gratitude. "Many thanks, Master, many thanks." Although he didn't seem to care about losing his arm, now that his body was whole again, he was naturally very happy. "Go," Yang Kai smiled faintly. The man respectfully bowed and ran back excitedly. Yang Kai played with the blood essence stone in his hand and keenly noticed that a lot of blood essence had been consumed. This was an interesting thing. It seemed to be able to transform ordinary blood into a mysterious power that had the effect of recovery and enhancement. A product of the star field was indeed extraordinary. After looking at it for a while, Yang Kai casually tossed the blood essence stone to Li Rong and said, "See if there are any other members of our race that need to be treated. There's still a lot of blood essence stored inside, so don't be stingy and use it as much as you want." "Yes," Li Rong quickly replied and went to work with the other commanders. There were only about 1,000 members of the ancient demon race, so Li Rong and the others attached great importance to every member of their race. After they left, The wizard Tribulation slowly came over and stared at the ancient demon race member and sighed. They are a very powerful race. Yang Kai glanced at him and nodded. Holy Master, are you really going to take them with you? Yes. The wizard Tribulation couldn't help but frown. So, Master, Holy Master, you don't want to give up this power? Why give up? Staying with them will bring a lot of trouble, unless the Holy Master brings them to the demon land or a neutral territory. Yang Kai shook his head and said bluntly, I want to take them back to Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Wizard Tribulation was taken aback, as if he could already see the scene of the people from Nine Heavens' Holy Land fighting these people from the demon race. Moreover, if they really went to Nine Heavens' Holy Land, they would be neighbors with Netherworld's sect. To be honest, Wizard, I don't really want to have anything to do with the Holy Master now. Tribulation looked solemn and smiled bitterly. Yang Kai glanced at him and said leisurely, I won't force anyone. Since you were willing to reconcile with me before, you still have the right to choose. Of course, I won't settle accounts with you later, you can go wherever you want, and this time your Netherworld sect won't have any losses. Wizard Tribulation nodded, suddenly chuckling meaningfully and whispering, Wizard, this one really should stay away from you. Holy Master doesn't seem to be a peaceful person. But Wizard's instincts tell me that Master Holy Master is a person who can achieve great things. I'd like to see how far you can grow in the future, or if you'll be destroyed along the way. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, if I'm destroyed, you won't be able to escape death either, but if I can grow, Sect Wizard will also gain many benefits. Wizard, this one only wishes for the sect to last. I promise. The two looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Holy Master should rest, we'll have to depart after dawn. Nine Heavens' Holy Land is quite a distance from here, there may be many troubles along the way. Wu Jia nodded before bowing respectfully and retreating. 10,000 meters up in the sky, a black cloud was rapidly gathering. Inside this black cloud, there were many figures, no less than 1,000. These were all people from the ancient demon race. Leaving the snow mountain range and rushing towards Nine Heavens' Holy Land, they had to pass through the territories of many human forces. With such a large group of people from the demon race moving together, it would definitely attract the attention of others. Yang Kai didn't want to have any conflicts with others, and neither did Li Rong and the others, so they could only fly high up in the sky and avoid the eyes of outsiders as much as possible. In front of the black cloud, Wizard Tribulation led the Netherworld sect disciples to explore a desolate place. Soaring Heaven sect, atop serene resplendent peak, Sangyan and the others stood at the top of the peak, looking up at the rolling black cloud that swaggered past Soaring Heaven sect, all of them laughing involuntarily. This little brat. Sangyan slowly shook his head. I hope he'll have a safe journey, Feiyu muttered with some worry. That group of people from the demon race have countless masters, how could anything happen to them? Rimaru laughed, I think we should be more worried about those who seek them out. Little Marshal Nephew's temper isn't very good, if he gets into a conflict with someone, he'll definitely kill them. Once he killed someone, Yang Kai's position would become even more difficult. Worrying is useless, since little Marshal Nephew has made such a choice, naturally he has his own plans. Interesting, as the Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land, he can actually command so many people from the demon race. What is little Marshal Nephew doing? None of them could guess what Yang Kai was thinking, all of them shaking their heads as they watched the black cloud quickly depart. Inside the black cloud, after learning the destination of this trip, Li Rong muttered in amazement, so we're going to Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Master is actually the Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land, that's amazing. What's wrong? You've heard of Nine Heavens' Holy Land in that mysterious small world? Yang Kai glanced at her. I read about it in the ancient records. Li Rong smiled, it's said to be a very powerful sect. When Great Demon God was still alive, Nine Heavens' Holy Land was one of the top forces among the human race. At that time, their Holy Master seemed to have fought Great Demon God once, but in the end, he was defeated. However, Great Demon God also suffered some injuries as a result, one of the few times Great Demon God's master was injured. Yang Kai's expression changed as he nodded secretly. Li Rong had read about this from the ancient records, but Yang Kai had witnessed some fragments of it when he was refining the drop of demon god golden blood in the holy tomb, so he knew just how earth-shattering that battle was. The nearly 1,000-year-old demon race participants were all in high spirits. Although they didn't know the destination of this trip, for them, being able to leave that mysterious small world and enter the vast world outside was the best gift they could hope for. As such, each of them seemed to be very active, constantly glancing around. The rest of the way was silent and the next 10 days passed uneventfully. With Wizard Tribulation leading the way, Yang Kai was saved a lot of trouble. 10 days later, as they were hurrying along, Li Rong suddenly frowned and stared towards a certain place below. At the same time, Yang Kai also noticed. Probably because their group had passed by, the masters below had been alerted and several Transcendent Realm masters were tailing them, intending to investigate carefully. "Master, should we send someone to send them away?" Li Rong asked. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before nodding slightly. "Don't kill them, just make sure they don't follow us." "Got it, Enya!" Li Rong shouted. Enya, who was in the middle of the group, immediately flew down. A moment later, a brief battle fluctuation came from below. After a while, Enya caught up and reported, "They won't be able to move for 3 to 5 days, so we didn't injure them." Li Rong nodded approvingly. "Good, well done. My race has only just reappeared in this world, so it's best not to provoke them if possible." The group continued to move forward. But as time passed and the distance they traveled increased, the auras of the ancient demon race still alarmed more and more human masters. Every time, Enya or Shueji would go down to deal with them, trapping those who chased after them in place so they couldn't pursue. Although they showed mercy and didn't hurt anyone, news that a large number of demon race masters had passed through human territory still spread like wildfire. As a result, Yang Kai's group now had people waiting for them on the road ahead of them. Most of these people were Transcendent Realm masters, most of whom were quite tactful. When they noticed that there were masters guarding the ancient demon clan, none of them dared to intrude, instead choosing to follow them from a distance in an attempt to obtain some information. Occasionally, there would be a few arrogant fellows who would try to intercept them from the front and speak rudely, but they would all be taught a lesson by the masters of the ancient demon clan. These people were like maggots in one's tarsal bone, one batch after another would come. Yang Kai was annoyed, but there was nothing he could do about it. The enmity between the human and demon clans was not something that could be resolved overnight, so it was inevitable that the ancient demon clan would be targeted. Yang Kai couldn't start a massacre over such a trivial matter, otherwise, he would become the enemy of the entire world. 2 months later, the group finally arrived near Nine Heaven's Holy Land. Behind them, there were over 100 pursuers, all of whom were Transcendent Realm Masters with more than a dozen Saint Realm Masters among them. Such a force was something Yang Kai couldn't help but pay attention to. It was time to have a good talk with them. Yang Kai didn't rush the ancient demon clan into Nine Heaven's Holy Land and instead had them stay in the mountain range for the time being. Taking only Li Rong with him, Yang Kai walked towards the place where the pursuers were gathering. A dozen kilometers away, after noticing that the ancient demon clan had stopped, the group of people also stopped and sent out their divine senses to spy on the situation. The faces of each of the human race masters were extremely dignified. "Old Chu, there seems to be some people coming over," one of them suddenly exclaimed. Everyone else nodded, indicating that they had sensed the auras of Yang Kai and Li Rong. A third-order transcendent and a second-order saint, neither of them are hiding anything. It seems they want to talk to us. Someone guessed. If that wasn't the case, how could there only be 2 people here? Demon race bastards, what's there to talk about? When they come over, we'll just kill them all. An old man with a ruddy face shouted, a look of hatred towards the demon race. And, we'll take this opportunity to ambush them. Chapter 872. These 100 human race masters were from 20 to 30 different forces, and although most of them had never met before, as long as they reported their names, they would at least have heard of them. In particular, there were several second-order saints who were famous throughout the world. Old Chu was one of them. Ignoring the clamoring of his companions who were hostile to the demons, the man called Old Chu pondered for a moment before nodding slightly. If they are willing, we can negotiate. This old master would also like to know what they want to do and where they are heading. This direction is not towards the demon land but towards the monster race's territory. As he spoke, a look of doubt appeared on his face. We can negotiate, they haven't killed anyone along the way, it seems they don't want to create too much hatred. Another scholarly-looking man nodded lightly. This man appeared to be middle-aged, but in fact, he was older than 90% of the people present and was one of the few second-order saints present. With these two speaking together, the others didn't dare to say anything and simply followed their lead. The 100 or so human race masters all waited solemnly. After an incense stick worth of time, two figures leisurely appeared and strode over. After seeing the appearance of these people, everyone couldn't help feeling surprised. Because the one leading them was actually a young man with a heroic physique, wearing a set of black robes that could be seen anywhere, and his gait was steady. Behind this young man was a dignified, mature, and beautiful woman. This beautiful woman's cultivation was clearly at the second-order saint realm, and even before she had arrived, the 100 or so human race masters felt an inexplicable pressure, making them all pay attention to her. However, Old Chu and the others were surprised to find that even though this beautiful woman made them feel vigilant, the seemingly ordinary young man gave off a temperament that was impossible to ignore. Even the brilliance of this beautiful woman was faintly suppressed by this young man. The beautiful woman followed behind him like a guard, always maintaining a distance of half a meter between them, never once crossing the line. This was clearly the action of a retainer following their master out. Old Chu and the other top masters all glanced at each other and saw the doubts in each other's hearts. There was no way for them to infer what the relationship between these two was. Not long after, the young man and the beautiful woman arrived in front of the crowd and stood still. Observing this young man up close, Old Chu and the others were surprised to find that even though he was facing more than 100 human race masters, this young man's expression remained calm, without the slightest hint of fear. Instead, his eyes swept over the crowd as if he was examining the cultivations of these people. The beautiful woman also stood behind him, motionless. Her body emitted surging waves of energy. Elder Chu and the others secretly took a deep breath as their expressions turned solemn. As soon as Yang Kai stood still, he felt countless divine senses sweep towards him, unscrupulously probing his cultivation. Li Rong frowned and her pretty face became cold, but just as she was about to shout, Yang Kai waved his hand to stop her. Grinning, Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "You've all traveled thousands of kilometers to follow me, it's really been hard on you. This junior has something to say to all of you, I wonder if it would be convenient for you to do so." Old Chu and the others frowned and turned their eyes to Yang Kai. Only now did they confirm that the beautiful woman really followed this young man's lead. Otherwise, at such an important occasion, he wouldn't have had the chance to speak. Of course. The man called Old Chu calmed his thoughts and smiled lightly. This old master and the others also had the same intention. Saying so, he stepped forward with the scholarly middle-aged man and the red-faced old man who had clamored to ambush Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded secretly, knowing that these three people in front of him were the most powerful among them, all of them second-order saints. The three of them came from different forces. Together, they could represent everyone. Old Chu introduced himself. This old master is Chu Yi of Shrouded Heaven Mansion. Saying so, he pointed to the middle-aged scholar and introduced him. This is Fang Yu Bai of Smokelock Tower. Then, he pointed to the ruddy old man with a hostile expression. This is Wu Zheng of the Free and Unfettered Sect. Yang Kai nodded to each of them, greeting them warmly. How should I address little brother? Chu Yi stared at Yang Kai with burning eyes and asked. Some of you know my identity. Senior Chu might as well ask, I think it'll be easy to get an answer. Yang Kai smiled but didn't answer directly, instead turning his eyes to a certain spot in the crowd. There were a few familiar faces there, all of whom Yang Kai had met when Zhang Ao and Chao Guan attacked Nine Heaven's Holy Land last time. However, Yang Kai didn't know their names. Since Yang Kai appeared, these people showed a look of dread, seemingly recalling the scene 2 or 3 years ago when Yang Kai slaughtered his way through the 9 peaks. Trying to act mysterious, who do you think you are? Old Chu asked you a question, just answer. The red-faced old man, Wu Zheng, coldly snorted, seemingly disliking Yang Kai, his eyes filled with disgust and contempt. Yang Kai was quite puzzled, wondering when he had offended this old man. It's fine. Chu Yi chuckled, turning around and asking, do any of you know the identity of this little brother? Several people immediately walked out of the crowd, came over to Chu Yi, and whispered a few words to him. A moment later, Chu Yi showed a look of surprise as he swept his eyes over Yang Kai, exclaiming, so little brother is the new holy master of 9 Heaven's Holy Land? Forgive my disrespect. Fang Yubai and Wu Zhen glanced at each other, obviously also taken aback. Senior is too polite, Yang Kai smiled lightly. Chu Yi's expression suddenly became serious as he narrowed his eyes, quickly asking, since you are the new holy master of 9 Heaven's Holy Land, you should be a member of the human race, right? Naturally. But why is Yang Xingzhu traveling with so many people from the demon race? On top of that, this old master can see that your relationship with this lady is not simple. How is it not simple? Yang Kai chuckled. It's more like a subordinate relationship, and you are the master while she is the servant. Chu Yi frowned, boldly speculating. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai simply nodded, Senior Chu's vision is sharp, this junior admires it. These people from the demon race are indeed my people and now obey my orders. Chu Yi froze for a moment, a look of disbelief filling his face. Fang Yubai and Wu Zheng also stared with wide eyes, directing inquisitive looks towards Li Rong, seemingly wanting to see some clues from her, but what shocked them even more was that not only did Li Rong not refute this, she even wore a look of honor on her face. This made everyone who saw this scene somewhat unable to accept. Although a second-order saint had not yet reached the peak of this world, it was still one of the few masters in this world who had achieved such a feat. If this beautiful woman wanted to, she could even establish her own sect. She was fully qualified to do so. But such a master was actually the servant of the new holy master of 9 Heaven's Holy Land? What kind of heaven-defying methods did this Yang Kai possess that allowed him to subdue a second-order saint realm master and make her willingly serve him? For a time, many people's gazes towards Yang Kai and Li Rong became ambiguous, faintly feeling that the reason Yang Kai was able to subdue Li Rong was because he had some kind of amazing ability. Many of them were filled with admiration and envy. Perceiving everyone's strange gazes, Li Rong's expression became cold as she released her powerful divine sense, instantly causing everyone to go silent out of fear. Ahem ahem. Chu Yi dryly coughed twice, his old face somewhat uncomfortable. Just now, he had also misunderstood. However, he quickly denied this ridiculous speculation in his heart. It was impossible for such an outstanding woman to be subdued in such a manner. What's more, there were nearly 1,000 people from the demon race on the other side, as well as several Saint Realm masters. It was impossible for all of them to have such a relationship with Yang Kai. Fang Yubai suddenly laughed, although Yang Xingzhu's words are hard to believe, since this lady isn't refuting them, we'll take them seriously. However, Yang Xingzhu and his servant coming here alone and acting so leisurely, don't you think they don't put us in their eyes? These words were spoken in such a cunning manner that it immediately aroused the hatred of many people present, all of them glaring at Yang Kai, as if they wanted to immediately launch an attack to prove that their means were not to be underestimated. Yang Kai smiled lightly, his expression still indifferent as he stared at Fang Yubai and said, "It's not that I don't put you in my eyes, on the contrary, this is the only way to show this junior's sincerity in wanting to talk with you. If I had really brought a large number of people here, I would indeed have given you enough attention, but I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to talk much before fighting." Fang Yubai gawked for a moment before bursting into laughter. Yang Xingzhu really is extraordinary, no wonder he was able to take over as Nine Heavens Holy Land's Holy Master. Can we talk now? Yang Kai smiled and nodded, looking at the three people in front of him. Fang Yubai nodded firmly. Chu Yi and Wu Zheng also had no objections. Only then did Yang Kai continue. All of you have been following us tirelessly because you sensed the aura of a large number of demon race activities. Because you were not at ease and did not know our intentions, you decided to follow us to take a look, right? Indeed. The three nodded. So many demons appearing in my human territory, and all of them possessing extraordinary strength, it's difficult not to make the connection. The friends gathered here are all here because of this. Then you can rest assured, because our destination is about to be reached, and we won't do anything to harm the human race. We're about to arrive at our destination. Chu Yi frowned as he gazed forward, his expression changing slightly. Yang Xingzhu wants to take those demons to Nine Heavens Holy Land? Since they are my people, naturally I will arrange for them to stay in Nine Heavens Holy Land. Is there a problem? Of course there is a problem. Wu Zheng snorted. Although you are now the new Holy Master of Nine Heavens Holy Land, Nine Heavens Holy Land is also my human race's territory. Now you want to settle so many people from the demon race, is that proper? That's my business, there's no need for Senior Wu to worry about it. Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. Senior Wu wouldn't meddle in the affairs of other sects, right? You're committing a grave offense, sooner or later you'll bring about your own destruction. Wu Zheng sneered. Chapter 873. If such a day really comes, this junior will only have himself to blame. Yang Kai stared at Wu Zheng faintly, somewhat impatiently. This guy seemed to be specifically targeting him, which naturally made Yang Kai a little unhappy. On top of that, the other party was being too nosy. Chu Yi hesitated for a moment before saying, Yang Xingzhu, your Nine Heavens Holy Land is a golden signboard of my human race, standing for thousands of years and still thriving. This old master has heard that when we fought against the demon race, Nine Heavens Holy Land also made great contributions. This old master has also heard of great elder Su Hui's fame, but now that the Holy Land is under your control, this old master would like to ask, as the sect master of your Holy Land, why are you willing to associate yourself with the demon race? Since ancient times, humans and demons have never coexisted. Yang Xingzhu understands this, yes? Of course I understand. Yang Kai nodded gently. However, my subordinates from the demon race have been sealed in a mysterious small world for thousands of years. It wasn't until I accidentally entered that mysterious small world a few days ago that I discovered them and brought them out. After not having contact with the outside world for so long, their hatred for the human race and demon race has long since been forgotten. Seniors can rest assured, this junior can guarantee that they will not do anything to harm the human race. A mysterious small world. Sealed for thousands of years. Is that true? A burst of exclamations came from the crowd, many of them staring at Yang Kai enviously, wondering why they hadn't discovered that mysterious small world. If they had discovered it, perhaps they too would have been able to subdue so many powerful subordinates. Yang Kai turned his eyes to Li Rong and the latter quickly said, yes, our race has indeed been sealed for thousands of years and only saw the light of day 2 months ago. On top of that, we also swore an oath in the name of Great Demon God that we would only be loyal to Master for the rest of our lives. The hatred between your human race and the demon race is of no concern to us, all we ask for now is a place to live. Chu Yi's expression changed slightly as he stared deeply at Li Rong. He was fully aware of the great demonic god's position in the hearts of the demon race. No one from the demon race dared to swear in the name of the great demonic god. Li Rong's serious tone made Chu Yi believe her a little. There is also a place for you to live in the demon land, there is no need for you to stay in Nine Heavens Holy Land, right? Fang Yuebai frowned. Since you are members of the demon race, you should return to the demon land. That is your homeland. We can't go back. Yang Kai chuckled. Why? because a few days ago, they had a fight with Demon General Shueli, injuring her and forcing her to flee. If they really returned to the demon land, wouldn't they be throwing themselves into a trap? Demon General Shirley. She's injured. When did this happen? Who injured her? Another burst of exclamations rang out as many people were shocked, some unable to believe what they were hearing. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. They have a grudge with Shirley, so it is impossible for them to return to the demon land. In other words, they were able to attack a demon general, so although the blood of the demon race flows in their veins, they are also enemies of the demon race. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, isn't that right? Fang Yuebai and Chu Yi exchanged a glance before gently nodding. The latter nodded. If what you say is true, then it is reasonable. Although this old master wants to believe Yang Xingzhu's words, the details will need to be investigated first. If Senior Chu wants to inquire, I suggest you take a trip to Soaring Heaven Sect. That night, when you fought with Shirley, Soaring Heaven Sect's ancestral founder Chu Ling Shao was also present. Shirley's injury was also thanks to him. So it was Soaring Heaven Sect's ancestral founder. Chu Yi's eyes lit up as he suddenly understood, nodding firmly. Soaring Heaven Sect, this old master will go. Yang Kai chuckled. In short, although I have gathered a lot of people from the demon race, I will not do anything to harm the human race, but if anyone tries to cause trouble, don't blame this holy master for being impolite. Wu Zheng coldly snorted, his expression displeased, secretly feeling that Yang Kai's tone was too arrogant, not putting anyone in his eyes at all. So, are you satisfied? If you are, please disperse. I'm sorry to trouble you all to chase after me for so long. And, perhaps you can come to my Nine Heavens Holy Land for a few days. We've already arrived at our doorstep. Hearing this, Chu Yi shook his head with a wry smile. No need. I heard that your Nine Heavens Holy Land is now occupied by a monster race great senior. Yang Xingzhu should think carefully about how to solve this current problem. However, Yang Xingzhu, this old master has one more thing to say. Please speak, Senior Chu. Restrain your subordinates from the demon race. They may not be as obedient as you think they are. If one day they do something evil, it will affect the reputation of your Nine Heavens Holy Land. Many thanks for the reminder. I will keep an eye on them. Chu Yi gently nodded, glancing over at Yang Kai with a complicated expression before turning to Li Rong and then turning to leave. Fang Yubai pondered for a while before nodding to Yang Kai and following. As soon as the two of them left, more than half of the 100 human race masters scattered. Only the ruddy-faced Wu Zheng stared coldly at Yang Kai and Li Rong, his expression filled with resentment, not moving. Most of the human clan experts who stayed behind to watch wore fearful expressions. Yang Kai knew that people like Chu Yi and Fang Yubai were relatively easy to talk to, so after everyone had talked for a while, they also left. However, Wu Zheng and the others who remained behind seemed to be very hostile to the other races and were not comfortable with allowing the demon race masters to remain in human territory. This was despite the fact that Nine Heavens Holy Land had nothing to do with them. To put it nicely, they had the world in their hearts and cared about the common people. To put it bluntly, they had nothing better to do. Little brat, I hope you can really restrain them, otherwise the consequences will be very serious. Wu Zheng spat out some harsh words before leaving angrily. As the large group of people gradually walked away, Yang Kai waved his hand and smiled lightly. Let's go back. Li Rong followed closely behind. After resting for a while, Yang Kai continued leading Li Rong towards Nine Heavens Holy Land. Half a day later, inside a palace in Nine Heavens Holy Land, the monster race great senior, who had been meditating with the heavenly way, suddenly opened his eyes and stared towards a certain direction. His eyes, which were as deep as the stars in the sky, seemed to be able to penetrate all the obstacles in front of him and immediately saw Yang Kai and Li Rong. Yang Kai, who had been walking, suddenly stopped and grinned as he stared towards a certain spot in the void. Li Rong's pretty face also became dignified as she stared towards a certain spot in the void, her demonic chi surging slightly. After a while, the great senior sitting in the main hall took back his divine sense and slowly shook his head. Great senior, what happened? Kai Dai asked curiously from the side of the hall. That smelly brat is back, great senior laughed, it seems he wants to take back 9 heavens holy land. Kai Dai's brow furrowed slightly, you mean Yang Kai? Who else could it be besides him? Great senior nodded gently. Chapter 874. You're back so soon. It's only been 3 years, Kai Dai frowned. Kai Dai frowned, the world energy here is much richer than in the Beast Sea jungle, there are spirit pills and crystal stones, we've grown a lot in these past few years, great senior, I don't want to give up on this place. Great senior glanced over at her with a smile, then what do you want? This king made an agreement with him before that he would only take care of 9 heavens holy land, not occupy it. Now that he has returned, naturally this place should be returned to its rightful owner. My monster race also owes him a debt of gratitude, without him, the problem of the beast transformation pond would not have been solved. Is there no other way? You can act shamelessly. Great senior chuckled, seemingly joking, waving his hand, go greet them. Kai Dai bowed her head in response and disappeared in a flash. On the outskirts of one of the 9 peaks, Yang Kai and Li Rong had just arrived when a burly figure descended from the sky, causing the ground to tremble as he shouted, who dares come to my monster race's territory? If you know what's good for you, scram quickly, otherwise don't blame grandfather for being impolite. Saying so, this monster race master shook his head and glared towards Yang Kai and Li Rong, but in the next moment, this monster race master's expression changed to one of surprise. Monster race's territory? Yang Kai also smiled, Brother Kuang, that's not right. This is my 9 heavens holy land, when did it become your monster race's territory? Yang Kai. Kuang Shi shouted as he rushed over. Li Rong's expression tightened, but after seeing that Yang Kai didn't give her any instructions, she simply stared vigilantly at this wild man in front of her, not in a hurry to act. Rushing over, Kuang Shi laughed, ha ha ha, I was wondering which idiot it was, so it was you. Why didn't you say hello in advance? Didn't I come to say hello? After not seeing you for a few years, Brother Kuang seems to have grown a lot. Thank you, thank you. Wild Lion's face was filled with joy, it's all thanks to the crystal stones you mined and the pills refined by those alchemists. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made such great progress. But compared to you, it doesn't seem like much. How come you're on the same level as me? The last time Yang Kai saw Yang Kai, he had been slightly weaker than himself, but now, both of them were third-order transcendents. Wild Lion originally thought that his improvement was already fast enough, but now that he compared himself to Yang Kai, he couldn't help but feel envious. I say, brother, you came back so quickly. Don't tell me you want this place back. Mad Lion asked with a bitter expression. That's right. I've let you use it for 2 to 3 years. That's long enough. You should have mined a lot of crystals by now. It's only been 2 to 3 years. Wild Lion seemed very dissatisfied, forget it, it's not my place to worry about this anyway. You're going to see Great Senior, right? Great Senior should be in the palace in the middle mountain peak right now, so I won't accompany you. Kai Dai, Master sent me here to guard the sect, heh. There's no need for you to accompany me, someone has already come to greet me, Yang Kai chuckled as he stared towards the 7-colored mist that was rapidly approaching from the distance. A moment later, Kai Dai flapped her wings and appeared in front of Yang Kai. Glancing over at Yang Kai faintly, Kai Dai then cast her gaze towards Li Rong. Both of them were second-order saints, but Kai Dai felt a sense of pressure from Li Rong. This feeling was quite inexplicable, and she couldn't help but have a desire to compete with the other party. Sister Kai Dai. Yang Kai smiled and cupped his fists. Kai Dai retracted her gaze and turned to Yang Kai, what are you doing here? Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before smiling lightly, naturally, I'm here to see Great Senior and have him fulfill the previous agreement. Kai Dai's brow furrowed as she quickly said, if it's about these 9 peaks, how about letting my clan use them for a few more years? That's not good, is it? Yang Kai said helplessly, shaking his head gently, my people are still waiting to live here. Just a few years, after a few years, we'll definitely withdraw from here. Yang Kai was slightly displeased and frowned, is this Great Senior's idea or your own? Great Senior is not a man who goes back on his word, this is my idea. If you agree, I can give you some benefits. And if I don't agree? I'll make you agree. Kai Dai stared at Yang Kai stubbornly. Yang Kai sighed and said impatiently, I'm too lazy to argue with you. Li Rong, help me stop her. Yes. Li Rong responded casually, her tender body flickering as she appeared directly in front of Kai Dai. Kai Dai, however, ignored her and waved her hand, sending out a 7-colored light towards Yang Kai. This light contained an incredible power that instantly wrapped around Yang Kai, as if it was trying to bind him. But in the next moment, Kai Dai's beautiful eyes filled with astonishment, because at that moment, she actually lost track of Yang Kai. Inside the 7-colored light, a strange energy fluctuation appeared and Yang Kai disappeared like a ghost. When she sensed him again, his aura had reappeared on a mountain peak more than 10 kilometers away. Kai Dai was stunned, but before she could think about what method Yang Kai had used to escape from the shackles of her second-order saint, Li Rong's attack had already arrived and she had no choice but to resist. In front of the hall, Yang Kai leisurely appeared and walked straight forward. Stepping into the hall, Yang Kai saw the monster race Great Senior looking at him with a smile on his face. Great Senior, long time no see, Yang Kai greeted as he walked towards him. Great Senior shook his head and said, it hasn't been that long. It feels like we just met yesterday. Great Senior's words are too irresponsible, in the blink of an eye, it's been nearly 3 years. I've come to take back my territory, Yang Kai retorted. Don't worry, I won't leave, Great Senior laughed. Kai Dai acted on her own accord, so I will reprimand her, but who did you bring with you? Why do I feel like her aura is a bit strange? How is it strange? Just like you, her cultivation can be seen through at a glance, but when it comes to real combat, it's as if she can fight above her own realm. Great Senior quickly said. Ha, Great Senior thinks too much, Yang Kai shook his head, not continuing to discuss this topic. Good, give me half a month, I'll have my people evacuate from here. Great Senior's expression became serious, I hope that after this incident, we can still be on good terms. Of course, I'm hoping to get a lot of rare medicinal herbs from you guys. Just like when the old Holy Master was alive, we can each take what we need. That would be for the best. Great Senior nodded with satisfaction. Yang Kai was also very satisfied, he had thought that this trip would be somewhat troublesome, but he hadn't expected Great Senior to be so easy to talk to, it seemed he really was a man of his word. Dealing with such a person, Yang Kai felt more assured. After talking for a while, Great Senior suddenly said, but boy, there is one thing I don't quite understand, can you explain it to me in detail? What is it? Why do I feel demonic chi from you? Even though it's very faint and weak, there are indeed traces of demonic aura. Furthermore, this demonic aura doesn't seem ordinary. It belongs to a demonic aura with an extremely noble bloodline, and it's slightly similar to my own aura. Yang Kai's expression changed, knowing that what Great Senior felt was the aura of the Dragon Emperor. Great Senior's original form was a scarlet flame thunder dragon, so he was indeed somewhat related to a true dragon. Worthy of being a monster beast, his sense of smell was quite keen. The last time I saw you, you didn't have this kind of aura. What have you encountered these past few years? Great Senior stared at Yang Kai and asked seriously. I haven't encountered anything, I've just been walking around casually, Yang Kai laughed lightly. Knowing that Yang Kai didn't want to say much, Great Senior didn't force him. After making an appointment with Great Senior, Yang Kai left, planning to wait half a month before returning to take over Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Outside the 9 peaks, Li Rong and Kai Dai were still fighting in the sky. Although it wasn't a battle to the death, the two masters with similar cultivation were still fighting an earth-shattering battle. The shockwaves from the battle had attracted many monster race experts to watch from below. Kuang Shi was even more so, watching with great interest. Who's stronger? Yang Kai leaned over and looked up towards the sky. The woman you brought with you is stronger. She doesn't seem to be using her full strength, yet Kai Dai Master is already being forced into a corner. Kuang Shi excitedly commented, grinning meaningfully, beautiful women fighting, it's really interesting. Kai Dai Master's clothes are torn, it's really enjoyable to watch. Be careful, if Kai Dai hears you, she'll pull out your tongue. Yang Kai threatened. That won't happen, right? Kuang Shi was startled and hurriedly said, I spoke very quietly, she can't hear me. The walls have ears. Yang Kai smiled and glanced to the side. Following his gaze, Kuang Shi turned his head and saw Mao Nyang's ears perked up, seemingly eavesdropping on their conversation. After noticing that she had been discovered, Mao Nyang grinned and stretched out her hand to Kuang Shi. If you don't want me to tell Kai Dai Master, give me all your crystal stones. Little lady, I only have 10 crystal stones left. Kuang Shi wore a bitter expression and pleaded, Master, please be magnanimous and pretend you didn't hear me. This Kuang Shi will remember this kindness for the rest of his life. I don't care, just give me all your crystal stones. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head, not paying any attention to them, instead calling out to the sky, Li Rong, let's go. Hearing Yang Kai's call, Li Rong immediately withdrew, her beautiful eyes glancing over at Kai Dai before flying down to Yang Kai's side and following him. Standing mid-air, Kai Dai gasped for breath, her chest heaving up and down as her heart filled with lingering fear. She hadn't expected that even though they were both second-order saints, the other party would be so much stronger than her. After fighting for so long, she had been completely suppressed and had never been able to seize the initiative. On the other hand, the other party seemed completely relaxed. This woman, she's amazing. Kai Dai was filled with both admiration and unwillingness. However, she didn't pursue and simply watched Yang Kai and the woman leave before hesitating for a moment before flying off towards the main hall. Looking at Yang Kai's appearance, it seemed that he had reached an agreement with Great Senior. Although Kai Dai was unwilling to give up on Nine Heaven's holy land, she didn't dare disrespect Great Senior. If Great Senior gave the order, she would comply. Chapter 875. Master, have you reached an agreement? On the way back, Li Rong asked softly. Great Senior was quite agreeable and was willing to fulfill the previous agreement. Yang Kai nodded. That's good. Li Rong also breathed a sigh of relief as she followed behind Yang Kai, pursing her red lips as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Perceiving her strangeness, Yang Kai smiled, if you have anything you want to ask, feel free to ask, there's no need to be restrained. Since leaving the mysterious small world, Yang Kai had noticed that the attitude of the ancient demon clan towards him had changed, becoming more respectful, obedient than before. Their attitude had imperceptibly raised Yang Kai's status in the ancient demon clan. This made Yang Kai somewhat uncomfortable. I was just wondering if my clan has brought a lot of trouble to Master. Li Rong smiled apologetically, the hatred between the human and demon clans is too deep. If we follow you, we will definitely cause some unnecessary trouble. Those human race masters who have followed us all the way here are the best proof of this. If we really fought with them today, regardless of whether we won or lost, Master would definitely be condemned by everyone. This is the price I must pay to control your strength, you don't need to think too much about it. Yang Kai shook his head, moreover, I don't care what others think of me. Those who are useful to me are my friends, and those who dare to harm me are my enemies. Simple and clear, the hatred between the human and demon clans has nothing to do with me. Li Rong's beautiful eyes flashed, secretly surprised that Yang Kai's thinking was so open-minded. Even if it was their ancient demon clan, after being sealed in the mysterious small world for thousands of years, they still had a deeply ingrained sense of rejection. Those who were not of their own race were bound to have different hearts, so the way they looked at their own race and foreign races was naturally different. But Yang Kai did not have much of a concept of race. He had accepted the ancient demon clan and even had dealings with the monster race Great Senior, even calling him a brother. It was as if he had no scruples whatsoever, causing Li Rong to be amazed. "Master, please rest assured, after everything is settled, I and the other great commanders will restrain our clansmen and not let them have any conflicts with the original residents of Nine Heavens' Holy Land. We won't do anything to embarrass Master," Li Rong assured him. "You don't need to act so deliberately, for me, you are my people, and so are those from Nine Heavens' Holy Land. I'll handle this bowl of water fairly." "Many thanks, Master," Li Rong said gratefully. Yang Kai didn't have any prejudice against them just because they were from the human race, causing Li Rong to secretly feel that the ancient demon clan had chosen a good master. Once again returning to the ancient demon clan's temporary residence, Yang Kai informed the several great commanders that he would only be able to take over Nine Heavens' Holy Land after half a month, instructing them to arrange for their clansmen to stay here for half a month before preparing to enter the Nine Peaks. The great commanders nodded and went to make arrangements. Living here for half a month was not a problem. The ancient demon clan had just reappeared not long ago, so every place was new and interesting to them. They could also take this opportunity to explore and familiarize themselves with the surrounding environment. After all, they may have to live in the Nine Peaks for a long time in the future. The ancient demon race members were sent out in groups of 3 to 5 to explore the surrounding situation. The people who stayed behind began to make simple living quarters and search for ingredients. They were very busy. Everything was flourishing. Suddenly, the sound of light footsteps came from the side. Yang Kai, who was sitting in the shade of a tree, looked towards the source of the sound and saw the wizard, Tribulation, wrapped in a black robe, walking towards him. When he arrived, the wizard Tribulation nodded lightly. "Holy Master, Master. Where are your Netherworld sect disciples?" Yang Kai asked. He didn't seem to have seen anyone from Netherworld sect just now. "I have asked Vice Sect Master to take them back first. And they will send some living supplies over in a while." "Many thanks." "Holy Master, Master is too polite," the wizard Tribulation smiled. "From now on, we will all be neighbors, these trivial matters are not worth mentioning." After a pause, the wizard Tribulation asked again, "Holy Master, how does Master plan to deal with Shattering Mystical Palace and War Spirit Temple? What do you think?" Yang Kai asked back. The wizard Tribulation hesitated for a moment before saying seriously, "Although Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, and the others died in the endless snow mountain range and the saint transcendence of these two forces have suffered heavy losses, they still have a number of disciples. Each of these sects has a large number of disciples, between 3 and 4,000. Of these 3,000 to 4,000, there aren't many masters, but they are the foundation of their respective sects. Kill them all." The wizard Tribulation was taken aback, his face going pale. Yang Kai smiled and said, "That's not realistic, and driving them away isn't a good idea. It's hard to guarantee they won't wander around here and cause trouble." "Holy Master, what Master says is correct." The wizard Tribulation nodded in agreement. "Moreover, they definitely don't know that Zhang Ao, Chao Guan, and the others have all died. Once they learn of this, there will definitely be internal turmoil, and when that time comes, it will become a mess that will be impossible to clean up. Tell me what you think." Yang Kai looked at him. "What I mean is to absorb them. Two sects, with so many disciples, there are bound to be some with outstanding aptitude who will become masters in the future. If they are properly trained, they can become mainstays of our sects. Absorb them, that's fine. I'll leave it to you to decide." Yang Kai waved his hand. The wizard Tribulation was stunned. "Holy Master, Master won't come forward?" "I'm not interested in those people, and I'm currently leading a group of people from the demon race, so it's not convenient for me to come forward." Yang Kai chuckled and said meaningfully, Sect Master Wizard can take advantage of this opportunity to strengthen Netherworld Sect's strength. Those who can absorb will be absorbed, those who can't, just drive them away. Shattering Mystical Palace and War Spirit Temple are both good forces, so they should have a lot of reserves. The Wizard Tribulation's expression changed, but after thinking about it, he excitedly cupped his fists. Many thanks, Holy Master, Master. The three forces near Nine Heavens Holy Land had always been dependent on Nine Heavens Holy Land for survival. Among them, Shattering Mystical Palace was the strongest, with Zhang Ao being a second-order saint, followed by War Spirit Temple, and Netherworld Sect was the weakest. Now that the wizard had obtained such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, how could he not be excited? There was no master in these two sects who could compete with him. As the sect master, if he couldn't even handle this matter, then his cultivation of the saint realm would have been in vain. The Wizard Tribulation seemed to be able to see the scene of his Netherworld sect absorbing the nutrients of the other two forces and growing stronger. While excited, he also felt a little emotional. If it weren't for Zhang Ao and Chao Guan, how could he, the Wizard Tribulation, succeed? He secretly felt that following Yang Kai really gave him a bright future. It hadn't been that long, and he hadn't done much, yet such a great opportunity had already appeared in front of him. Excited, the Wizard Tribulation immediately said that he would return to the sect immediately to deal with this matter, and also invited Yang Kai to accompany him to the Netherworld sect for a few days. In any case, he would have to wait here for half a month, so he naturally wanted to take this opportunity to build a good relationship with Yang Kai. Yang Kai politely declined his invitation. Your Netherworld sect is only a few hundred kilometers away from here. Let's talk about it when I want to go there, but for now, forget it. Yang Kai looked around at the busy people of the ancient demon race and felt that leaving them now was not a good choice. The Wizard Tribulation didn't insist, simply excusing himself and leaving. A day later, the disciples of the Netherworld sect returned with a large number of living materials, enough for thousands of people to live here for half a month. Li Rong and the others were very satisfied with the goodwill shown by the Wizard Tribulation. Tents were set up in the forest, and the people of the ancient demon race lived in groups of 3 to 5, full of curiosity, busy every day. In the largest tent, Yang Kai sat cross-legged on a thick velvet blanket, his mind immersed in his knowledge sea, and began to purposefully refine the mass of spiritual energy that belonged to Zhang Ao. 2 months ago, after Zhang Ao's death, the demon eye of annihilation had drawn out his spiritual energy, and Yang Kai had arranged it in a special corner. Yang Kai mainly wanted to pry into his memories and see what he said about the secrets of the star field before his death. Not using the demon eye of annihilation to purify this mass of spiritual energy, Yang Kai just carefully guided it with his mind, examining it little by little. After a person died, the spiritual energy left behind contained the person's life experience, as well as all their emotions. If left alone, it would not take long for it to dissipate from this world. Of course, there were also masters whose souls were strong enough to persist for a long time, and when they found a suitable body, they would be able to seize it. This kind of spiritual energy was complex and dangerous. Even masters who specialized in spiritual energy did not dare to easily pry into the thoughts of others, because the slightest carelessness would affect their own nature and memories, and even their own thoughts would become chaotic. Yang Kai only dared to do this because he possessed a conflagrated knowledge sea. He had to be careful, and while prying, he did not let Zhang Ao's memories and thoughts affect him. Once he discovered such a sign, he would immediately kill it. Scenes flashed in front of Yang Kai's eyes, all of which were Zhang Ao's experiences during his lifetime. These scenes were intermittent and very incoherent, so Yang Kai simply looked at them and ignored them. His spiritual energy was being consumed very quickly, and almost every 2 hours, Yang Kai needed to rest for a while. Once he fully recovered, he continued to investigate. It was not until 5 days later that Yang Kai finally caught a glimpse of the secrets of the star field from Zhang Ao's scattered and useless memories. Vaguely, Yang Kai could see a rugged stone forest with stone pillars standing on the grassy ground. It was here that Zhang Ao had picked up a lot of strange stones. He had also found the blood essence stone in this place. In his field of vision, Zhang Ao seemed to have done something, and the entrance to a void corridor suddenly opened. After hesitating for a long time, Zhang Ao dove in. The next moment, Yang Kai found himself in the vast starry sky, surrounded by countless stars, and a terrifying void force enveloped his body, giving Yang Kai a profound feeling. When he wanted to take a closer look, this scene was inexplicably interrupted. His consciousness returning, Yang Kai sighed. Although he could not see where this stone forest was, it should be inside Shattering Mystical Palace, so as long as he inquired about it, he would be able to figure it out. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai opened his demon eye of annihilation and a golden light shot out, completely purifying Zhang Ao's soul. Chapter 876. After discovering Zhang Ao's memories about the secrets of the star field, Yang Kai directly refined his spiritual energy. Yang Kai obtained his own insights and understanding of the heavenly way and martial Tao. Yang Kai's own mental fortitude also improved slightly, but not significantly. As Yang Kai's strength improved, the benefits of refining a person's spiritual energy became less and less. However, with this method, Yang Kai would never have to worry about encountering bottlenecks in his cultivation. As long as he killed some high-level cultivator at the right time and absorbed their insights, Yang Kai would be able to cultivate smoothly, provided that his physical strength could keep up. With Yang Kai's current mental fortitude, there would be no hindrance before he reached the third-order saint realm. Calming his thoughts, Yang Kai slowly got up and was about to go out to take a look when suddenly Han Fei's voice called out, "Who goes there?" In the next moment, a cold chill filled the air and the sound of clothes fluttering could be heard. It seemed that Han Fei had chased after someone. Yang Kai frowned and walked out of his tent, only to see a large group of people from the ancient demon race gathered together, all of them pointing in a certain direction. "Master!" Li Rong hurried over. In order to ensure Yang Kai's safety, her tent was right next to Yang Kai's, no more than 5 meters away. "What happened?" Yang Kai asked, at the same time releasing his divine sense to investigate the situation. "It seems that someone has been spying on us these past few days, but we haven't been able to find out who it is. Commander Han Fei should have noticed something and chased after them." "Even you didn't notice?" Yang Kai was surprised. That person's ability to conceal their aura is quite amazing. It seems they can completely conceal themselves, as if they don't exist." Li Rong's brow furrowed deeply. "That's interesting," Yang Kai grinned. Although Li Rong was only a second-order saint, in a real battle, she was not inferior to the demon general. If even she couldn't detect this enemy, just who was it? The only one nearby who could do this was a monster race great senior. However, Yang Kai had already reached an agreement with him, so it was impossible for the great senior to go back on his word, let alone spy on the situation here. After waiting in place for a while, Han Fei flew back with a cold expression on her face. "Did you catch that person?" Li Rong asked. Han Fei shook her head. Speed was too fast, I couldn't catch up to them." "Did you see what kind of people they were?" Yang Kai asked. "A woman," Han Fei frowned. "Chi, right, I didn't feel any vitality from her body, right, I didn't feel any vitality." "Chi. Death Chi?" Li Rong was surprised. "And, it was death Chi, the aura of a dead person." Han Fei nodded. Yang Kai's expression changed as his figure flickered, leaving behind a series of afterimages in his wake. After pausing for a moment, he asked, "Was her movement skill like this?" Han Fei nodded repeatedly. "Yes, it was. Her movement skill was very strange." "Then I know who she is." Yang Kai stared off into the distance and sighed. The several ancient demon race commanders glanced at each other, none of them understanding why Yang Kai showed such a sad look. "Master, is that woman an old acquaintance of yours?" Li Rong asked carefully. Yang Kai shook his head. "I don't know her, but she is somewhat related to me." She was the previous generation's saintess of 9 heavens holy land. Immediately explaining the matter of Saintess Nan, the ancient demon clan members were all amazed. Not killing a single person while alive, but slaughtering 1,000,000 corpses after death. Li Rong mused, it's somewhat similar to Coffin Slave Sr., but also the complete opposite. Coffin Slave Sr. and Saintess Nan were both living corpses. However, one was a living corpse while the other had never killed a single person. Both of them had obsessions in their hearts, so even after death, their bodies continued to act according to their will. Because they were living corpses, they didn't leak any aura, so Li Rong and the others were unable to detect them. If one wanted to deal with such a person, they had to either directly destroy them or shatter their will. Once their will was shattered, their dead body would naturally cease to function. It's time to deal with her, Yang Kai said leisurely. Saintess Nan was still a member of the Holy Land. If he left her alone, it would only lead to trouble like the one he had faced a few years ago. On top of that, it would also be detrimental to the stability of 9 heavens Holy Land. This time, she had appeared here in order to keep an eye on him, so as long as he acted as bait, Saintess Nan would definitely appear again. After explaining his thoughts to the several great commanders, Li Rong and the others didn't refute. For safety's sake, Yang Kai took Li Rong and Han Fei with him and set off into the depths of the jungle. Saintess Nan was a second-order saint, after all, so she couldn't be underestimated. After traveling 100 kilometers, Yang Kai came to a stop in a mountain valley, looked around for a while, and nodded lightly. Li Rong and Han Fei immediately concealed themselves, restraining their auras as they made arrangements. Yang Kai walked around the mountain valley, looking for precious treasures along the way to see if he could find anything, but unfortunately, after searching for a long time, he only found a few heaven-grade and mysterious-grade herbs, not even a single spirit-grade herb. It wasn't until he had walked around the entire mountain valley that Yang Kai suddenly felt a sense of disharmony. Somewhere, he felt like there was a pair of eyes staring at him. Turning his head and looking in that direction, Yang Kai saw Saintess Nan wearing a white robe, her hair disheveled, looking like an evil ghost, staring at him faintly, motionless. Her white robes had been greatly damaged due to the many battles she had fought and hadn't been washed, making her look even more gloomy and terrifying. Yang Kai didn't know when she had appeared, let alone how long she had been staring at him. All he knew was that when her eyes landed on the Holy Master's spirit ring on his hand, there was a trace of tenderness and nostalgia in them. The Holy Master's spirit ring was the symbol of the identity of every Holy Master of 9 heavens Holy Land. The old Holy Master also wore it when he was alive. Saintess Nan was the old Holy Master's woman, so when she saw this ring, it was natural for her to show an unusual look. But soon, the tenderness and nostalgia in her eyes were replaced by a ferocious look as she silently approached Yang Kai like a ghost. Before she even arrived, a huge pressure had already descended. Midair, a long sword suddenly appeared and slashed down towards Yang Kai. The profound heavenly sword. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes but didn't show any intention of dodging. World of ice and snow. A tender voice suddenly called out from the side. The temperature of the entire mountain valley plummeted in an instant. Accompanied by a crackling sound, a thin layer of ice covered the lush vegetation and a faint blue barrier appeared above the mountain valley. The dramatic change in climate even caused some snowflakes to fall from the sky. Each of these snowflakes contained a terrifying amount of power, and as they slowly fell, they released a burst of light that transformed into hundreds of millions of tiny and sharp attacks that shot towards Saintess Nan. The profound heavenly sword shattered. Saintess Nan, who was rushing towards Yang Kai, instinctively stopped and summoned her grand heavenly shield to protect her body. At the same time, a dazzling spear suddenly appeared in her hand and she threw it towards the place where Han Fei was hiding. *Shio, the heaven-punishing spear seemed to break through space and arrived in front of Han Fei in the blink of an eye, magnifying in her eyes. A chill rose from the bottom of her heart and Han Fei's pretty face immediately covered in demon crests. Stretching out her jade white hand, she accurately grasped the tip of the spear. Drops of red blood dripped from her fingertips. At the same time, Li Rong quietly arrived behind Saintess Nan, a red light blossoming as a huge flower suddenly appeared at her feet. This flower bloomed beautifully, rotating like a lotus throne, sending out a strange wave of energy that seemed to have an infinite suction force that pulled Saintess Nan's body towards it. The surrounding petals gradually closed towards the center, trying to wrap around Saintess Nan. A hoarse roar rang out from Saintess Nan's mouth, leaving behind an afterimage as she reappeared a short distance away. A pair of turbid eyes gloomily stared towards Li Rong and Han Fei, like a trapped beast. Li Rong and Han Fei both gathered together, staring towards Saintess Nan with a mix of pity and dread, both of them realizing just how difficult this opponent was to deal with. Don't hold back, bind her as much as possible, if you can't, just kill her. Yang Kai ordered faintly. Yes. Li Rong and Han Fei responded at the same time, once again using their earth-shattering means. Asterisk chi chi chi, asterisk ice shards shot out. Xiao xiao xiao. Red petals fluttered in the air. The two great commanders of the ancient demon race teaming up to fight a mere second-order Saintess Nan was naturally easy. The mountain valley was surrounded by Han Fei's barrier, so Saintess Nan couldn't escape even if she wanted to. If it weren't for the fact that she was also a member of Nine Heaven's Holy Land, Li Rong and Han Fei would have already crushed her to pieces. Half an hour later, Saintess Nan was finally forced into a dead end and was wrapped up in one of Li Rong's flower petals. The red light was dazzling, and after the light faded, the flower petals seemed to have been imprinted on Saintess Nan's body, leaving behind a small flower mark on her face. The yuan qi in her body had been sealed, and so had her movements, making it impossible for Saintess Nan to move. Stepping forward, Yang Kai stared at this Saintess Nan who had been pestering him for several years, his mood somewhat complex. The person in front of him was definitely a beautiful woman when she was young. Even at the time of her death, her face hadn't aged at all. But at this moment, she was neither human nor ghost. If the old holy master was still alive, seeing this scene, Yang Kai didn't know what he would think. In all fairness, if either Su Yan or Xia Ning Chang were to end up like this, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to die in peace. Originally, Yang Kai wanted to directly destroy her, but now that things had come to this, he couldn't bring himself to do it, so after hesitating for a while, he ordered, "Take her back and watch over her." He decided to hand Saintess Nan over to Su Hui and the others. Li Rong and Han Fei glanced at each other and nodded gently, the former carrying Saintess Nan and following behind Yang Kai. Chapter 877. Time flew by and half a month later, the date agreed upon with the monster race Great Senior arrived. The ancient demon clan was ready to set out, all they needed to do was wait for Yang Kai's order to enter the Nine Peaks. Because of their relationship with Yang Kai, the ancient demon race had long regarded the Nine Peaks as their new home, so at this moment, they were naturally filled with anticipation, fantasizing about what kind of paradise it would be. Groups of people gathered together, pointing towards the Nine Peaks as they whispered amongst themselves. Yang Kai spread out his divine sense to investigate the situation on the Nine Peaks. Since last night, many of the monster beast and monster race masters had left the Nine Peaks one after another. Now, there weren't many signs of life left. Those who remained were the alchemists and artifact refiners who originally belonged to Nine Heaven's Holy Land. A few years ago, when Yang Kai made an agreement with the Great Senior, he had left behind these alchemists and artifact refiners to assist him in alchemy and artifact refining. Today, when the monster race left, the Great Senior kept his promise and didn't take these people away. Yang Kai nodded secretly, thinking that the Great Senior was a good man. A seven-colored light suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes as Kai Dai flapped her wings and floated mid-air, her beautiful eyes sweeping around before finally settling on Yang Kai and coldly saying, "My clan has been evacuated, you can go back now. Great Senior asked me to pass on a message to you, thanking you for helping my clan develop well these past few years. In addition, he welcomes you to visit the Beast Sea Jungle as a guest at any time." Sister Kai Dai has worked hard, please send my regards to Great Senior, when I have time, I will definitely visit. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. I've passed on the message, goodbye. Kai Dai snorted, turned around, and flew off. This little girl, her temper is quite bad, Enya muttered to himself, a look of dissatisfaction on his face. She's very strong, a minor realm higher than you and me, and she's also very beautiful. Xue Ji grinned wickedly as he stared in the direction Kai Dai left. You two don't speak nonsense, remember that sometimes trouble comes from careless talk. Li Rong scolded, my clan has just reappeared, try not to provoke trouble. Enya and Xue Ji nodded quickly, indicating they understood. Let's go. Yang Kai waved his hand and led the way. Between the 9 peaks, it was lush and verdant, filled with the fragrance of flowers and the chirping of birds. The array formation of the 9 peaks was still operating, making the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here extremely dense. After the ancient demon clan entered this place, they immediately took a liking to it, many of the demon race looking around excitedly. The conditions and environment here were many times better than those in the demon god castle. Living here, even the body and mind were very comfortable. Many of the clansmen couldn't help feeling a sense of unreality. Even though it had been 2 or 3 months since they left that mysterious small world, sometimes they still thought they were still living in a world without a sun, moon, or stars. Only when he saw the splendid spectacle outside did he suddenly wake up with a start. On the central mountain peak, there were about 100 people waiting in front of the grand hall where the great senior had been. These 100 or so people were all alchemists and artifact refiners of various ages, both men and women, but their cultivations weren't very high, the most powerful among them only being a second-order transcendent. When Yang Kai led the thousands of ancient demon race members to this place, these 100 or so people quickly bowed and saluted, greetings, Holy Master. Holy Master has finally returned. You've all worked hard. Yang Kai gently nodded, forcing you to serve the monster race for nearly 3 years was a last resort, I hope you can forgive me. Not at all. The leader of this group, an old man with the strongest strength, stepped forward, the monster race didn't treat us harshly, on the contrary, they were quite polite. We've troubled Holy Master. Yang Kai gently nodded and declared, since I have returned today, the Holy Land will return to how it was before, and in the future, no one will dare to trample on the dignity of my Holy Land at will. Those who dare do so will be punished. The group of alchemists and artifact refiners were quite excited and began shouting vigorously. The old man glanced over at the people from the ancient demon race and frowned slightly. Although he didn't understand why Yang Kai had brought a group of demon race members with him, he didn't ask any questions and instead asked suspiciously, where are Great Elder Su Hui and the others? Why haven't they returned? They were originally inside the Holy Land. Yang Kai chuckled, you wait here first, I'll go release Great Elder and the others. Turning back, Yang Kai said to Li Rong, you also wait here. Li Rong and the others nodded gently. Yang Kai's figure flickered and after a few flashes, arrived in front of the holy tomb. He pressed the Holy Lord's spirit ring on his finger into a certain spot on the green rock and poured his quintessential essence into it. Immediately, the entrance to a void tunnel appeared on the green rock. Inside the holy tomb, the thousands of disciples of 9 Heavens' Holy Land waited silently. In this dark space, after years of waiting, everyone had gradually become accustomed to it. Although there were occasional moments when they became impatient, they were all comforted by the several elders and saintess. The several elders and saintess told them that one day, the Holy Master would return here and take them out again. For that time, everyone had to improve their strength as much as possible to avoid abandoning the Holy Land's foundation and dragging out an ignoble existence. Su Hui and the others regarded the evacuation a few years ago as the biggest stain on their lives. Over the past few years, they had spared no effort in their cultivation. The Holy Tomb was the place where each generation's Holy Master and Saintess entered retreat to cultivate. Although the environment here was terrible, the world energy here was quite rich. It was inexhaustible and inexhaustible. With such a great opportunity, any cultivator who wanted to improve their strength was not willing to miss it. Over the past 3 years, almost everyone had made great progress. With the exception of not being able to leave, everything was developing in a good direction. The thousands of people silently meditated as the world energy continuously flowed into the bodies of the Holy Land's disciples, creating a spectacular scene. Although there were many people present, they were all silent. Even if someone stood up and moved, they would do so quietly, lest they disturb others. In a corner, Enling, who was meditating with her eyes closed, suddenly sensed an unusual aura appear in the holy tomb and frowned suspiciously. In the next moment, she opened her eyes in pleasant surprise and shot to her feet, turning her head to look around. Because she had once instilled the 9 heavens divine skills into Yang Kai, Enling, was more familiar with his aura than anyone else. Just now, she clearly noticed that Yang Kai had appeared nearby. Ling, what's wrong? Yuing also opened her eyes and asked softly. He came in. And Ling, glanced around and replied in a trembling voice. Who? Yuing asked, suddenly realizing something and covering her mouth, exclaiming, You mean? And Ling, nodded firmly. The conversation between the two alarmed the other elders. Su Hui and the others also hurriedly opened their eyes and looked around. A moment later, everyone's eyes were fixed on a certain direction. In that direction, a figure was approaching them. The light was dim, and although they couldn't see the person's appearance clearly, every elder could feel traces of life from him that made them look forward to and excited. Holy Master! Su Hui trembled as he got up and called out. Is the Holy Master really here? Qing Yutong blinked her beautiful eyes as she stared towards the figure. A moment later, the figure arrived in front of everyone and smiled at them, the face they had been longing to see for several years. It really is the Holy Master. Su Hui shouted excitedly, quickly saluting along with the other elders. Subordinate greets Holy Master. No need to be so polite, Yang Kai chuckled. You've finally come. And Ling looked at Yang Kai faintly. We've been waiting here for several years. As she spoke, her eyes also became red. While waiting, many people inevitably thought they would be locked up here for the rest of their lives. If it weren't for Su Hui and the other elders comforting them in time, it was likely they would have been thrown into chaos. I've come late and made everyone wait, I apologize. Yang Kai wore a serious expression as he sincerely apologized. Holy Master is too serious. Su Hui wept, not knowing what else to say. The disciples who had been meditating were also awakened by the movement here, and after realizing that it was Yang Kai who had arrived, they burst into cheers, each wave louder than the last, causing the entire holy tomb to become somewhat turbulent. Su Hui quickly silenced them. However, everyone still looked over, wondering if Yang Kai would take them out this time. The several elders were also looking forward to it. Yuing asked, Holy Master, since you've come in, does that mean everything outside has been dealt with? And everything has been taken care of. The monster race has also been evacuated. It's time for all of you to return home. Hearing him say this, everyone suddenly became excited and couldn't wait to leave this place and return to the 9 peaks. I'll open the exit, several elders can arrange it, Yang Kai said with a smile. Good, Su Hui nodded quickly and went to arrange things with the others. While they were arranging things, Yang Kai opened the exit and left with Enling. Outside the holy tomb, one disciple after another walked out in an orderly manner, seeing the light of day again, many of them roaring to the heavens to vent their joy. Outside the holy tomb, Yang Kai watched these disciples emerge while thinking about how to explain the ancient demon clan to Su Hui and the others. Although he was now in charge of 9 Heavens Holy Land, if he arranged for a group of people from the demon race here, he didn't know if Su Hui and the others would object. Chapter 878. After half a day's work, the disciples inside the holy tomb all came out. Yang Kai once again closed the holy tomb and gathered the elders and Enling together. Seemingly aware that he had something to say, everyone stared at him silently, not saying a word. There's something I need to tell you. Yang Kai's brow furrowed slightly as he sorted out his words. If Holy Master has something to say, feel free to say it, subordinates are all ears. Su Hui chuckled, not understanding why Yang Kai seemed so embarrassed. As long as you don't ask us to leave the Holy Land and give up the position of Holy Master, we'll agree to anything you say, Yuing interjected with a smile. N. All the elders nodded, fearing that Yang Kai would throw away his responsibilities at any moment like he did a few years ago. At that time, Yang Kai had been far too irresponsible, not at all behaving like a proper Holy Master. That won't be the case. Yang Kai laughed and pondered for a moment before quickly saying, let me put it this way, before I met you, I met a group of people. That was when I was still very weak, and because of some special reasons, that group of people had been sealed in a mysterious small world. They begged me to find a way to rescue them and promised to serve me for the rest of their lives. Oh. Su Hui raised his brow. If they made such a promise when Holy Master was still very weak, then they must have seen through Holy Master's potential. Which one do they belong to? Su Hui seemed a little uneasy about what Yang Kai had just said about this group of people and couldn't help inquiring. They weren't speaking casually. While you were hiding in the Holy Tomb for several years, I rescued them a few months ago. They kept their promise and followed by my side, obeying my every word. That group of people is quite good. Qing Yutong pursed her lips and smiled. They keep their word and are trustworthy. Does Holy Master want to absorb them into the Holy Land? When Qing Yutong said this, the other elders also thought of this possibility and looked at Yang Kai curiously. They can't be absorbed into the Holy Land. I just want to find one of the 9 peaks for them to live in. What do you think, elders? Unable to absorb? Su Hui frowned, but soon relaxed. It doesn't matter if they can't absorb it. Since they belong to the Holy Master, it's only natural for them to live in the Holy Land. The Holy Land is so big, there's no need to worry about accommodating that group of people. N. Luo Sheng and Meng Tianfei also nodded, agreeing with Su Hui. Don't rush to agree. I haven't finished yet. You can decide after you hear me out. Yang Kai smiled and continued, there are about 1,000 people in this group. There are quite a few of them, but the Holy Land should be able to accommodate them. Su Hui nodded lightly before asking, what about their strength? What is the strength of their most powerful expert? 5 saints. What? All the elders' eyes bulged in an instant, and even Enling couldn't help covering her mouth, her beautiful eyes trembling. When Yang Kai was still weak, this group of people had already promised to serve him. Su Hui and the other elders had mistakenly thought that this group of people's strength wasn't anything special, otherwise, how could they have made such a promise so easily? Everyone had speculated that this group of people was probably a declining sect or small family and that having a few transcendent realm cultivators among them would already be quite good. However, Yang Kai actually told them that there were 5 saints in this group. This number was only slightly lower than 9 heavens' holy lands. Holy Master, you're not joking, right? Su Hui couldn't believe it. Do I look like I'm joking? Yang Kai said solemnly, of the other 5 saints, 3 are second order and 2 are first order. Everyone was dumbfounded on the spot. 3 second order and 2 first order masters, although this group had 1 less saint realm master than 9 heavens holy land, if a conflict really broke out, with their combat power, they could easily kill the masters from 9 heavens holy land. Su Hui and the other elders suddenly understood why Yang Kai had come here to ask for their opinion. They couldn't determine what kind of mentality this group of people had, so if they really had a conflict with the Holy Land in the future, Su Hui and the other elders wouldn't be able to resist. The joy of leaving the Holy Tomb was suddenly replaced by a deep sense of worry. Moreover, they aren't ordinary people. As if thinking the elders hadn't been shocked enough, Yang Kai quickly added, they are demons. Demons? Yuing couldn't help screaming. Qing Yutong's pretty face also went pale. Su Hui remained indifferent, but anyone could see the shock and hesitation in his heart. With Yang Kai saying so much, he didn't know how to respond. Discuss it carefully. If you really can't accept them staying in Nine Heavens Holy Land, just tell me and I'll find another place to settle them. Yang Kai said faintly, not showing any intention of forcing them, simply waving his hand and saying, now you should first arrange the affairs of your disciples. I'm telling you this so you can mentally prepare yourselves. Everyone stared straight at Yang Kai, none of them moving. There's no need to be so conflicted. Even if they don't stay in Nine Heavens Holy Land, I still have a place to settle them. Yang Kai grinned, seeing the embarrassment on everyone's faces. This was also within his expectations. Su Hui seemed to suddenly sober up, his expression dignified as he said, Holy Master, I only want to ask one thing. Do those demons really obey your orders completely, or are they simply unruly, temporarily deceiving you in order to leave that mysterious small world so they can find a suitable opportunity in the future to break free from your control? You don't need to worry about that. Yang Kai smiled proudly, my orders, they won't dare disobey. All the elders present wore shocked looks upon hearing this. Su Hui let out a long breath and nodded, then there's no problem. You are the Holy Master of the Holy Land, whoever you want to settle here is up to you to decide. We elders are only here to assist you, we can only make suggestions, we have no decision-making power. The fact that the Holy Master consulted us is already giving us a lot of face. Yang Kai grinned as he swept his eyes over the others. Luo Sheng, Shi Kun, Meng Tianfei, Yu Ying, and Qing Yutong all had no objections. Although they were somewhat worried, all of them stared at Yang Kai with a look of trust. Then I'll thank you on behalf of those demons. Yang Kai nodded, good, the Holy Land has 9 peaks, they only need one. They will prepare their own living materials, there's no need for the Holy Land to worry about them. I will also make sure they restrain themselves and don't come into conflict with the Holy Land's disciples. Has Holy Master chosen a peak yet? Su Hui asked. The peak where the reflecting moon pond is located. Due to the existence of the moon reflection lake, that mountain peak would be extremely cold every night. The people who originally lived on and below the mountain peak would all move away. It could be said that among the 9 peaks, it was the only mountain peak that no one cared about. However, the ancient demon clan was born with strong physiques, so living there shouldn't be a problem as long as it wasn't too close to the reflecting moon pond. On top of that, there were many ready-made houses there, saving them the trouble of building one. Won't they have any complaints? Should we choose a different peak? Su Hui couldn't help feeling a little worried. It's fine, the environment in that mysterious small world is far worse than here, they'll be satisfied to be able to live there, Yang Kai chuckled. Is that so? Su Hui didn't say anything more. After learning that the group of demons had arrived in the Holy Land, Su Hui immediately expressed his desire to meet them. After all, everyone would be living on the 9 peaks in the future, and although they didn't belong to the same force, they would at least be able to get acquainted with one another. If any problems arose, it would be easier to discuss. In particular, whether it was 9 Heavens Holy Land or the group of demons, both of them belonged to Yang Kai. With such a commonality, Su Hui felt that as long as no major problems occurred, everything could be turned into small ones and small ones into nothing. Leaving behind Meng Tianfei and Shi Kun to arrange the affairs of the disciples, Su Hui and the others followed Yang Kai to the main hall again. The hundreds of alchemists and artifact refiners were still waiting quietly with the ancient demon clan. Although Yang Kai had been gone for half a day, the ancient demon race's members had remained well-behaved, only glancing around and not causing any trouble. As the host, Su Hui immediately expressed his welcome to the arrival of Li Rong and the others. Li Rong and the others also smiled and returned the courtesy. After exchanging some pleasantries, each of them found that the other party wasn't as difficult to talk to as they had imagined. In particular, Su Hui felt that Li Rong was very considerate and didn't look at all like a demon, instead more like a young lady raised by a great family or sect. Seeing this, Su Hui's eyes couldn't help lighting up. Ying and Qing Yutong also showed a strong interest in Han Fei. Although they were both beautiful women, Han Fei's cultivation was a minor realm higher than theirs and her temperament was cold, making them feel that there was a lot they could learn from her. Having found a common topic, the two sides began discussing happily. Yang Kai was pushed aside and seemed to have nothing to do. After talking for a while, Li Rong suddenly said, "Right, a few days ago, Master and I captured a person. It seems to be your Nine Heavens Holy Land's previous generation saintess. Master calls her Saintess Nan." "Saintess Nan?" Su Hui exclaimed, hurriedly looking around. "Where is she?" Li Rong clapped her hands and immediately the ancient demon race's members brought the bound Saintess Nan over. Seeing the miserable appearance of the previous generation's saintess, Su Hui and the others couldn't help their eyes from becoming red as they felt sad. And Ling burst into tears in an instant. She staggered over and leaned on Saintess Nan's body, crying bitterly. The previous generation's saintess and the current generation's saintess had a very close relationship. Saintess Nan had always treated Ling as her own daughter, but unfortunately, after her death, she had personally killed the other three saintesses. Even Ling had not been able to escape this fate. Seeing her again at this moment, how could Ling suppress the grief in her heart? Su Hui quietly wiped the corners of his eyes and turned his head away. Li Rong and the others also seemed to be affected and sighed slightly. After a while, Yang Kai stepped forward and patted Ling on the shoulder. "Saintess Nan, how you want to deal with her is up to you." Ling nodded repeatedly as she choked with sobs. She pulled the zombie-like Saintess Nan and slowly walked away. Chapter 879. Being bound by a master like Li Rong, even if Saintess Nan's strength reached the heavens, she wouldn't be able to display her full potential, so there was no need to worry about her harming Ling. As the sky gradually darkened, the entire Nine Heavens Holy Land was in full swing. The several thousand disciples of the Holy Land had just returned from the Holy Tomb, so there were many things to do. The ancient demon clan followed Yang Kai and Su Hui to the mountain peak and began to prepare for their future residence. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. After an entire month, the bustling Holy Land gradually calmed down. The mess left behind by the monster race's evacuation had been cleaned up, and Nine Heavens Holy Land once again entered a stable development trajectory. On the mountain peak where the ancient demon clan resided, houses of various sizes had been built everywhere, creating a picturesque scene. When the ancient demon clan was building their new home, Su Hui and the other elders provided them with a lot of help, causing Li Rong and the others to feel very grateful. After more than a month of getting along, Su Hui and the other elders couldn't help changing their views and instinctive aversion towards the demons. They found that this group of demons who followed Yang Kai were basically the same, except for their different races and the nature of the energy in their bodies. They also didn't run around randomly or cause any trouble, each demon acting in accordance with their role. Gradually, the Holy Land's disciples and demons began to peacefully coexist. Yang Kai was very satisfied with the current situation. This past month, he hadn't had a single moment of leisure, constantly dealing with Nine Heavens Holy Land's affairs and the ancient demon clan's affairs. After dealing with all these matters, he was so tired that he didn't even have time to communicate with the divine tree. Now that he finally had a stable foothold, Yang Kai wanted to take the divine tree out of the black book space. However, considering the difficulty of doing so and the ancient demon clan's physique, Yang Kai decided against it. The yang attribute energy released by the divine tree was too rich, even for the ancient demon clan. On top of that, with Yang Kai's current strength, if he wanted to take the divine tree out of the black book space, he would likely exhaust himself. Occasionally, when he had some free time, he would enter the black book space with his divine sense and talk to the divine tree to soothe its lonely mood. Yang Kai also learned from the divine tree that the two strange pitch-black round stones were still constantly absorbing the essence of the rare ores. The rare ores Yang Kai had placed in the black book space had basically all been consumed, all of them reduced to dust, their essence completely gone. After such a long time, the traces that resembled human meridians within the two pitch-black round stones became more and more obvious and connected. Yang Kai faintly felt that they were somewhat unusual, but he didn't know what the use of these two pitch-black round stones that could absorb the essence of ores was. On this day, Yang Kai was discussing some matters with Li Rong and Su Hui when suddenly a Holy Land disciple came to report, "Holy Master, someone outside the peak is requesting an audience." "Who?" Yang Kai frowned. "The leader of the Netherworld sect, Wizard Jie." The disciple reported. "Wizard Jie." Su Hui slapped the table and shouted, "How bold! This old master hasn't even settled accounts with him yet. Today he dares to come to my Holy Land's 9 peaks. There is a path to heaven but he refuses to take it, there is no gate to hell. How many people did he bring with him?" That disciple hurriedly said, "Only one person, but it seems that he also caught 2 guys of unknown origin, knocked them out and carried them in his hands." Su Hui coldly snorted, "Daring to come here alone, does he not put my Holy Land in his eyes? Holy Master, let this old master teach him a lesson." Yang Kai laughed and said, "No need, Wizard Jia is not an outsider." Su Hui was stunned, unable to comprehend why Yang Kai would say such a thing. That guy had followed Zhang Ao and Chao Guan to attack the Holy Land when it was down. Su Hui hated him to the bone and wished he could peel off his skin, eat his flesh, and drink his blood to vent the hatred in his heart. Yang Kai didn't rush to explain and instead said to the disciple, "Go invite him over." After the disciple accepted the order and left, Yang Kai slowly explained. After learning that Wizard Jia had been friendly with Yang Kai 2 or 3 years ago and had been following Yang Kai for some time, Su Hui wore a strange expression and muttered, "So that's how it is. I have long heard that Wizard Jia is an expert at managing interpersonal relationships and also knows how to judge the situation. It seems his reputation is well deserved. However, he was able to show goodwill to Master a few years ago, which also shows his vision is quite good." Li Rong pursed her lips and smiled, "Not everyone can see Master's potential. For example, Zhang Ao and Chao Guan have already suffered the consequences of their own actions and have not met a good end." "Zhang Ao and Chao Guan are dead?" Su Hui was extremely surprised. "I forgot to tell you about this." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "Shattering mystical palaces, 2 great forces have all been wiped out and basically no longer have any influence. Wizard Jia coming here now probably means he has already dealt with these 2 forces. They only have themselves to blame." Su Hui seemed to be unable to vent his anger. This old master was still thinking about when to lead a group of people to settle accounts with them, but now it seems there is no need for that. They can only count themselves lucky. If they had fallen into this old master's hands, he would have made them suffer a fate worse than death. Su Hui ground his teeth and cursed, his resentment quite deep. Li Rong pursed her lips and stared at Yang Kai with a smile, unable to restrain herself. A short time later, Wizard Jia walked in from the outside, wearing a black robe, and just as the disciple had reported, he was carrying 2 unconscious cultivators in his hands. These 2 cultivators seemed to have been struck by some unknown trick, but there was not a single scar on their bodies, as if they were in a deep sleep, their breathing even and peaceful. After arriving, Wizard Jia threw the 2 cultivators to the ground and cupped his fists. "Wizard greets Master, Holy Master and Masterly. And, greetings to Great Elder." Yang Kai and Li Rong smiled and nodded. Su Hui's face was gloomy as he coldly snorted, somewhat disliking Wizard Jia, secretly feeling that this person was an opportunist who swayed with the wind, a sinister and deceitful person. Deep down, Su Hui was ashamed to be associated with such a person. Wizard Jia didn't mind either. "Sit down." Yang Kai motioned. Wizard Jia gently nodded and sat to the side. A pretty female disciple immediately served him tea. After drinking for a while, Yang Kai asked, "Sect Master Wizard, did you come here this time to deal with the affairs of those 2 sects?" Hearing this, Wu Jia's face lit up and he quickly nodded, "This is all thanks to Sir Holy Master." Over the past month or so, this Wu has been busy taking in 2,000 new disciples. As for the rest of the disciples with mediocre aptitude, after giving them some cultivation resources, they have all been dismissed. Now, within a 1,000-kilometer radius, besides 9 Heavens Holy Land, only my Netherworld sect remains. Did you spend a lot of effort? Yang Kai chuckled. It wasn't much of a hassle. After killing a few stubborn leaders, everything became much easier, Wu Jia said casually. Good, congratulations, your noble sect's strength has increased greatly now. It all depends on when Sect Master Wizard breaks through to the Second Order Saint Realm. Hearing this, Wizard Jia's expression became gloomy as he smiled bitterly. Holy Master, please don't make fun of this wizard. This wizard's aptitude is something I am well aware of. If not for a great opportunity, I fear I would never have reached the Second Order Saint Realm. My current cultivation is my limit. At least you have some self-awareness. Su Hui coldly snorted, his eyes full of contempt. Wizard Jia laughed dryly, knowing that Su Hui had a lot of complaints about him, but he didn't dare say anything, simply saying, so, this hope will be pinned on the disciples below. In the future, Netherworld sect will only follow 9 Heavens Holy Land's lead. I hope Holy Master and Great Elder will take good care of Netherworld sect. We're all family, there's no need to be so polite. Yang Kai nodded gently. Su Hui's expression softened slightly. For Wizard Jia, as the sect master of a holy land, to say such words, his resentment dissipated greatly. Right, these are all the cultivation materials collected from Shattering Mystical Palace and War Spirit Temple. Wizard took the liberty of leaving behind 30%, the remaining 70% are all here. I hope Holy Master can count them all. Wizard Jia said as he took out a number of universe bags and handed them over respectfully. Su Hui glanced over at Yang Kai inquiringly. Yang Kai nodded calmly. Yang Kai stood up and accepted the universe bags handed over by Wizard Jia, sweeping them with his divine sense, and couldn't help feeling overjoyed. The universe bags that Wu Jia had sent over were filled to the brim with excellent cultivation materials, and judging from the number of these universe bags, Wu Jia had only kept less than 30% of what he had. The Holy Land's warehouse was now empty and was in need of cultivation materials, so for Wizard Jia to deliver so many things at this time was undoubtedly like sending charcoal in snowy weather. Su Hui was very satisfied, his old face finally blooming with a smile. Sect Master Wizard is too polite. I hope our two sects can still maintain good relations in the future and don't let the same thing happen again. I won't. Please rest assured, Great Elder. I won't be as heartless as Zhang Ao and Chao Guan. That would be for the best. Su Hui nodded with satisfaction, his attitude finally easing. Good. There is one more thing I need to report to Holy Master. Wizard Jia said seriously. Is it about these two people? Yang Kai asked. Wizard Jia nodded. When this wizard came to the Holy Land today, he inadvertently found these two wandering around the outskirts of the Holy Land, and in addition to them, there seemed to be many others. They seemed to be looking for something, so this wizard grabbed two of them and brought them here to ask them about the situation. Aren't they disciples of Shattering Mystical Palace and War Spirit Temple who were dismissed? Yang Kai asked suspiciously. No. Wizard Jia shook his head affirmatively. These two are both first-order transcendents. If they were from Shattering Mystical Palace or War Spirit Temple, I would definitely have an impression of them, but I've never seen them before. Wake them up and ask them what they came here for. Yang Kai said with some displeasure. Today was an eventful time, and there were so many foreign cultivators wandering around the 9 peaks, how could he not investigate? Yang Kai vaguely smelled the scent of a conspiracy, which made him very uncomfortable. Wizard Jia squatted down and gently snapped his fingers in the ears of the two men. In the next moment, the two who seemed to be sleeping suddenly woke up and immediately jumped up, their yuan qi surging as they stared vigilantly at Wizard Jia, Yang Kai, and the others. Chapter 880. The Wizard Tribulation grinned. He didn't move, but a huge pressure fell on the two people, making them pale in an instant. Realizing the gap in strength between them and the wizard Tribulation, they didn't even have the intention to resist. Fear filled their eyes. One of them asked in a trembling voice, "Who are you? Why are you capturing us?" The wizard Tribulation didn't answer. His pair of ghostly eyes looked at them with uncertainty, making the two people feel more and more uneasy. After a while, the wizard Tribulation said coldly, "I have something to ask you. You can choose to answer or not, but if you can't satisfy me, I will strip your souls and search your memories. If you don't want to suffer the pain of having your soul devoured, you'd better cooperate." The pain of having one's soul devoured. The two transcendent cultivators trembled, and their faces turned pale with fear. Their strength wasn't low, so they naturally knew what kind of torture the soul devoured was. It was a pain that the soul couldn't bear. Generally, only the most evil cultivator would use such means to torture. The person in front of them had a green aura and ghostly eyes. At first glance, they knew he wasn't a good person. They nodded hurriedly. "Ask us, if there's anything we know, we'll answer." The wizard Tribulation smiled, showing satisfaction. He then said calmly, "Do you know where this place is?" The two cultivators looked at each other and nodded at the same time. One of them said, "This should be Nine Heavens' Holy Land, right?" "Yes, it is Nine Heavens' Holy Land." "You have guts, you know it's Nine Heavens' Holy Land and you still dare to wander outside?" The wizard Tribulation raised his eyebrows. "Tell me, what are you doing here?" The person on the left quickly replied, "We are looking for an artifact." "Looking for an artifact?" The wizard Tribulation smiled strangely. "Looking for one outside?" "Yes." "Who told you there was an artifact outside?" "Many people have been spreading such rumors." The man quickly explained. After listening to him, Yang Kai understood. He didn't know who had spread this rumor, but it was said that in a great war a few years ago, countless cultivators from Nine Heavens' Holy Land had died. These dead cultivators had dropped many artifacts nearby, attracting many people to try their luck here to see if they could find one or two valuable treasures. There are many people outside, all looking for artifacts. The wizard Tribulation asked with a frown. Some of them seem to be here to kill a monster beast. I heard that there are many 6th order and 7th order monster beasts here from the Beast Sea jungle. Those monster beasts have good artifact refining materials. The other person also quickly said, "It seems that some of them are here to kill the devil dwellers. I heard that the new Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land has accepted a group of demons here. They want to clean up these demons and restore order. With just the few of you." The wizard Tribulation looked at them like they were fools and said contemptuously, "Since you heard there are demons here, haven't you heard what kind of strength they have? The news said that there aren't many masters among those demons, only a few transcendent realm cultivators, haha." The wizard Tribulation laughed strangely and nodded, "Not many masters. And there really aren't many, only 5. But those were 5 Saint Realm masters, 3 of whom were 2nd order saints." The wizard Tribulation had witnessed the battle between Li Rong and Shui Li and knew that with the ancient demon clan's strength, it was not something 1 or 2 great sects could deal with. If they wanted to clean them up, they would need at least 3 or 4 great forces on the same level as Soaring Heaven sect, and they would also need to be prepared to suffer huge losses. If these clowns wanted to clear out the demons, they were simply courting death. After asking a few more questions and confirming that these two didn't have much information, the wizard Tribulation knocked them out again. Standing up and looking at Yang Kai, the wizard Tribulation frowned and said, "Holy Master, it seems that someone has deliberately spread some unfavorable news in order to guide these cultivators to Nine Heavens' Holy Land." Yang Kai nodded, not knowing why, but suddenly remembering the human race master named Wu Zheng he had met before. If someone hadn't taken the lead in spreading such news, it would have been impossible to deceive so many people. On top of that, the person who spread such news had to have a certain level of prestige, otherwise, such obvious lies would have been easily exposed. Wu Zheng obviously had such ability. What is this person trying to do? He knows that these people can't do anything to the Holy Land. Su Hui looked puzzled. Some people don't want Li Rong and the others to stay in Nine Heavens Holy Land. Yang Kai snorted, they don't want to see us become close to the demon race, they think it's a disgrace to the human race. Wizard Tribulation's eyes narrowed, seemingly thinking of something, raising his brow and asking, Holy Master, what Master means is that this person is inciting these cultivators to come to Nine Heavens Holy Land in an attempt to lure you into taking action. That should be the case, Yang Kai nodded. Once they take action, no matter who it is, they can frame Li Rong and the others. At that time, that person can use this as an excuse to lead the world's masters to attack Li Rong and the others. If Li Rong and the others are attacked, I can't just sit back and watch. Once I intervene, the Holy Land will also be involved. When that time comes, the Holy Land will become an enemy of the entire world, making it difficult for the Holy Land to survive. So insidious. Su Hui's expression changed. And, it is indeed a bit despicable and vicious. Wizard Tribulation pondered, if it were any other great force, with so many cultivators wandering around their doorstep, they would definitely try to drive them out. Wizard believes that among those people, there must be some hidden pawns who are responsible for fanning the flames, waiting for you to make a move to drive them out. Yang Kai glanced over at him and chuckled, Wizard Tribulation's words had hit the nail on the head. Holy Master, how should we deal with this matter? Su Hui asked. Although the situation wasn't bad yet, if they continued to wait, it was likely more cultivators would be deceived into leaving the Holy Land. This situation needed to be nipped in the bud as soon as possible. However, Nine Heavens Holy Land had just shown signs of stable development. If they really got into a conflict with too many great forces, it would definitely have an impact on its future. Especially now that Yang Kai hadn't fully matured yet. What does Great Elder think? Yang Kai looked at him, wanting to ask for his opinion. Su Hui respectfully said, Subordinate thinks we should tell the truth of the matter to those cultivators who have been deceived here and have them withdraw on their own. The artifacts scattered outside the Holy Land aren't real. If there really was such a thing, wouldn't my Holy Land have picked them up? If they can't find them, they will gradually leave. On top of that, the monster race has already retreated to the Beast Sea jungle. If they really have the courage to hunt a monster beast, they can go to monster race territory on their own. There is no need for them to linger outside the Holy Land. As for those cultivators who came to clean up the demons, we can deny the existence of Master Li and the others. In any case, no one can enter the Nine Peaks to investigate. Master Li's people are all honest and won't go out. After this storm passes, everything should be fine. Su Hui didn't want to make a big fuss, something Yang Kai could see. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai nodded, then let's do as Great Elder says. You take some people to disperse those cultivators wandering outside the Holy Land. However, we can't be so easygoing. If we are too easygoing, they will think the Holy Land is too weak. And, we need to let them know what the consequences of disobedience are. After all, if they trespass into my Holy Land's territory, we can kill them without question. What Holy Master says is right. Su Hui nodded. In the past, if these people dared to wander outside the Holy Land at will, Su Hui would have already sent them away. How could he waste his time talking nonsense with them? If they refused to comply, he would kill them directly, but now the Holy Land was no longer the same as before, so he had to act cautiously. Let's do this, give them a 3-day deadline to withdraw from the Holy Land. If they dare to remain after the deadline, they must be trying to stir up trouble. For such people, kill them directly. Yang Kai ordered. Yes, subordinate will do so. Su Hui nodded and immediately withdrew, taking the 2 cultivator Wizard Tribulation with him. Li Rong's beautiful eyes flashed brilliantly as she stared at Yang Kai with a smile on her face. She suddenly found that after not seeing him for several years, Yang Kai was becoming more and more like a leader. When he was captured by Coffin Slave Sr. and brought to Demon God Citadel, he was just a cautious young man, but now he was able to make appropriate decisions based on the situation. This was something Li Rong very much hoped to see, secretly believing that the ancient demon clan would be able to obtain a bright future under his leadership. Holy Master, this wizard will take his leave. There are still many things to be dealt with in the sect. If Holy Master has time, you are welcome to visit my Netherworld sect at any time. The wizard bid farewell and turned to leave. Sect Master Wizard, there's no need to hurry. Yang Kai stood up. Is there something else, Holy Master? Wizard Tribulation asked curiously. I want to see Shattering Mystical Palace and War Spirit Temple. Please lead the way, Sect Master Wizard. I am willing to serve. Wizard Tribulation smiled lightly. Li Rong, come with me. Yang Kai turned around and beckoned. Li Rong gently nodded and stepped forward. Walking out of the hall, the three turned into streaks of light and left Nine Heaven's holy land like lightning. There were originally 4 great forces in the vicinity, but now only Nine Heaven's holy land and Netherworld sect remained. These 4 great forces were not too far from each other, only 100 to 200 kilometers apart. For the current Yang Kai, such a distance would not take long to cross, not to mention Li Rong was currently using her Yuan Qi to carry him. In just a short while, the 3 of them arrived at the mountain range, above a group of buildings. This is War Spirit Temple. Among our 3 great forces, it is the closest to Nine Heaven's holy land and has benefited a lot from the 9 peaks. Unfortunately, Chao Guan was short-sighted and ruined such a great foundation. Wizard Tribulation pointed down and said. Yang Kai nodded and looked down. The buildings below were like chess pieces, arranged in a picturesque disarray. Many of them had collapsed, and in some places, red blood could be seen. It was likely that some time ago, Wizard Tribulation had gathered the disciples of War Spirit Temple and caused some trouble. Chapter 881. After looking around for a while, Yang Kai suddenly exclaimed, "There's still people here." Among the buildings of War Spirit Temple, a small number of cultivators were walking around, seemingly looking for something. Oh, those are my Netherworld sect's disciples. They're here with the original disciples of War Spirit Temple to see if there's anything they can use, Wizard Tribulation explained with a smile. Yang Kai nodded and pointed down. I want this place. After Sect Master Wizard returns, make sure the disciples don't destroy it. Yes. Wizard Tribulation quickly responded. Although he didn't know what Yang Kai wanted to do with such an abandoned property, he didn't ask. Speaking less and doing more, this was why Wizard Tribulation was better at judging the situation than Zhang Ao and Chao Guan. Let's go take a look at Shattering Mystical Palace. There was nothing special down there, so Yang Kai immediately waved his hand. Wizard Tribulation once again led the way. A moment later, nearly 200 kilometers away, the trio arrived above Shattering Mystical Palace. This is Zhang Ao's territory, Wizard Tribulation pointed down. Compared to War Spirit Temple and my Netherworld sect, this place is much better. Yang Kai observed indifferently and found that this place was indeed good. Although it wasn't as good as the Holy Land's 9 peaks, it was still a rare place. Shattering Mystical Palace's establishment here was not without reason. Holy Master, this one still has some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. After waiting for a while, Wizard Tribulation suddenly said. Good, Sect Master Wizard, do as you please. Yang Kai nodded. After saying his goodbyes, Wizard Tribulation quickly left. Looking at his disappearing back, Li Rong pursed her lips and chuckled. Although this guy looks a bit gloomy and vicious, he's actually quite a good person. But why is he in such a hurry to leave? It's as if we're going to do something bad to him. Because he knows what I'm going to do next. Yang Kai chuckled. He doesn't want to see too many secrets, so naturally he wants to leave quickly. Li Rong was stunned. Let's go down and take a look. Yang Kai's figure flickered and flew straight down. Shattering Mystical Palace occupied a very large area, and behind this sect master, Yang Kai and Li Rong landed in a stone forest filled with stone pillars of varying heights, giving them a disorderly appearance. Li Rong, where is the blood essence stone? Yang Kai turned his head and asked. It's still with me, Li Rong replied, taking out the blood essence stone and handing it over. Last time, the blood essence stone had absorbed a lot of fresh blood and transformed it into blood qi, but after using it to heal the ancient demon clan clansmen, this blood qi had been completely exhausted. At this moment, there was no trace of energy fluctuations coming from the blood essence stone. Holding the blood essence stone, Yang Kai looked around. Master, what are you looking for? Li Rong observed for a while before asking thoughtfully. I'm looking for the entrance to Star Field. Yang Kai replied. The entrance to Star Field? Li Rong's expression became solemn as she suddenly recalled the words Zhang Ao had said before his death a few months ago, immediately understanding, Master means to say that the entrance to Star Field is hidden here? Yang Kai nodded. I was able to peer into some of Zhang Ao's memories. He really did pick up this blood essence stone in this stone forest, but I don't know the exact location. You should also help me look around and see if there is anything special about this place, especially if there are some strange ores here. Does Master really think that we can enter Star Field? After all, it's just a legend. What do you think? Yang Kai chuckled. I don't know. Li Rong slowly shook her head. Since I was born, I've been living in Demon God Citadel, never even seeing the sun, moon, or stars. It wasn't until a few months ago that I left that place, let alone a star field, but I always felt that it was unrealistic. Why? Yang Kai was surprised. Because even the most powerful masters can only fly 10,000 meters up in the sky, any higher and they are powerless. This continent seems to have some kind of invisible suction force that keeps people from leaving. No one has ever successfully left this place, so how could anyone possibly enter Star Field? All those things about Star Field should be just legends, right? Yang Kai didn't say much, simply grinning. Let's look around. If we can find it, I'll take you to see it. Li Rong's beautiful eyes lit up, feeling that Yang Kai didn't seem to be joking, immediately nodding, good. The two of them immediately split up and searched carefully in the stone forest. This stone forest should be considered Shattering Mystical Palace's restricted area. Because Yang Kai sensed the fluctuations of many barriers here, all of which were connected to extremely insidious traps. Once triggered, it was very likely to cause a lot of trouble. These barriers should have been set up by Zhang Ao. However, under Yang Kai's powerful divine sense, these hidden barriers couldn't be hidden, so he didn't need to worry about touching them. After a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai, who hadn't found anything, frowned and looked around. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, Li Rong's voice suddenly called out. Startled, Yang Kai quickly flew over. A moment later, Yang Kai arrived in front of Li Rong. Master, there's something strange here. Li Rong pointed to a few stone pillars of different lengths in front of them and said, also, I found these things nearby. Saying so, she handed over the stones in her hand. Yang Kai took them and carefully observed them, his eyes lighting up as he confidently said, it should be here. The stones Li Rong had picked up looked a bit like products from Star Field, and the shape and arrangement of these stone pillars were somewhat similar to the vague memory he had of Zhang Ao. But there's nothing special about this place, Li Rong was puzzled. If it was possible to see through them at a glance, Zhang Ao wouldn't have inadvertently discovered the mystery here, Yang Kai said as he stepped forward and patted the stone pillars. They didn't look any different from the nearby stone pillars, but compared to them, these stone pillars were quite hard. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of material they were made of, but it was definitely not ordinary stone. Carefully recalling the scenes he had seen in Zhang Ao's memory, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and flicked a few strands of pure yuan qi into the nearby stone pillars. His true essence disappeared as soon as it appeared, as if it had been swallowed up by these stone pillars. Yang Kai waited quietly for a moment, but there was still no reaction from the stone pillars. Just as he was getting impatient, a buzzing sound suddenly came. Yang Kai immediately jumped back and stood next to Li Rong, closely watching the front. Weng, 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 the stone pillars trembled as if there was a large, invisible hand holding them and shaking them, causing the ground to show signs of instability. Ripples visible to the naked eye radiated from the stone pillars and spread in all directions like shockwaves. Countless ripples collided in the middle of those stone pillars, and some unexpected changes took place. The space in the middle of the stone pillars seemed to have become a mirror, reflecting the fluctuations of the ripples. With a crash, when the ripples were concentrated to a certain extent, the mirror suddenly shattered, and a dark and deep hole suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai and Li Rong, like a ferocious beast opening its mouth. Li Rong couldn't help but feel her scalp go numb. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was excited. He felt a special aura from this hole, the aura of Star Field. Let's go. Without hesitation, Yang Kai pulled Li Rong and dove in. In the next moment, a huge pressure surged towards Yang Kai from all directions like a tidal wave. Yang Kai's bones creaked and his physique tightened as he tried his best to resist this destructive force. Li Rong also cried out in surprise. The moment she felt the power, she immediately used the demon god transformation. Mysterious demon patterns climbed up her beautiful face, giving her a wild beauty. Don't be nervous. Yang Kai chuckled and comforted her. Li Rong's beautiful face reddened, and only then did she gradually relax. Her beautiful eyes looked around, and she couldn't help but cover her mouth. Surrounded by countless stars, it was a beautiful sight to behold. Floating in the void, there was no ground beneath her feet, so when she looked down, she couldn't see anything but the stars. It was as if she was no longer in Tongxian realm. Is this the star field? Li Rong asked in surprise. And, isn't it wonderful? Yang Kai nodded lightly, bearing the huge force of star field, his expression relaxed. Looking at Master's appearance, it seems you've been to star field before. I've been here once. It was in the star field that I was able to break through to the transcendent realm. Li Rong's beautiful eyes couldn't help trembling. From Yang Kai's words, she caught a glimpse of something unusual. When her master first came here, he was only a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator. How had he been able to withstand this terrifying force of star field? Li Rong thought that if she didn't use her demon god transformation, she would feel some pressure here. This kind of pressure was enough to shatter anyone's bones, not something a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator could withstand. But the last time I came here, it doesn't seem to be this place, Yang Kai looked around and said with certainty. The last time he came here, he had been standing on a blue planet. According to Zha Yao, that was Tongxian realm. However, this place didn't have that kind of scenery, so he didn't know where he had been teleported to after passing through the stone forest. Looking back, behind him was the void corridor leading to the stone forest. Yang Kai didn't know how long it would last, but judging from the aura fluctuations inside, it should be able to last for a few days. Yang Kai's heart settled and he waved his hand, "Come with me." Li Rong quickly followed, maintaining her demon god transformation as she looked around. The legendary star field was a place few people could set foot in, so Li Rong was naturally very curious about it. The two of them released their divine senses, covering a radius of 100 kilometers, investigating all movements within this area. What is Master looking for? After following Yang Kai aimlessly for a long time, Li Rong asked. I'm looking for some meteorites. Yang Kai explained, the meteorites in the star field seem to contain many rare minerals and strange stones. Since we've come here, let's see if there are any unexpected gains. Perhaps we can find something as precious as a blood essence stone. After knowing what they were looking for, Li Rong also began searching diligently. Chapter 882. In the star field, there were many meteorites shuttling back and forth, but no one knew where they came from, let alone where they would go. It seemed that since ancient times, they had been drifting through the star field, waiting to be discovered. Yang Kai even suspected that Tongxian realm itself was a huge meteorite. After searching the star field for 1 or 2 hours with Li Rong, Yang Kai found several meteorites of different sizes. Some were as small as washbasins while others were as big as mountains. After smashing these meteorites, Yang Kai really harvested some rare ores, but there weren't many of them and their grade wasn't too high. The main reason he came to the star field this time was to verify that the information in Zhang Ao's memory wasn't wrong. However, since he had already arrived here, he naturally couldn't return empty-handed. It just so happened that the ores in the black book space had been exhausted, so he could take this opportunity to collect some more. Yang Kai wanted to know what kind of changes would occur to the 2 pitch-black round stones after they absorbed enough mineral essence. "Master, there seems to be a large meteorite flying over there." Li Rong's divine sense detected some movement and pointed to the distance. "Let's go take a look." Yang Kai immediately flew over. Not long after, a meteorite the size of a house flew toward them. Its surface was full of bumps and hollows. It seemed that it had been eroded by the passage of time and could not bear the weight. Li Rong met it head-on, and before the meteorite could approach, she struck it with her palm. A shocking power burst forth from her jade-like hands, and the huge meteorite directly shattered into countless pieces, splattering in all directions. Yang Kai's eyes were sharp and his hands moved quickly, immediately focusing on one of the dark red stones and rushing over to stop it. After inspecting it, he was satisfied and put it into the black book space, placing it next to the 2 pitch-black round stones. Inside these meteorites, there were many rare ores, and these ores were hard and difficult to destroy. Therefore, breaking these meteorites was undoubtedly the most convenient and fastest way to find them. Li Rong also collected 1 to 2 and flew to Yang Kai and gave them to him. "Is Master collecting these things to refine an artifact?" Li Rong asked with a smile. Although he couldn't name most of the ores he collected in the star field, judging from their texture, they were at least spirit-grade ores, and many of them were even saint-grade materials. An artifact refined from such a material would naturally not be of poor quality. When Li Rong saw Yang Kai working so hard to collect them, she naturally thought he was going to refine an artifact. Sort of, Yang Kai didn't bother to explain. While he was observing, his expression suddenly changed and he looked to the side in surprise. Stars twinkled in the sky. A few dozen kilometers away from the 2 of them, there seemed to be a number of small black dots that were rapidly passing by. An asteroid sea? After looking around for a while, Yang Kai was overjoyed and called out to Li Rong before immediately flying over. Not long after, the scene of a large number of meteorites gathered together appeared before the 2 of them. These meteorites were like a great river, stretching for an unknown number of kilometers as they flowed through the vast star field. Inside this asteroid sea, there were countless meteorites of varying sizes, creating a spectacular scene. They sped through the starry sky without making a sound. It was extremely strange. So many meteorites. Li Rong also looked at this scene in surprise. Yang Kai laughed and said, "Now we don't need to look around." Saying so, he flew into the asteroid sea. Li Rong pursed her lips and smiled before hurriedly following. The 2 of them released the power in their bodies and wantonly destroyed the asteroid sea. Strangely enough, in the star field, it seemed that sound couldn't be transmitted and the 2 of them could only communicate with one another through their divine sense. Even when they destroyed the meteorites, they didn't make any sound. Pieces of ores of various sizes were collected by Yang Kai into the black book space. These ores were all extremely rare and precious on Tongxian realm. If any artifact refiner were to see this scene, they would likely go crazy. Outstanding artifact refiners, in order to find rare ores, would sometimes travel thousands of miles, but even so, it would be difficult to find the ores and materials they wanted. However, in this star field, there were countless ores that could be easily obtained. Such a shocking amount of wealth could only be obtained by Yang Kai. Li Rong also seemed to be infected by Yang Kai's joy, a smile constantly plastered on her pretty face as she busied herself. Most of these meteorites didn't have anything inside them, and after they were smashed apart, only a small amount of debris would fly out, but there were simply too many meteorites in this asteroid sea. Even if the probability was very low, after a few hours, Yang Kai and Li Rong's harvest was huge. Shuttling through the dense meteorites, Yang Kai and Li Rong leisurely strolled about. Gradually, the endless meteorite sea seemed to have come to an end, and was about to pass by in front of his eyes. That should be enough, Yang Kai said, preparing to stop. In any case, the door to the star field was inside Shattering Mystical Palace, so if they wanted to come to the star field in the future, they could do so at any time. There was no need to constantly collect ores here. Li Rong nodded, taking the last piece of ore in her hand and flying over to Yang Kai's side. At that moment, Yang Kai suddenly felt a subtle energy fluctuation coming from somewhere in the asteroid sea. This energy fluctuation didn't seem to be coming from a mineral and couldn't help attracting Yang Kai's attention. Gazing in that direction, a faint ray of light entered his eyes. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as his figure flickered and disappeared, reappearing near this light in the next moment. After seeing what was emitting this light, his expression couldn't help becoming strange. Reaching out and picking it up, Yang Kai returned to Li Rong's side. "What did Master find?" Li Rong asked curiously. "This." Yang Kai handed over the thing he found in the asteroid sea. Li Rong took it and carefully examined it, a look of surprise appearing on her face as she exclaimed, "This is an artifact?" The thing he found in the asteroid sea was about the size of a palm and had a sleek overall shape, like a long shuttle, with two sharp ends and a flat rounded middle, and a mysterious energy fluctuation pulsing from it. However, it seemed that because it had been here for so long, this energy fluctuation was somewhat faint, almost to the point of dissipating. "I also think it's an artifact." Yang Kai's expression became dignified as he stared at the asteroid sea that was gradually disappearing into the distance, his brow furrowed. "But, how could there be an artifact here?" Li Rong felt this was inconceivable. Star Field was a legendary territory that no one had ever set foot in, let alone explored. This time, if not for the void corridor in Shattering Mystical Palace, she and Yang Kai would never have been able to reach this place. However, there was actually such an artifact in the Star Field's asteroid sea. The profound meaning behind it was truly intriguing. If there is an artifact, it means there is a cultivator. Perhaps someone has already explored this star field before, Yang Kai quickly said. "That's impossible, right?" Li Rong covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Even Great Demon God only yearned for this place in the past, he never managed to explore it. What if there is someone even more powerful than Great Demon God?" Yang Kai said faintly. Li Rong's beautiful face went pale as she was shocked speechless. Great Demon God was known as the #1 master in this world since ancient times, no one had ever surpassed him. What kind of level would someone more powerful than Great Demon God possess? Li Rong couldn't even begin to imagine. Yang Kai took a deep breath and said, "I was just speaking casually, you don't need to think too much about it. However, judging from the energy fluctuations from this artifact, it is indeed quite old. Even if there was such a person, I'm afraid they are no longer in this world." Li Rong relaxed a lot, letting out a sigh of relief before handing the long shuttle-shaped artifact back to Yang Kai. Yang Kai swept it with his divine sense but couldn't find any information about it, so he couldn't help asking, "Can you tell what grade it is?" Li Rong shook her head, "I can't tell, there is some kind of strange power hidden inside it. Although it is on the verge of dissipating, it is still resisting my probing. Master should take it back and study it carefully, it would be best if he could figure out what it is." Yang Kai nodded and put away the long shuttle-shaped artifact, preparing to refine it once he returned. He only had one artifact on him right now, and that was the silver leaf artifact. This was something the previous Holy Master of Nine Heavens Holy Land had owned and was a saint-grade high-rank artifact with infinite uses, both offensive and defensive. Refining this long shuttle-shaped artifact wasn't a big deal. An average cultivator would have at least 2 or 3 artifacts on them, those with noble backgrounds would have even more. Speaking of artifacts, Yang Kai suddenly thought of something and asked, "You and Han Fei don't have any good artifacts, right?" Li Rong smiled. Originally, the ancient demon clan had some artifacts, and none of them were low grade, but they were all lost with the passing of our ancestors. On top of that, our ancient demon clan's greatest asset is our bodies, so when we fight, it doesn't matter if we don't have an artifact. That being said, having an artifact is still a good thing, at least it might be useful. Saying so, Yang Kai took out a number of different artifacts from the black book space and handed them to Li Rong. "Take these back and let Han Fei, Hua Mo, and the others choose the ones suitable for them to refine." "So many. And all of them saint grade?" Li Rong looked surprised. Saint grade artifacts were rare, and each one of them was priceless. Every Saint Realm powerhouse in the continent wished to possess a Saint grade artifact, but not everyone could obtain such a thing. Most Saint Realm experts still used Spirit grade secret treasures. Saint grade artifacts were the same as pills, the materials required to refine them were not easy to find. The most important thing was that there were not many artifact refiners who could refine Saint grade artifacts. Even if they could, there was still a chance of failure. Although the famous Saint-grade artifact refiners of the continent were respected and revered, each one of them had a full schedule because there were many people begging them to refine Saint-grade artifacts. Why was the world's #1 alchemist, the Old Man of Heaven's Keep, so elusive? It was because there were too many people who wanted to ask him for alchemy. If he didn't hide his whereabouts, he would be annoyed to death by these people, so how could he have the time to teach his disciples? Shocked, he cupped his fists and greeted, "Greetings, Holy Master." "Holy Master." The noisy cultivator also quieted down in an instant as they turned to look at Yang Kai, wanting to see what this new Holy Master of Nine Heavens Holy Land looked like. However, in the next moment, everyone's eyes were attracted to Li Rong. Graceful, dignified, and elegant. At first glance, one could tell she was a beautiful woman with a slender figure and full breasts. Her skin was as white as jade and exuded a porcelain-like luster. When these people saw Li Rong, they couldn't help staring straight at her. None of them were in a hurry to make a fuss, all of them instead showing dazzling expressions. Li Rong's brow furrowed slightly as she swept her eyes around coldly, letting out a cold snort. An invisible shockwave spread out, causing everyone's face to go pale. In an instant, all of them fell into a daze, as if the beautiful woman in front of them had transformed into a ferocious beast, waving its claws and roaring. Involuntarily, all of them averted their eyes, trembling in fear. Yang Kai glanced over at Li Rong and couldn't help laughing. "If she doesn't let others look at me like this in the future, I'm afraid I'll be annoyed." All living beings in this world, regardless of whether they were men or women, had no immunity to beauty. When they saw a beautiful woman, they would naturally take a few more glances at her. Li Rong had always lived in Demon God Citadel, so her clansmen were all extremely respectful to her, not daring to show any ill intentions towards her. Coming to the outside world, it was only natural that such a scene would often occur. "You'll get used to it," Yang Kai quietly comforted. Li Rong's face blushed slightly as she realized she had gone too far and nodded gently. With her cultivation and identity, secretly using underhanded means to deal with such a motley crew was really inappropriate. "What's the situation here?" Yang Kai turned to Shirkuan and asked. Shirkuan quickly replied, reporting to Holy Master, "These people are the cultivators who have been wandering around my holy land's 9 peaks during this time. I was ordered by the Great Elder to give them a 3-day deadline to evacuate. Seeing that the deadline was about to expire, these people refused to leave, insisting that we were taking advantage of our position to bully them. This subordinate had no choice but to argue with them. Yang Kai nodded and asked, "What about Su Hui?" "Great Elder has other matters to attend to, so he left this matter to me." While the two were talking, the group of people also recovered from the panic of Li Rong, and a man in yellow robes shouted, "Are you the new Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land?" Following this man's voice, Yang Kai turned his head and nodded lightly, "Yes, what advice do you have for me?" "I wouldn't dare give advice." The yellow-robed man smiled sarcastically, "We are here to seek treasures and have not provoked your Nine Heavens' Holy Land, so why do you want to drive us away?" "Why?" Yang Kai grinned, "This is my Holy Land's 9 peaks, tell me, why should I drive you away? We haven't even entered the 9 peaks yet, so why are we obstructing you? Don't you think you're overstepping your bounds?" The yellow-robed man sneered, "Or do you think our cultivations aren't high enough so you can bully us at will? Let me tell you, although our cultivations aren't high, we aren't so easily bullied." Saying so, the yellow-robed man held his head high and puffed out his chest, as if saying he could be killed but not humiliated. His words aroused the anger of many people, and in an instant, many of them began pointing their spears at Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Shi Kun angrily shouted, "If you don't want to die, shut up. Who dares act presumptuously in front of my holy master?" These words completely poured oil on the fire, causing the yellow-robed man to shout, "Did you all hear that? An elder of Nine Heavens' Holy Land wants to kill you." Since ancient times, Nine Heavens' Holy Land has always been a golden signboard for the human race. Rumors have it that the people of Nine Heavens' Holy Land are gentle and loyal, but now it seems they aren't. Or is it that after the death of the previous generation's Holy Master, the current generation's Holy Master is evil? If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. That's right. I also heard that this generation's Holy Master colluded with demon race and even raised a group of demons in the 9 peaks. These words caused an uproar as everyone began discussing amongst themselves, the look in their eyes suddenly changing as they stared at Yang Kai. The yellow-robed man stood in the crowd and stared at Yang Kai with a smug look on his face, saying, "What can you do about me?" Li Rong's pretty face filled with anger as she whispered, "Master, he seems to be bullying you because you are too young." "Then he's miscalculated," Yang Kai sneered before turning to Shi Kun and asking, "How much longer until the deadline given to them by Great Elder arrives?" Shi Kun looked up at the sky and quickly said, "At most, no more than the time it would take to brew a cup of tea." Yang Kai nodded lightly before turning to the crowd and saying, "I won't waste any more time with you. If you don't withdraw after the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, prepare to die here." Seeing the smile on Yang Kai's face, it didn't seem like he was joking, causing many people to feel fear and involuntarily retreat a few steps. "What are you afraid of?" The yellow-robed man shouted again, "They won't dare kill us. We haven't done anything to harm Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Do you think we'll be killed just because we're nearby? If they really are so overbearing, someone will definitely avenge us." "That's right, the world's actions are based on reason, why would they dare kill us?" Someone echoed. "If we retreat now, we won't be able to obtain those treasures for the rest of our lives. They want to monopolize those treasures, that's why they're driving us away." Yang Kai didn't say anything, simply standing there with a smile on his face, letting these people clamor. The cultivator who had originally intended to leave also stopped, preparing to observe for a while before deciding what to do next. Subconsciously, they still didn't believe that a great force like Nine Heavens' Holy Land would kill people without reason, especially when their new Holy Master was here. "Holy Master, time's up," Shi Kun suddenly said. Yang Kai nodded, staring at the yellow-robed man from across the crowd, his eyes filled with ridicule. Being stared at like this, the yellow-robed man couldn't help feeling his hair stand on end, as if he was being stared at by a poisonous snake. Feeling a chill in his heart, he put on a strong front and shouted, "What are you looking at, boy? Don't think just because you're the new Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land you can do whatever you want, you're just lucky. If Father here was chosen by that saintess, he would definitely be better than you." "Is that so?" Yang Kai's mouth curled into a strange smile, silently and mysteriously, tilting his head as he stared at the yellow-robed man. You seem to think I wouldn't dare kill you? Who gave you so much confidence to make you think this way? The yellow-robed man's face changed as he shouted, if you kill someone here, what difference is there between you and a monster demon? In the future, there will be no place for your 9 heavens holy land in this world. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Is that what that person told you? Are you an idiot enough to believe it? Saying so, Yang Kai suddenly showed an impatient expression, a cold light flashing across his eyes as he shouted, a trivial first-order transcendent trash, if you die then die, do you think anyone will uphold justice for you? Chapter 884. Yang Kai's roar resounded like thunder in his ears, causing the yellow-robed man's body to tremble, and he instinctively tried to hide in the crowd, instinctively trying to find some sense of security. But no matter where he hid, he felt like a sword was hanging over his head and the aura of death was approaching him. You dared to attack me, you will definitely regret it in the future. The yellow-robed man roared hysterically. Threatening me? Yang Kai curled his lips, a look of disdain on his face. Those who dare threaten me all end up miserable. Chi, a strange sound rang out, and the yellow-robed man, who was hiding in the crowd, suddenly felt a strange force enter his body. The next moment, his body began to swell like a balloon, becoming round and large in a very short time. His face flushed red. The yellow-robed man could clearly feel his 5 viscera, 6 organs, blood, and bones being crushed by this unreasonable expansion. Severe pain spread throughout his body and blood began to flow from his 7 orifices. A great panic descended upon him as he felt like he was about to die, but his senses were still so clear and sharp. Save me. The yellow-robed man squeezed out a few words from his mouth, his eyes rolling upwards, only able to see white but not black, his whole body twitching uncontrollably. Peng, with a muffled sound, the yellow-robed man suddenly burst into a pool of blood, not even his bones remaining. Bits of flesh and viscera flew everywhere, dyeing the nearby cultivator blood red. Everyone's eyes trembled, their hearts filled with fear, each one of them remaining silent out of fear. The cultivator who had shouted before no longer dared to look at Yang Kai, fearing he would suddenly attack and kill them all. This is the fate of those who threaten me. Yang Kai laughed, his expression joyful, as if he had just done a trivial thing, very calm. Suddenly, his expression became cold and gloomy as he shouted, if you just came here to play, my 9 heavens holy land will welcome you, but if you have some ulterior motive, don't blame me for not showing mercy. Streaks of golden yuan qi suddenly shot out like snakes with sharp fangs. They seemed to have locked onto a few cultivator in the crowd and attacked them directly, penetrating into their bodies without missing a millimeter. Just like the yellow-robed man, the bodies of these cultivators all expanded, and when they reached their limit, they exploded. Before they died, they experienced the fear that came from the depths of their soul. Seeing that Yang Kai killed without hesitation and had no intention of stopping, the cultivator gathered here did not dare to stay any longer. They all screamed and ran away with all their strength. He was no longer willing to stay outside the 9 peaks. Yang Kai waved his hand, and a chain like yuan qi shot out, binding a middle-aged man in the crowd and dragging him back. The middle-aged man's entire body trembled, and his face turned pale. When he saw that everyone else had already escaped, but he was the only one left behind, he couldn't help but loudly beg for mercy and kowtow like he was pounding garlic. You were quite loud just now. Yang Kai looked at him with a sneer. Master, holy master, please spare me. I won't do it again. I will never come to 9 heavens holy land again. Master, holy master, please spare me. Yang Kai said contemptuously as he stared down at him condescendingly, I won't kill you this time, but I need you to pass on a message for me. Hearing this, the middle-aged man quickly nodded, please speak, Master, holy master. I don't care who ordered you to do these things. When you return, tell him that the next time he dares to use such despicable means to try to provoke me, I will personally come to his sect and wipe out his sect and family, not leaving even a chicken or dog alive." The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment before realizing that Yang Kai had already seen through his little tricks and quickly nodded. "I'll definitely pass on this message." "Scram!" Yang Kai shouted. The middle-aged man thanked Yang Kai while stumbling away quickly. Looking at the fleeing figure, Shirkuan's expression became dignified as he worriedly asked, "Holy Master, won't this cause some kind of problem?" "Don't worry, it's just a few clowns. If they die then they die." Yang Kai shook his head. "The next time you find such people outside the Holy Land with malicious intentions, immediately kill them. There's no need to reason with them." "Yes." Shirkuan quickly responded, his eyes gradually filling with excitement as he stared at Yang Kai. Shirkuan suddenly discovered that this new Holy Master's personality was very different from that of the old Holy Master. The old Holy Master did things with the overall situation in mind, never doing anything that was detrimental to the Holy Land. But this new Holy Master was different, his methods were tough and his personality was cold. This kind of temperament was very much to Shirkuan's liking. Sure enough, this young man is full of vigor and vitality. I hope the Holy Land can be like this new Holy Master in the future, full of vigor and vitality. The cultivator wandering outside the 9 peaks was just a group of small fries. Yang Kai didn't put them in his eyes at all. If he hadn't happened to run into them on his way back, he wouldn't have intervened in this matter. After exhorting Shirkuan, Yang Kai returned to the 9 peaks. Li Rong respectfully excused herself, saying that she wanted to distribute the Saint-grade artifacts to the various great commanders so they could refine them as soon as possible in order to improve their combat strength. Holy Master Court. This was the residence of the Holy Master of 9 Heavens Holy Land. Generations of divine masters had lived in this exquisite and magnificent building complex, enjoying the best scenery and the densest spirit energy at the peak of the mountain. Now that Yang Kai was in charge of 9 Heavens Holy Land, this naturally became his residence. In addition to him, there was another person who lived here, the Saintess Enling. According to the original rules of 9 Heavens Holy Land, a Saintess lived for the Holy Master. Everything a Saintess did was to prepare for the Holy Master's strength. They were willing to devote everything they had to the Holy Master, including their lives. Every Saintess was instilled with this ideology from a young age. When Yang Kai returned, he happened to see Enling, sitting at the table in his room, her hands resting on her cheeks, her eyes red as if she was in a daze. Yang Kai stared at her for a while, but she didn't respond. It wasn't until Yang Kai sat down across the table that Enling suddenly woke up and quickly got up, politely bowing. "Has Holy Master returned?" "There's no need to be so polite." Yang Kai smiled bitterly and poured himself a cup of tea, looking at her and asking, "Saintess Nan, how is she?" Hearing Yang Kai ask this, Enling seemed to become even sadder, whispering softly, "She's still the same. What are you going to do?" "I want to try and resolve the obsession in her heart, but I don't know what to do." Saintess Nan was a living corpse, the only reason she could still move was because of the obsession in her heart. Once it was resolved, her body would stop moving and she would be able to rest in peace. In Yang Kai's opinion, the most convenient method was to directly destroy Saintess Nan's body and end all troubles, but Enling's feelings for her were too deep, so she obviously wasn't willing to do so. "Is there no record of this in the Holy Land?" Yang Kai frowned and asked. "There should be." Enling wiped the corners of her eyes, because in the historical records, such a thing has happened in the Holy Land before. "Be patient and look for it. Perhaps you can find a solution," Yang Kai comforted. Enling gently nodded. "I also think so." After a moment of silence, Yang Kai suddenly noticed that Enling had a hesitant expression on her face, as if she had something difficult to say. Smiling lightly, Yang Kai said, "You don't need to be polite with me. If there's anything you want to say, I will definitely help." Enling's face blushed slightly as she pursed her lips and whispered, "Actually, the elders are asking. What are they asking? They're asking about us, and Ling Er's face became even redder as her eyes became watery, somewhat embarrassed. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before suddenly realizing something and smiling bitterly. Why are they so anxious? Of course they're anxious. And Ling Er sneered, you're the holy master of the Holy Land, they all want you to grow up as soon as possible and become an overlord. Every generation of holy masters cultivated with their saintesses, allowing them to grow at an unimaginable speed. On top of that, every generation of holy masters was able to reach the peak of the Third Order Saint realm. This was why Nine Heavens' Holy Land had been able to stand tall for so many years and enjoy such a great reputation in Tongxian realm. Then what do you think? Yang Kai looked towards Ling Er and asked. Ling Er lowered her head as she pinched her clothes with her fingers, a look of unease appearing on her face as she muttered, us saintesses are taught from childhood to obey the orders of the Holy Master, so this matter, it's up to you to decide. Whatever you say, I'll listen to you. Ling Er's well-behaved and obedient appearance made Yang Kai feel quite overwhelmed. A saintess was already an outstanding beauty, 1 in 10,000, and now that she was showing such an expression, any man would likely be tempted. Yang Kai also felt that at this moment, Ling Er's charm was boundless. Sighing slightly, Yang Kai straightened his face and quickly said, you said before that we're friends, right? Ling Er nodded lightly. Since we're friends, I'll tell you the truth. Yang Kai said solemnly, when I was in the Holy Tomb, something happened and I learned why the Holy Master of the Holy Land was able to rapidly increase his strength. What secret? Ling Er couldn't help becoming interested. Although she was a saintess, she still didn't know much about this secret. The reason why the Holy Master was able to rapidly increase his strength and reach the Third Order Saint realm was entirely by consuming the vitality of both himself and the saintess. Consuming vitality? Yang Kai nodded and explained carefully, everyone has a different degree of vitality. Those with more vitality can live longer, while those with less vitality are the opposite. Moreover, as one's strength increases, the vitality of a cultivator will also increase. However, the secret art the Holy Master cultivates requires one's vitality as a price to cultivate. Therefore, every Holy Master is extremely talented and has profound strength, but they also have a short lifespan. Ling Er's mouth opened slightly, as if she had just heard some incredible secret. I'm not going to cultivate that kind of secret art, nor will I allow you to. Yang Kai looked at her seriously, because I want to live longer. You and I are friends, and I don't want to see my friend die early. Ling Er's beautiful eyes flashed, seemingly moved by his words. I don't have many friends, but you count as one. I hope we can cherish this relationship in the future. Holy Master and Saintess are only external identities, but in private, we can treat each other as equals. What do you think? Ling Er nodded repeatedly. Chapter 885. The secret art that Nine Heavens Holy Land's Holy Masters cultivated was not something Yang Kai was interested in. Seeking strength at the cost of one's own vitality was a bit of a waste. Yang Kai's pursuit of the peak of the martial Tao was not like this. As such, he had never intended to follow the footsteps of the previous Holy Masters. He had his own goals and pursuits. However, this required Ling Er's cooperation. Seeing her nod her head, Yang Kai also felt happy and relieved. But, what if the elders ask? Ling Er couldn't help worrying, they all seemed to be very anxious. A dog trying to catch a mouse, a busybody. Yang Kai muttered to himself. There was no need to ask, he knew the most anxious one should be that old man Su Hui. It was definitely him urging Ling Er to cultivate with him as soon as possible. Hearing him say this, Ling Er giggled, the room suddenly becoming much brighter. How about this? If they ask, just tell them that we're already cultivating. That's fine, but that's only for a while. And Ling lightly pursed her red lips. You won't have any problems. With your aptitude, even if you don't cultivate that secret art, your strength will increase rapidly, but if I don't break through for a long time, the elders will definitely become suspicious. I'll help you. Yang Kai grinned. How will you help me? And Ling was stunned. Yang Kai flipped his hand and summoned out a delicate jade bottle, handing it to her and saying, this bottle contains a very strange spirit liquid. After you take it back, take a drop every day and your strength will slowly improve. And Ling took the bottle skeptically, opened it, and took a whiff of its fragrance. Her eyes couldn't help shining as she stared at Yang Kai. Is this really useful? Of course it's useful. Yang Kai nodded affirmatively, adding, when you're done with it, you can ask me for more. Then I'll take it back and try it, thank you. And Ling giggled, seemingly having chatted with Yang Kai for a while, her mood had become much better, no longer as sad as before. After chatting for a while, and Ling left. Yang Kai used his divine sense to inform Su Hui, Li Rong, and the others that he was going into retreat for a while and that they were not to disturb him. After receiving a reply, Yang Kai left the Holy Master Court and headed to the Holy Tomb alone. The Holy Mausoleum was an excellent place for seclusion. Other than Yang Kai using the Holy Lord's Spirit Ring to open it, no one else could open it, so there was no need to worry about being disturbed. Arriving in front of the huge blue stone, Yang Kai placed the Holy Lord's Spirit Ring on his finger at a specific location, opened the Holy Tomb, and dove in. In the dim and gloomy environment, there were still traces of 9 Heavens Holy Land's disciples living here. Although the environment wasn't very good, the world energy aura here was extremely rich. After finding a random spot, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged. Taking out the long shuttle artifact he obtained from the star field, Yang Kai carefully examined it. He could feel that this artifact contained a mysterious power and that there were countless complex spirit arrays carved into it, but if he didn't refine it, he wouldn't be able to figure out what this artifact's function was. Holding his breath, Yang Kai released his divine sense and scanned the long shuttle artifact, probing its material and structure, looking for a way to break through. If one wanted to refine an artifact, the first step was to leave their soul brand on it and engrave their life imprint. Only then could they begin to refine it. After leaving their life imprint, they would absorb it into their body and nourish it with their yuan qi and divine sense. After reaching a certain level, an artifact would resonate with one's body and become useful to them. Even if it was absorbed into one's body, it would still take a long time to nourish it before it could display its full power. Therefore, every cultivator would not easily replace the artifact they were using, because after a long period of refinement and nourishment, a subtle connection would form between them and their artifact. This connection would allow them to display the full power of their artifact in battle, greatly increasing their combat effectiveness. If they replaced it with an unfamiliar artifact, it wouldn't have such an effect. Unless there was no longer a balance between the growth of their strength and the grade of their artifact, a cultivator would choose to change their artifact. Even so, they would still look for artifacts that were compatible with their own secret arts and martial skills to refine. Most cultivators would search for materials and ask an artifact refiner to tailor an artifact for them. An excellent artifact refiner would tailor an artifact for a cultivator that was truly suitable for that cultivator. Yang Kai had never struggled like this before, mainly because he generally didn't rely on the power of artifacts. If he found something useful, he would just casually refine it. He was too lazy to search for materials and ask someone to refine it for him. This long shuttle artifact had an owner a long time ago, but that owner may have lost his way in the star field or encountered an accident and died in the star field. The long shuttle artifact drifted with the asteroid sea and was accidentally discovered and obtained by Yang Kai. Using his divine sense, Yang Kai soon found a very subtle soul aura inside the long shuttle artifact. This was the soul brand that belonged to its original owner. It was necessary to erase it in order to engrave his own brand onto it. Feeling this soul aura, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling shocked. Although many years had passed and the soul aura left inside the artifact had become very weak, Yang Kai could still feel how pure and rich it had been before it had weakened. The original owner of this artifact was at least a third-order saint. Such a top master had fallen in the star field, causing one to sigh and sigh. Yang Kai also realized the horror of the star field. He had entered the star field twice, but what he had seen was just a drop in the ocean. It was likely he hadn't encountered any real danger. That was a disaster that even a third-order saint couldn't resist. Using his divine sense, Yang Kai released his conflagrated spiritual energy and began burning inside the artifact. *Chi, the soul brand left inside the artifact was erased in an instant. Yang Kai's yuan qi surged and poured it into the long shuttle while his divine sense remained inside. This kind of thing was very time-consuming and couldn't be rushed, so Yang Kai sat in place and maintained his yuan qi and divine sense, allowing the long shuttle to familiarize itself with his aura. Gradually, some subtle Zhen yuan and spiritual energy were able to penetrate into the shuttle and stay there. This also meant that it was beginning to accept his aura. Yang Kai's heart settled, knowing that this artifact and his yuan qi weren't mutually exclusive. If they were, then no matter how hard he tried, he wouldn't be able to refine it. Ignoring the long shuttle artifact in his hand and allowing it to be eroded by his yuan qi and spiritual energy, Yang Kai sent his consciousness into the black book space. Perceiving the arrival of Yang Kai, the divine tree faintly welcomed him, seemingly in a somewhat bad mood. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai smiled and asked. "I feel a little lonely." The divine tree responded, "I'm the only one here, so when you don't come, I can only stare blankly." "Lonely?" Yang Kai's face went black, suddenly discovering that the divine tree's sentience had grown to a level he hadn't expected. In the past, it wouldn't have said such things. "I'm sorry." Kai Yang expressed his apologies. "I can't place living creatures of flesh and blood in this place, otherwise I could have found a few companions for you. And there used to be a yin-yang monster ginseng, but unfortunately it has disappeared." "Yin-yang monster ginseng? What's that?" "A kind of world spirit treasure." Yang Kai explained, his eyes suddenly lighting up. "Right, world spirit treasures have some sentience, I can find some for you to accompany you." The divine tree was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and find me a few." "No hurry." Yang Kai laughed, "I still have something to do here, so I'm in seclusion. I promise you, when I come out, I'll help you find them, and this kind of thing is very rare, it won't be easy to find, it will take some time." "Oh." The divine tree couldn't help but be a little disappointed, but soon recovered and said cheerfully, "Then I'll wait." Yang Kai nodded seriously, "Don't worry, I'll definitely find them for you." "I believe you." "Are there any changes to the two stones now?" Yang Kai asked again. "They're still the same, they've been eating other stones, and I found that their appetite seems to have increased a lot." "Oh." Yang Kai was surprised and hurried to the two pitch-black round stones, and found that it was as the divine tree said, since a few days ago he and Li Rong found a large number of ores in the star field and placed them here. The two pitch-black round stones had increased their absorption of mineral essence. In just a few days, they had consumed a month's worth of ores. The surrounding area was filled with crushed stones that had lost their essence. Looking around, Yang Kai could even clearly see the condensed essence of these ores continuously flowing into the pitch-black round stone, disappearing without a trace. Nourished by these ores' essence, the two pitch-black round stones exuded a faint glow, and the meridian-like lines inside them became clearer and more coherent, a large amount of energy flowing through them. "What the hell are these? Why are they eating stones?" The divine tree expressed curiosity. "Even if you ask me, I don't know." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders, "But there will be a day when the truth comes to light. Keep watching them, if you find any big changes, remember to inform me immediately." A moment later, Yang Kai left the black book space and his consciousness returned to his body. Time flew by, and half a month passed. During this time, Yang Kai had continuously allowed Yuan Qi and his spiritual energy to erode the long shuttle artifact, carving his own life mark and soul brand, but the progress was very slow. Yang Kai didn't know what grade this long shuttle artifact was, but it was even more difficult than refining the Saint grade high-rank silver leaf artifact. However, after half a month, Yang Kai finally succeeded in carving his own brand inside this long shuttle artifact and took it into his body. Next was a long period of nurturing. Only when he could resonate with this long shuttle artifact would he be able to understand its purpose and use it to fight his enemies. This was something Yang Kai didn't need to do deliberately, he just needed time to settle down, and after a certain point, it would naturally resonate with him. Chapter 886. After storing the long shuttle artifact into his body, Yang Kai came out of seclusion to take a look at the current situation of the Holy Land and found that everything was normal. After the last incident, the disciples of the Holy Land were now working very hard in their cultivation, and the elders had also made great progress. The ancient demon race, under the constraints of Li Rong and the other great commanders, were now able to coexist peacefully with the people of Nine Heavens' Holy Land. The only thing that was of concern was the issue of cultivation materials. Although the wizard had delivered a lot of materials to them last time, with the thousands of people in the Holy Land, their consumption rate was quite high and it wouldn't be long before they ran out of supplies. In the past, Nine Heavens' Holy Land's cultivation materials had all been obtained by the disciples who went out to find them, by the three nearby forces, or by the old Holy Master who went to the monster race territory to exchange for crystal stones. Now that the crystal stone lode had been unscrupulously mined by the monster race for 2 or 3 years, it was on the verge of exhaustion. There wasn't even enough for them to use, so how could they exchange for supplies with others? Yang Kai took out the things he couldn't use from the black book space, but even that could only alleviate the situation for a while. The Holy Land's elders were worried about the future every day. Seeing them like this, Yang Kai was really embarrassed to ask them to help him find world spirit treasures. World spirit treasures, regardless of their grade, were all extremely rare and valuable. At this critical juncture, how could the Holy Land have the spare energy to do such a thing? Yang Kai also had no good ideas, so he simply threw this mess to Su Hui and the others and entered the Holy Tomb again to cultivate. Inside the Holy Tomb, Yang Kai comprehended the heavenly way and martial Tao, exploring the path ahead of him. Occasionally, when he was tired from cultivating, Yang Kai would refine pills to relieve his body and mind. The original intention of learning alchemy was to cultivate his spiritual energy. Because the true alchemic way, which contained a huge amount of precious information, was stored in Yang Kai's mind, it was impossible to pry into it without using his spiritual energy. But gradually, after mastering a considerable amount of alchemy knowledge, Yang Kai also embarked on this path. He didn't expect to go very far, but now he was able to refine Saint-grade mid-rank pills, better than 90% of the alchemists in the world. The true alchemic way played an important role. In particular, Yang Kai discovered that while studying alchemy, it was of great help to his martial Tao and cultivation. His understanding of the conflagrated knowledge sea had also become more thorough. Yang Kai decided that he would truly treat alchemy as a side branch of comprehending martial arts. Therefore, while raising his cultivation base, he also spared no effort to improve his alchemy skills. Unfortunately, since the last time he refined the mid-rank Saint-grade pill in Demon God Castle, Yang Kai didn't have many Saint-grade materials on hand. With Yang Kai's current level, if he didn't refine a Saint-grade pill, he wouldn't be able to improve his attainments in alchemy. After refining a few Saint-grade pills in the Holy Tomb, he was completely out of Saint-grade herbs, making him extremely helpless. There was no flowing time Great Emperor for cultivation. When Yang Kai came out of seclusion again, it was already 3 months later. The scenery of the 9 peaks had undergone some subtle changes. Inside the hall, the elders were discussing something, the atmosphere dignified. Seeing Yang Kai arrive, all of them wore shocked expressions and quickly stood up to greet him. Sit down, I just came out of seclusion today so there's no need to pay attention to me, Yang Kai gestured. Everyone nodded lightly and sat down. Holy Master has come at just the right time. Su Hui said, we were just discussing whether we should sell some of the Holy Land's valuables we can't use. Holy Master should give us some advice. Sell what? Yang Kai was stunned. Some artifacts we can't use and some secret arts and martial skills that don't belong to my Nine Heavens Holy Land, Su Hui replied. Why should we sell them? Yang Kai swept his eyes around. All the elders blushed slightly as they glanced around at each other, none of them saying anything. Yang Kai was even more puzzled. Su Hui smiled bitterly and explained, the main reason is that the disciples have been cultivating in the Holy Tomb some time ago and have made many gains and breakthroughs. In order to consolidate their current cultivation, they have consumed too much of their strength. The Holy Land's Yuan Qi has also been greatly damaged, so, we don't have enough cultivation materials. If we sell what we have, we can exchange it for a lot of other things. Holy Master, please persuade Great Elder, he even wants to sell the Saint-grade low-rank artifact the old Holy Master gave him, Yuing said. Yang Kai was taken aback and asked, is the Holy Land in such dire straits now? Its subordinates' incompetence. Su Hui said awkwardly, but as long as we get through this difficult time, things will improve after a while. It's not your fault. Yang Kai shook his head and said thoughtfully, it's also related to the demons I brought with me. Didn't you distribute a lot of materials to them? Although Su Hui and the others had never told him this, Yang Kai had been able to observe it. Since the ancient demon clan moved into the Holy Land, the ancient demon race had always had an abundance of cultivation materials, all of which should have been given to them by Su Hui. The Holy Land could be self-sufficient, but the ancient demon clan could not. They could not leave the Nine Peaks at all. Once they were discovered, it would likely cause trouble. The extra 1,000 people would only become a burden to the Holy Land. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Su Hui did not deny it and simply nodded silently. This is my responsibility, Yang Kai gently nodded, taking the initiative to admit his mistake, I have neglected this issue. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up and he asked, Great Elder, allow me to ask something I shouldn't be asking. Do you elders who have reached the Saint Realm have a habit of collecting Saint-grade materials? Su Hui nodded, yes, since breaking through to the transcendent late stage, Subordinate has been purposefully collecting materials, refining pills, refining artifacts, whatever I need, I will collect, and when the day comes, I will find a suitable alchemist or artifact refiner to help me refine it. I have also collected materials, Qing Yutong nodded. The other elders all chimed in one after another, each of them indicating that they had all done the same. Because Saint-grade materials were not easy to collect, it took a long time to collect, so generally, when one reached the transcendent realm, a cultivator would do this with a purpose. However, the materials we have collected have all been used up. Unfortunately, Elder Yuing, the materials for the clear sky pill that she spent 10 years collecting have all been used up recently, Su Hui sighed. What are you talking about? Yuing smiled, which one of you hasn't taken out the materials you worked so hard to collect? We're not the same. Luo Xing sighed, we haven't collected all the materials yet, but all you need to do is find an outstanding alchemist to help you refine an emerald sky pill. If you're lucky, you might be able to refine an emerald sky pill and greatly increase your strength. In front of Holy Master, let's not talk about this, Yuing covered her mouth and smiled, it's as if we're crying poor. The other elders all laughed dryly. Holy Master, why do you ask this? Su Hui asked in confusion. Yang Kai's eyes flashed brightly, in other words, most transcendent realm cultivators in this world have a habit of collecting materials, and if they are lucky enough, they have already collected all of them. You could say that, Su Hui nodded slightly. He didn't understand how this had anything to do with the current situation of the Holy Land, pausing for a moment before continuing. However, collecting all of these materials is of no use. Finding someone to refine and clear sky pill is very troublesome. Elder Yuing was unable to find a suitable person to help her refine the clear sky pill until now. Finding a good alchemist and artifact refiner is not easy, and there is also a risk of failure. That's good, Yang Kai chuckled. I have a way to alleviate the current situation of the Holy Land. Ah. The several elders couldn't help feeling pleasantly surprised, all of them turning excited looks towards Yang Kai. Elder Yuing, I'll return you in clear sky pill someday. Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. Yu Ying's expression shook as her beautiful eyes filled with expectation. Yang Kai stood up and shouted, Great Elder, use all of the Holy Land's connections to spread the word that my Holy Land can help people refine pills. If anyone needs a spirit grade top rank pill or above, they can come to my Holy Land. Good, saint grade top rank pills cannot be refined, this point must be made clear. Those who succeed will pay the same price as the pill itself, only crystal stones and herbs will be accepted. If the refinement fails, my Holy Land will compensate you in full. Inside the hall, all the elders' jaws dropped as they stared towards Yang Kai, none of them saying a word, none of them wondering what the Master Holy Land was up to today. Seeing Su Hui not react at all, Yang Kai couldn't help frowning. Isn't the reward a bit too high? Su Hui finally recovered and said with a wry smile, if the pill can be guaranteed to succeed, this reward is not high at all. Many people spend a huge amount of energy to collect materials and ask someone to refine them. If they fail once or twice, they will waste a lot of energy and money. Therefore, it is not excessive to ask for the same value of crystal stones or medicinal ingredients as the pill. On the contrary, this kind of reward is very easy to accept. Then why do all of you look like you've seen a ghost? Yang Kai swept his eyes over the crowd. Holy Master. Su Hui's face twitched. Our Holy Land doesn't have a saint-grade alchemist. Su Hui even suspected that Yang Kai had become muddle-headed from his seclusion and had even forgotten such a thing. Although Nine Heavens Holy Land was not weak in Tongxian realm, it still did not have a saint-grade alchemist. The main reason for this was that such an alchemist was too rare. The Alchemist Guild generally did not allow such an alchemist to work for any one force. The only exception was if the alchemist was cultivated by that force and was not subject to the jurisdiction of the Alchemist Guild. Unfortunately, Nine Heavens Holy Land had never produced a saint-grade alchemist after so many years. There wasn't one in the past, but that doesn't mean there isn't one now. Just release the news. Yang Kai smiled meaningfully. Su Hui's body trembled as he suddenly thought of something. What Holy Master means is, among those demons, but soon he frowned again. Demons were unable to perform alchemy because of the demonic qi in their bodies. You don't need to worry about who will refine them, just do as I say. Yes. Seeing Yang Kai so confident, Su Hui no longer asked and immediately began making arrangements with the other elders. Although Nine Heavens Holy Land had not received any help when it was in danger last time, and now they were embroiled in a public debate about colluding with evil demons, this did not prevent the news from spreading. The elders had made many connections in the outside world over the years, so each of them used their own methods to spread the news. Chapter 887. Inside the Holy Master Court, Yang Kai began examining the movement and internal texture of the long shuttle artifact, trying to figure out its purpose. Yang Kai didn't know what was so strange about this artifact, but not only was it extremely difficult to refine it into his body, it was also extremely time-consuming to make it resonate with him. It had been 4 months since Yang Kai had absorbed it into his body and nourished it with his yuan qi and divine sense, but it still hadn't shown any signs of activity. The artifact had been contaminated with Yang Kai's aura, but it still couldn't resonate with Yang Kai, causing Yang Kai to be at a loss for what to do. Suddenly, some subtle movements came from outside and a moment later, Su Hui's voice called out, Holy Master, subordinate requests an audience. Come in. Yang Kai called out. Along with the sound of footsteps, Su Hui quickly walked in and, with a strange look on his face, cupped his fists and said, Holy Master, someone has come to ask the Holy Land for help in refining a pill. Oh? Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he muttered, You've finally come. You've finally come, Su Hui smiled bitterly. A month had passed since the day Yang Kai had asked the elders to use their connections to release the news, and today, this was the first time someone had come to ask for alchemy services. The main reason was that although Nine Heaven's Holy Land was famous throughout the world, it had never produced a saint-grade alchemist, so when news of it spread, not many people believed it, not to mention that Su Hui and the others had released news that even saint-grade mid-rank pills could be refined. This meant that there was at least one saint-grade mid-rank alchemist in Nine Heaven's Holy Land. Saint-grade mid-rank alchemists were extremely rare in this world, one could count them on one's hand. The names of these grandmasters were all familiar, but none of them had anything to do with Nine Heaven's Holy Land. The world didn't believe anyone here could refine such a pill. After waiting for an entire month, only one person had come. Where is he? Yang Kai rubbed his palms together, seemingly full of energy. He's in the guest hall, Su Hui quickly replied. This is my first business deal, I'll go take a look myself, Yang Kai said, walking out with Su Hui and flying towards the mountain peak where the guest hall was located. Did that person say what kind of pill he was going to refine? Yang Kai asked as they flew. A high-grade spirit-level soul-concentrating pill. Only high-grade spirit level? Yang Kai was stunned. He had thought that the person who had specially come here to request for alchemy would at least want to refine a saint-grade pill, but who would have thought that it would only be a high-grade spirit-grade pill? This made him a little disappointed. But thinking about it, the Holy Land's reputation hadn't been established yet. It was already good enough for someone to come and ask for alchemy. Yang Kai immediately raised his spirits and prepared to welcome the first guest of the Holy Land in his best condition. A month ago, when he learned about the predicament the Holy Land was in, a flash of inspiration came to him. If it was done properly, not only could it alleviate the current economic crisis in the Holy Land, but it could also sweep away the current depression in the Holy Land and restore the Holy Land's prestige. Most importantly, he could use this to help others refine pills to improve his own alchemy level. This was what Yang Kai wanted the most. Saint-grade materials were incredibly difficult to find. If he were to rely on himself to find them and improve his alchemy skills, he didn't know how long it would take him. However, most cultivators in this world had a habit of collecting herbs. Using the herbs they collected for alchemy was a good way to improve his alchemy skills. Since he began studying alchemy, Yang Kai had never failed, except for the occasional failure at the very beginning. This was why he dared to let Su Hui make such a bold claim that if he failed, he would compensate the Holy Land in full in order to attract a cultivator in need to come to the Holy Land. A soul-concentrating pill. Yang Kai muttered thoughtfully, this guy must have had a relative or friend whose soul was damaged. Holy Master has also studied alchemy. Su Hui looked at him in amazement. Knowing the purpose of a pill just by hearing its name was something Su Hui couldn't do. It's just a so-so, Yang Kai chuckled. A short time later, the two arrived at the guest hall together. There was a middle-aged man in a gray robe sitting in the hall. He seemed to be slightly reserved as he sat upright and still without moving. Inside the hall, several maids stood nearby. They had already served him a fragrant tea, but he had yet to drink it, instead wearing a heavy expression, his brow furrowed and his face filled with worry. Yang Kai swept this man with his divine sense and found that he was just a first-order transcendent cultivator, immediately understanding why he had come to Nine Heaven's Holy Land for alchemy assistance. This cultivator's strength wasn't very high and he didn't wear any high-grade artifacts, so he should be a cultivator from a small family or force. Such a cultivator wanting to collect the materials for a single spirit-grade top-rank pill must have experienced a lot of setbacks and trouble. If he were to find an unreliable alchemist to refine a pill and failed, he would have to start all over again to find the required herbs. But coming to Nine Heaven's Holy Land was a different story. Su Hui had already announced that even if he failed, he would be compensated in full, so there was no need for him to worry. The condition of full compensation if he failed was the main reason why he had come here. Hearing the noise, the middle-aged man quickly got up and turned to Yang Kai and Su Hui, cupping his fists and smiling wryly. "Great Elder Su Hui, this one greets you. Sit, there's no need to be polite." Su Hui also appeared quite approachable. As a second-order saint, being able to show such an attitude towards a first-order transcendent cultivator really made the other party feel flattered. Blushing slightly, the middle-aged man sat down and stared at Yang Kai suspiciously. Su Hui quickly said, "Allow me to introduce you, this is my Holy Land's Holy Master, Yang Kai." The middle-aged man stood up again, showing a look of shock and envy as he exclaimed, "So it was Yang Xingzhu. I've heard so much about you. Bad reputation?" Yang Kai chuckled. Some time ago, the Holy Land had experienced a lot of trouble. Rumors had spread that this place had colluded with the demon race and the monster race, and some people had maliciously spread these rumors. As a result, Nine Heaven's Holy Land's reputation among the human race was not very good. Yang Kai, the Holy Master who had colluded with the monster race and was willing to fall into depravity, was naturally well known. The middle-aged man didn't seem to have expected Yang Kai to say such a thing, but after a moment of silence, he quickly smiled and said, "I wouldn't dare, it's fine, I know what kind of rumors are circulating outside. And, let's not talk about that today, we'll just talk about alchemy. How should I address you, friend? This one is Lu Qingjing. I heard you want to refine the soul-condensing pill, have you brought all the herbs?" "I've brought them," Lu Qingjing quickly replied, picking up a small package on the table. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai was even more certain that this person really wasn't rich. Because he didn't even have a universe bag, the herbs he brought were actually wrapped in a small package. Yang Kai gestured to Su Hui, who quickly took the package and handed it over to Yang Kai. Opening the package and carefully inspecting the herbs inside, Yang Kai nodded lightly. "These herbs are well preserved, their medicinal efficacies haven't deteriorated too much. Being able to perform alchemy shows you put a lot of thought into it, but next time you can't store them like this, at the very least you should prepare some special containers to store them." Lu Qingjing smiled awkwardly. "Yang Xingzhu is right, next time this Lu will pay more attention. But the herbs you've arranged are missing one." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Without the soul-condensing grass, if you only rely on these materials to refine, the success rate will be greatly reduced. At most, you'll only have a 30% chance of successfully refining a pill." "Ah." Lu Qingjing was shocked, a look of confusion appearing on his face. "How could that be?" "The person who told you these herbs must have a poor alchemy level," Yang Kai said without any trace of politeness. Lu Qingjing nodded. "It was a spirit-grade low-rank alchemist who told me. No wonder, with these materials, even if you were lucky enough to successfully refine a pill, the medicinal efficacies won't be enough to save your family or friends." "Yang Xingzhu, how did you know?" Lu Qingjing couldn't help trembling slightly as he stared at Yang Kai in shock. "This pill has the effect of condensing and dispersing one's soul." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Anyone familiar with alchemy will know. Which family member or friend of yours was seriously injured in a battle and is currently unconscious?" Lu Qingjing's face filled with admiration as he nodded. "Yang Xingzhu is right. To tell you the truth, the one who was seriously injured was my son. It has been half a year since he fell into a coma. This Lu has been collecting herbs for a long time and was just about to find an alchemist to help me refine a pill when I heard the news released by Nine Heaven's Holy Land, so I hurried over. If you look for another alchemist, not to mention whether or not he will succeed, he will definitely ask you to search for soul-condensing grass again." Lu Qingjing suddenly looked at Yang Kai nervously, fearing he would also make such a request. This was only natural. Alchemists were only responsible for alchemy, the search for herbs was generally left to the cultivator. My holy land has soul-condensing grass, there is no need for you to search for it. Hearing this, Lu Qingjing was overjoyed. Many thanks, Yang Xingzhu, many thanks, Yang Xingzhu. Trivial matter, you wait here for a while, I'll have someone help you refine it. If nothing unexpected happens, it should only take half an hour or two, Yang Kai said before taking the herbs and leaving the hall. Inside the hall, only Lu Qingjing and Su Hui remained, as well as the maidservants who were standing indifferently. Su Hui wore a suspicious expression. Although he didn't know much about alchemy and had never been involved in this territory before, he still knew how difficult it was to refine a spirit-grade top-rank pill. Would he be able to refine it in an hour or two? Was the Holy Master really such a powerful alchemist? What's more, the Holy Master had said this with absolute confidence, not at all worried about failure. Could that alchemist really have a 100% chance of successfully refining a pill? Su Hui couldn't understand. Lu Qingjing was even more anxious as he sat in his chair, feeling like his back was being stabbed by needles. He wanted to stand up and walk around to relieve the anxiety in his heart, but he didn't dare act too casually in front of Su Hui, so it was extremely difficult for him to do so. Seeing him like this, Su Hui smiled and said, "Don't be so nervous, since my holy land has released such news, even if the refinement fails, we will compensate you in full. You can go find another alchemist to help you refine it, my holy land will not cheat you of your precious herbs." Chapter 888. Great Elder is too serious, this Lu didn't mean that. Lu Qingjing quickly waved his hand, but after listening to Su Hui's words, he really felt relieved. Because even if the refinement failed, he didn't have to take any risks. Secretly, he felt that coming to Nine Heaven's holy land this time was indeed the right decision. Waiting anxiously, Lu Qingjing glanced out of the hall from time to time. Su Hui didn't say anything more and simply sat down silently. About half an hour later, Kai Yang once again arrived outside the main hall. Striding forward like a dragon or tiger, he strode in. Seeing him like this, Lu Qingjing and Su Hui both wore excited looks, knowing that the soul-condensing pill should have been successfully refined. Yang Xingzhu. Lu Qingjing pursed his lips and called out uneasily. Yang Kai chuckled and said casually, "I didn't disappoint, the refinement was a success, although there was a small accident." Accident? Lu Qingjing's expression tightened, not knowing what Yang Kai was referring to. "Take a look for yourself, you should be satisfied," Yang Kai handed over a jade bottle in his hand. Lu Qingjing quickly took it and opened the lid. In an instant, a fragrant aroma filled his nose, causing him to feel a sense of enlightenment. Su Hui called out in surprise, also poking his head over to take a look. He felt that the medicinal efficacies contained in this spirit-grade top-rank pill were somewhat unusual. Compared to ordinary spirit-grade top-rank pills, they were much richer. Looking through the mouth of the bottle, Lu Qingjing's eyes bulged, his big hand trembling as he exclaimed, "This is pill veins?" Su Hui also exclaimed. The two of them glanced at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. A spirit-grade top-rank pill with pill veins was no less valuable than a saint pill. Still unable to believe his eyes, Lu Qingjing quickly poured the pill out of the jade bottle and placed it on his palm to examine it carefully. This soul-condensing pill was full and round and contained a pure medicinal efficacies. Exquisite pill veins covered the pill like the meridians of a human body, flashing a faint fluorescent light. Feeling the warmth in his hand, Lv Qingjing instantly confirmed that this pill had definitely just been refined. Yang Xingzhu, this. Lu Qingjing seemed to be incoherent. He thought that being able to form a pill this time was already a stroke of luck, but he didn't expect that what he got was actually a soul-condensing pill with pill veins. This was completely out of his expectations, and he was so excited that he couldn't speak. Yang Kai chuckled and casually said, "My luck is good, I managed to give birth to pill veins. My son can be saved." Lu Qingjing shouted, tears glimmering in the corners of his eyes. "Not only can it be saved, but if your son consumes it, not only can it repair his damaged divine soul, but it may also allow him to have an unexpected improvement. And, if your son's cultivation is not high enough, I will need you to protect him. The efficacy of this spirit pill is not inferior to that of a saint pill, so you must use it carefully. Yang Xingzhu is right. I will keep that in mind." Lu Qingjing was ecstatic, his face radiant, as if he could already see his son recovering and his spiritual energy increasing greatly. "Congratulations, Brother Lu," Su Hui also congratulated from the side. "Many thanks, Great Elder." "Many thanks, Great Elder." "Many thanks, Yang Xingzhu." Lu Qingjing bowed respectfully. A moment later though, Lu Qingjing's expression suddenly became tense as he awkwardly said, "Before this Lu came here, he had only prepared a reward equivalent to a spirit-grade top-rank pill. I didn't expect this spirit pill to give birth to pill veins." His expression suddenly became serious as he quickly said, "If Holy Master Yang and Great Elder trust this humble one, after this humble one has my son take this spirit pill, this humble one will collect enough gifts to pay a visit to you." Saying so, Lu Qingjing took out the rewards he had prepared. Unsurprisingly, they were all crystal stones. Su Hui looked towards Yang Kai inquiringly. Yang Kai smiled heartily and said lightly, "You are the first person to come to my Nine Heavens holy land to request alchemy. How about I discuss this with you?" Lu Qingjing's expression became serious as he solemnly said, "Yang Xingzhu, if there is something you need, this one will not refuse. It's not a big deal. And, I don't need any reward, this spirit pill can be considered a gift to you." "Ah." Lu Qingjing was taken aback. Su Hui also didn't quite understand why Yang Kai was being so generous, but after thinking for a moment, he smiled lightly. "I have a condition that I hope you can agree to." Yang Kai didn't keep him in suspense. "Outside of my Nine Heavens holy land, help me spread the news that one of my holy land's alchemy grandmasters helped you refine a spirit pill with pill veins. How about it?" "That's all." "That's all." Lu Qingjing said solemnly, "This one is duty-bound. Yang Xingzhu and Great Elder can rest assured, this Lu will do everything in his power to spread this news." "Good, hurry back, your son still needs this spirit pill to save his life." Yang Kai waved his hand. Lu Qing was moved to tears and thanked him profusely before leaving. Watching him leave, Su Hui couldn't help sighing, "What a good start." "And, I've been waiting for a month for such a good start," Yang Kai also nodded. But this transaction was a loss. A spirit-grade top-rank pill with pill veins, that's a rare sight. "If I had sold it, I would have been able to exchange it for a lot of crystal stones," Su Hui said with some heartache. Soul-condensing pills were relatively high-end pills for repairing one's soul. Many cultivators needed them because during battle, if one wasn't careful, one's soul would be damaged. If such a thing happened, they would need these pills to repair it. It could be said that this spirit pill didn't need to worry about a market at all. On the contrary, it would be highly sought after. "Don't be so short-sighted." Yang Kai chuckled, "If this news were to spread, it would attract a lot of people. And, Holy Master's vision is truly profound, subordinate admires him greatly." "Stop flattering me." Yang Kai curled his lips. Su Hui grinned meaningfully before whispering, "Holy Master, those pill veins, were they really born out of pure luck? What do you think?" Yang Kai glanced over at him. "If Holy Master says so, then so be it." Su Hui tactfully didn't ask any more questions, but he was now even more curious about the identity of the alchemy grandmaster hidden inside the Holy Land. To actually use only an hour to refine such a spirit pill, this level of attainment was simply shocking. Su Hui had wandered the world for many years and knew many skilled alchemists. He had even made friends with several saint-grade alchemists, but he felt that none of those famous alchemists had such a level of skill. Who could it be? Su Hui was puzzled. 5 days later, another person came to the Holy Land to ask for help with alchemy. After asking around, Su Hui learned that this person had come to the Holy Land because he had heard about Lu Qingjing's experience. What's more, this person's purpose was surprisingly the same as Lu Qingjing's, asking to refine a spirit-grade top-rank pill. However, this time it wasn't a soul-condensing pill but a life-saving scarlet blood pill. Su Hui led this person to the Holy Land and Yang Kai came forward to collect the herbs he had brought. Once again, half an hour later, a spirit pill was produced. That person left in a very agitated manner. This time, Yang Kai didn't ask for any reward and instead allowed this person to take away the spirit pill under the same conditions as Lu Qingjing. 3 days later, a third person came to the Holy Land to request alchemy. Yang Kai repeated the same process and even produced pill veins, causing the person who had requested alchemy to exclaim that he had never seen such a high-grade pill with pill veins before. Satisfied, he left. On this day, Yang Kai was discussing something with Li Rong at the mountain peak where the ancient demon clan resided. In the distance, the sound of fluttering robes quickly approached. Looking up, Yang Kai saw Great Elder Su Hui rushing over, and before he had even arrived, Great Elder Su Hui shouted excitedly, "Holy Master, someone has come to request alchemy." What's the point of being so excited? Yang Kai was speechless. Li Rong, who was standing nearby, couldn't help chuckling. This time there are a lot of people, 4 or 5 of them at once, and 2 of them are Saint Realm Masters. They seem to have come to request Saint Pills, Su Hui hurriedly reported. Oh. Finally someone wants to refine a Saint Pill? Yang Kai grinned. Helping someone refine 3 pills for free, all of them spirit grade top rank, and of the 3 pills, 2 had even formed pill veins. His reputation really was quite attractive. Has this person been arranged in the guest hall? Yes, Su Hui nodded. Let's go take a look, Yang Kai smiled lightly, ordering Li Rong before flying off with Su Hui to the guest hall. Inside the guest hall, 5 cultivators sat on chairs, each of them with a fragrant cup of tea at their table. Among these 5 cultivators, there were men and women, 2 first-order saints, 1 third-order transcendent, and 2 first-order transcendents. While waiting, the 5 cultivators all looked at each other, as if they didn't know each other. Only the 2 first-order saints smiled at each other, as if they had met before. One of them asked, "Why has Brother Wen also come to 9 Heaven's Holy Land?" The person called Brother Wen smiled lightly, "Naturally I came here for the same purpose as Brother Shangguan." So, Brother Wen also heard the news here and came to give it a try. Of course, it said that 3 people who needed to refine spirit-grade top-rank pills came here, 2 of them bringing back pills that formed pill veins while the last one obtained a pill with condensed medicinal efficacies of quite high quality. Although it didn't have pill veins, it was still better than most pills refined by alchemists. If this news is true, perhaps the alchemists here can meet my requirements. The news can't be false. Among the 3 people who were listening, a middle-aged woman suddenly interjected. The 2 Saint Realm Masters couldn't help turning their eyes to her and asking suspiciously, "How do you know?" "Because the 3rd person who came here to request alchemy was my big brother." The woman smiled, "The pill that formed pill veins, I saw it with my own eyes." The other 4 people in the hall all looked shocked and quickly asked for more details. The middle-aged woman didn't hide anything from him and told him everything she knew. After listening, the 2 Saint Realm Masters glanced at each other, the cultivator surnamed Wen thoughtfully asking, "So, there really is a highly skilled alchemy grandmaster hidden here?" 3 pills, 2 of them formed pill veins, either that person's luck was good enough or his skill was superb. I don't know which one it is, but the saint pill I want to refine, can he refine it? Chapter 889. While the 5 people in the hall were waiting, Yang Kai and Su Hui arrived together. The 5 saints hurriedly got up, the 2 saint realm masters constantly sizing up Yang Kai, as if they hadn't expected the new holy master to be so young and couldn't help showing some contempt. However, when they saw Su Hui though, their expressions became dignified. Su Hui's cultivation was a minor realm higher than theirs, a gap that they may never cross in their lifetime, so naturally they didn't dare act carelessly. Quickly bowing respectfully, Yang Kai enthusiastically greeted them and waited for them to take a seat before asking, "Are you here to perform alchemy?" Everyone nodded. "Good, give me the herbs you've prepared, tell me the name of the pill you need to refine, and wait a few hours." Seeing his casual expression, the 5 of them stared at him in a daze, and no one moved. Yang Kai glanced over at them and chuckled, "What's wrong? Aren't you here to perform alchemy? Don't tell me you haven't even prepared the herbs." "Naturally we have prepared the herbs, but dare I ask Yang Xingzhu, what is the success rate of your noble sex alchemy grandmaster in refining the saint pill?" One of them frowned. "What if I promise you a 100% success rate?" Yang Kai grinned. The 5 people's expressions became strange, obviously not believing him, even the middle-aged woman who had seen the spirit pill form pill veins. In this world, there was no alchemist who could guarantee a 100% success rate. Even the best alchemist would sometimes fail. This was the risk one had to bear in order to perform alchemy. Unless this statement was made by the old man of Heaven's Keep, there was no credibility. This new holy master of 9 heavens holy land, isn't he a bit too young and frivolous? The 5 people thought to themselves at the same time, their originally somewhat hopeful mood suddenly turning into one of worry. "What's wrong?" Su Hui observed the 5 people's hesitant expressions and suddenly became unhappy. "Do you think my holy land's alchemist can't refine the saint pill you want?" "We wouldn't dare." The man's expression changed and he frowned, but it wasn't easy for this one to collect these saint-grade materials. If the refinement fails, it won't be easy to collect them all again. That's why I was a little more cautious. I hope that Yang Xingzhu and Great Elder can forgive me. Yang Kai nodded lightly. "I can understand your caution, but if you want to refine a saint pill, no matter which alchemist you go to, you will have to bear the risk of failure. Naturally, it is the same for me. But I can assure you that in my holy land, this risk is minimal, and there might even be some unexpected gains." "Pill veins?" Hearing him say this, the 5 people's eyes lit up. The middle-aged woman said, "Since none of you are willing to give it a try, then let me do it. What I want to refine is not a saint pill, but a high-grade spirit-level pill. Even if I fail, it won't take me much effort to collect the materials, and I won't have to worry about any losses." As he spoke, he took out the medicinal herbs he had brought. The other 4 didn't show any intention of snatching them, all of them preparing to see the methods of this 9 heavens holy land alchemist with their own eyes before deciding what to do next. Knowing what they were thinking, Yang Kai didn't care and simply instructed Su Hui to accept the herbs before leaving. The 5 people continued to wait in the hall. Half an hour later, Su Hui reappeared in the hall with a proud look on his face. The 5 people quickly stood up and stared at him eagerly, wanting to know what the result would be. Su Hui casually tossed a jade bottle over and said lightly, "Take a look for yourself and see what kind of level my holy land's alchemist has." The middle-aged woman took it and couldn't wait to open the bottle and pour out a dark blue pill. The next moment, a cry of surprise rang out. "Pill veins! Pill veins again!" This spirit-grade top-rank pill had really been refined with pill veins, greatly increasing its medicinal efficacies and increasing its value several times over. The middle-aged woman couldn't contain her joy and squeezed the pill in her hand, her pretty face blooming like a flower. The 2 Saint Realm Masters glanced at each other and saw the amazement in each other's eyes. If the rumors were true, including the one in front of them, this alchemy grandmaster hidden in 9 heavens holy land had only refined a total of 4 pills. All of them were spirit-grade top-rank pills. Of these 4, 3 had pill veins, something that could only be discovered but not sought. The probability was almost 80%. Ordinary alchemists, even those famous saint-grade alchemists, would have to spend a great deal of effort to refine such a spirit pill. They might spend years or even decades before they could occasionally obtain one. But here in Nine Heaven's Holy Land, pills with pill veins were as if they didn't cost money, appearing one after the other. How sensational was this? My family's holy master said that Grandmaster is in a good mood today, so if he wants to refine a pill, he should hurry. After a few hours, if Grandmaster is in a bad mood, he may not be able to refine anything. Su Hui raised his head proudly and said faintly, "Great Elder, these are the herbs this one has brought." When the 4 of them heard this, they no longer hesitated and rushed forward, scrambling to be the first to hand over the herbs they had concocted, fearing that the mysterious master would really be in a bad mood and not feel good to the touch. Being able to refine a spirit-grade top-rank pill with pill veins, this Grandmaster was naturally capable of refining a saint pill. Su Hui didn't embarrass them too much and happily accepted the rewards handed over by the middle-aged woman before leaving calmly. This kind of business couldn't continue to lose money, so it was time to collect some kind of reward. The middle-aged woman was also honest and prepared a reward equivalent to the spirit pill she had requested to be refined. After half an hour, Su Hui returned again, bringing back 2 spirit pills which he handed over to the 2 saints who had requested to be refined. Although these 2 spirit pills didn't have pill veins, their quality was surprisingly high, so although the 2 saints felt somewhat regretful, they were still satisfied with the rewards and left. Only the 2 Saint Realm Masters remained in the hall, waiting anxiously, as if they were sitting on pins and needles. From time to time, they would stand up and look around, hoping Su Hui would appear and bring back the refined saint pills. However, they also knew that refining a saint pill was fundamentally different from refining a spirit-grade pill. Seeing these 2 like this, Su Hui felt an inexplicable sense of pleasure in his heart and proudly declared, "My Holy Land's Grandmaster has taken action, how could he fail? I really don't know what you're worried about. So, take this." Su Hui handed over the 2 jade bottles to them before reaching out and brushing off the non-existent dust on his robes. "If you need a saint pill refined next time, just come to my holy land, I guarantee you'll be satisfied." The 2 men checked the pills in the jade bottles and their expressions suddenly filled with surprise, one of them quickly praising, "Your noble Holy Land's Grandmaster's methods are truly amazing, he will definitely come again next time." "Right. I have many friends who are worried about not being able to find a suitable Grandmaster for alchemy. I wonder if your noble Holy Land's Grandmaster can help them refine saint pills." The other man quickly expressed that he also had many friends and relatives who were experiencing the same situation. Chapter 890. Saint-grade alchemists were extremely rare. Each one of them was a manager of the Alchemist Guild in a major city, and there were too many people requesting them for alchemy. Many people had to wait several years or even longer before it was their turn. However, Nine Heaven's Holy Land was different. Its alchemy reputation had only just begun, so there were not many people requesting alchemy services yet. Seeing them express their intentions to introduce their friends and family to Nine Heaven's Holy Land for alchemy, Su Hui found them pleasing to the eye and smiled heartily. "Good, as long as you bring enough compensation, my Holy Land's Grandmaster will naturally act." "Of course." The 2 nodded repeatedly before taking their saint pills and quickly leaving, preparing to inform their friends and family who were unable to find a way to obtain alchemy services here. Time flew by and soon, a month had passed. Outside the 9 peaks, people were bustling with activity, and it was extraordinarily lively. These transcendent realm cultivator were lined up in a long line, waiting anxiously outside the 9 peaks, all of them wearing different expressions. All of these people had come here to ask the Holy Land for help in refining pills. Over the past month, more and more people had come to the 9 peaks to request alchemy services. At the beginning, only a few cultivators would come here to try their luck, 1 or 2 every 3 to 5 days, but as the cultivator who obtained a spirit grade pill and saint pill left, more and more people were attracted to this place. Gradually, people came every day. Sometimes it was 1 or 2 people who came alone, and sometimes it was a group of people who came together. Later, more and more people came, more and more frequently. This was how the current situation had developed. Outside the 9 peaks, there were at least a few dozen Transcendent Realm Masters waiting. Holy Land Elder Luo Sheng and Meng Tianfei led some Holy Land disciples to the side to maintain order. Those who had come from afar were guests, so the Holy Land disciples provided tea and a place to rest for these cultivators who were waiting to enter the Holy Land. However, if anyone dared to disobey the Holy Land's rules and tried to forcibly cut the line, regardless of their cultivation, they would be driven out. This was an order given by Yang Kai, and the 2 Holy Land elders spared no effort in carrying it out. Why isn't it our turn to enter yet? At the front of the line, a person raised his head and muttered anxiously. Soon, it will be our turn in the next batch, one of his companions said expectantly. That's right. Don't worry. We've only been waiting here for a few days. If we were to go somewhere else, we might not even get our turn after waiting for a few years. The third person also comforted him. That's true. The man's mood suddenly became much better and he began chatting with a few people nearby. I heard that since this alchemy Grandmaster of 9 Heavens Holy Land began, he has never failed. Whether it is refining a spirit grade pill or a saint pill, every time he succeeds, his customers will leave satisfied. That's not all. Many of those who concocted spirit pills obtained pills with pill veins. Are you serious? Is there really such a thing as pill veins? I also heard that there are indeed quite a few spirit pills with pill veins. Then wouldn't the reward be several times higher? 9 Heavens Holy Land seems to only accept an ordinary spirit grade pill as a reward, but if you give them more, they won't refuse. Of course I have to give them more to leave a good impression. Maybe the next time I come to ask for a pill, things will go a bit smoother. Haha, I've prepared a bit more reward, maybe if my luck is good, the pill I want to refine will form pill veins. However, upon realizing the level of this old man's cultivation, everyone had no choice but to dispel such thoughts. This old man was at least a second-order saint. Everyone, please wait a moment, I wish you all the same good luck, this old master will take his leave first. The old man seemed to be in a particularly good mood. Normally, a master like him would act arrogantly, so how could he speak to others? But today, not only was he chattering endlessly, he was even trying to be polite. Saying so, Luo Sheng and Meng Tianfei, who were maintaining order outside, politely cupped their fists and quickly left. After he left for a while, the people waiting in line woke up from their stupor, all of them staring at him expectantly. 2 elders, can you let us in now? I've been waiting for several days now, it's finally my turn, the person at the front of the line called out. Luo Sheng and Meng Tianfei glanced at each other and nodded lightly, Luo Sheng calling out, the 10 friends at the front of the line, please follow my Holy Land's disciples into the guest hall, there will naturally be someone to entertain you there. After the 10 of you enter, please continue to wait. Everyone, please. A Holy Land disciple at the front of the line gestured. The 10 cultivators at the front of the line immediately swarmed in like they had been injected with chicken blood, pushing and shoving one another, none of them willing to back down, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The rest of the people continued to wait in the long line, their hearts burning with anxiety. The 2 elders walked to the side and looked at this exciting scene. They were very happy. Brother Meng, do you think our Holy Master is an alchemy Grandmaster? Isn't his level a bit too high? Meng Tianfei shook his head, if you ask me, who should I ask? I've also discussed this matter with Great Elder, but even Great Elder doesn't know what this Grandmaster is like or where he came from, but he should be a friend our Holy Master has made outside. Amazing, to be able to have such a grand master work for the Holy Land. The Holy Master's methods are extraordinary. And, thanks to the alchemy rewards we received during this time, the Holy Land situation has suddenly improved, and the disciples no longer need to worry about cultivation materials. Haha, when we can ask those grandmasters to help us refine some saint pills, it would be even better. Don't worry, we'll just have to ask the Holy Master one day, there won't be any problems. That may be the case, but from the looks of it, I don't know when that master will be free. Saying so, the two elders turned their eyes to the distance where a group of people was approaching Nine Heavens' Holy Land. There was no doubt that this group of people were also here to request alchemy. As one group left, another group would appear, the number of people would only continue to grow. The two elders felt both happy and distressed, sighing heavily. This group of people was quite large, 4 or 5 in total. When they arrived, Luo Xing stepped forward and instructed them to line up at the end of the line. Over the past few days, Luo Sheng and Meng Tianfei had to receive at least 2 or 3 waves of guests like this every day, and as time passed, the number of people coming increased. Just after arranging these people, the two elders saw Su Hui fly out from the 9 peaks. Immediately shaking, the two elders rushed over to greet him. A short time later, Great Elder Su Hui arrived outside the 9 peaks and glanced at the long line before him. So many people? Yes, Great Elder, the reputation of our Holy Land's alchemy is becoming more and more resounding. Luo Sheng smiled bitterly. That's only natural, the fact that there is no precedent of failure is already a legend. No alchemist in this world can achieve such a feat, except for the grandmasters of my Holy Land. Su Hui's expression was full of pride. Does Great Elder have something to say? Meng Tianfei asked. And, pass on the Holy Master's order. Su Hui nodded, turning to the long line of people and shouting, Everyone, this old master is 9 Heavens Holy Land's Great Elder, Su Hui. Greetings. Everyone quickly returned the greeting, not daring to show the slightest neglect. Su Hui's expression shook. He had never felt so spirited before, even when the old Holy Master was alive, he had never felt such a sense of grandeur. Continuing to shout, pass on the Holy Master's order, may I ask if anyone has any world spirit treasures? Most people shook their heads, indicating that they did not have such a thing, but some whispered among themselves, guessing what the Holy Master wanted this thing for. Chapter 891. World spirit treasures were simply too rare and difficult to obtain. Some cultivators might not even see one in their lifetime. This was because world spirit treasures possessed a certain degree of sentience and could be regarded as a kind of sentient being that knew how to seek fortune and avoid disaster. When they sensed danger, they would flee, making them extremely difficult to find. Su Hui observed everyone's expressions and chuckled, You may rest assured, my Holy Land is not asking for your wealth. The Holy Master has said that if anyone has a world spirit treasure, regardless of its grade or type, as long as they hand it over to my Holy Land, the Holy Land's Grandmaster will refine 3 pills for them for free. What's more, the pills will be refined immediately, no need to wait in line. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd went into an uproar. When a Grandmaster of 9 Heavens Holy Land helped someone perform alchemy, the reward wasn't high, but it wasn't low either. The reward was crystal stones or herbs of equivalent value to the pill being refined. Such a reward was something most people could afford. Because saint-grade materials were difficult to find, some people didn't lack crystal stones. However, if the reward was 3 pills, it was a considerable number, enough to tempt many people. Someone in the line asked, Great Elder, is there no limit to the grade of 3 pills you can refine for free? Su Hui smiled and shook his head, there is no limit to the grade, even if you want to refine a saint-grade mid-rank pill. Your noble Holy Land's Grandmaster is quite bold. The man exclaimed, causing everyone else to be stunned. Although until now, no one had requested to refine a saint-grade mid-rank pill. From Su Hui's words, it could be inferred that this grandmaster was capable of refining such a pill and had full confidence in his own skills. So if you have world spirit treasures on hand, please don't hide them, this is a rare opportunity. Su Hui chuckled and persuaded. He didn't know whether this group of people had world spirit treasures or not, nor did he know why Yang Kai wanted them, but since the Holy Master had given him an order, he had no choice but to comply. At the end of the line, someone from the group who had just arrived hesitated for a moment before asking, "Great Elder, can any world spirit treasure be refined?" "Anything is fine," Su Hui nodded firmly before turning his eyes to this person. The man's expression became solemn as he asked again, "But what if I only want to refine one pill? As for the remaining 2 pills, my holy land will help you remember them. Whenever you want to refine them, you can come at any time. There's no need to wait." "So that's how it is." The man's expression became somewhat eager as he carefully took out a jade artifact from his sleeve and jogged over to Su Hui, handing it over. "Great Elder, please take a look at this." As he spoke, he had an expectant look on his face, but at the same time, he felt somewhat uneasy. This person was no more than 30 years old and his strength wasn't high, only at the peak immortal ascension boundary. With such a cultivation, the pill he requested to be refined was at most a spirit-grade top-rank pill. What's more, as a cultivator, he had never had the opportunity to speak directly with a master like Su Hui, so naturally he was quite excited to have such an opportunity today. Su Hui's brow furrowed as he took the delicate jade artifact and was about to open it. That person hurriedly said, "Be careful, Great Elder. This thing runs very fast. If you don't pay attention, it will slip away." Back then, this one obtained it by chance. "I don't even recognize what it is. It's really shameful to say this." "Don't worry." Su Hui smiled confidently, wrapping up the jade artifact with his powerful divine sense, not leaving the slightest gap. Many people stretched out their necks, wanting to see what this world spirit treasure was. Even the 2 elders, Luo Sheng and Meng Tianfei, came over. When the jade artifact was opened, in an instant, a faint light bloomed from inside, like a crystal-clear moonlight. Seemingly aware that the jade artifact that had been closed for so long had been opened, the light rushed out. Su Hui chuckled lightly, his expression indifferent. Wrapped up by his divine sense, the light was unable to break through, constantly circling around a small area, seemingly quite anxious. After a while, the light gradually condensed into the shape of a 3-leaved spirit grass. This spirit grass exuded a strong energy fluctuation and exuded a vigorous vitality. Its entire body was crystal clear, as if it had been carved from white jade, giving it a very delicate appearance. The 3 leaves were also tender and fresh, as if they were formed from water droplets. "It really is a world spirit treasure." Su Hui's eyes lit up as he gently nodded. With his eyesight, he was naturally able to see that this spirit grass was indeed a world spirit treasure, because it already possessed a certain degree of sentience. "Does anyone recognize what kind of world spirit treasure this is?" Su Hui asked the people who had come to ask for alchemy pills. Most people shook their heads, only one person chuckling, "Great Elder, this is a shimmering moon grass. After absorbing the essence of the moon, it has developed sentience. Although it is a kind of world spirit treasure, unfortunately, its growth period is too short. Currently, it only has 3 leaves, so I'm afraid it won't be of much use. If it were allowed to grow for another 100 years and reach 5 leaves, its value would be completely different." "Oh. Your Excellency seems to be quite familiar with this." Su Hui looked at him with a smile. "My apologies. This one is quite interested in spirit grasses and spirit medicines. 30 years ago, I set my goal as an alchemist, but unfortunately, my aptitude was too low and I was unable to make any achievements in this field, so I gave up and began cultivating the martial Tao." "So that's how it is." Su Hui nodded. An alchemist's understanding of spirit grasses and spirit medicines was indeed more profound than the average person. Although this person hadn't become an outstanding alchemist, his knowledge of spirit grasses and spirit medicines was still incomparable to the average person. Is this not possible? The owner of the shimmering moon grass scratched his head, somewhat uneasy. Others had said that this shimmering moon grass didn't have much value, causing him to hesitate. However, the other party had promised to refine 3 pills. Could a single shimmering moon grass offset that? No. To his surprise, Su Hui smiled and shook his head, since this old master has already said that no matter what grade or species it is, as long as it is a world spirit treasure, naturally he will not go back on his word. Good, this old master will accept this shimmering moon grass. Little brother, come with me, Grandmaster can immediately help you refine pills. Excellent. The man was overjoyed. He had only just arrived here today, so if he had wanted to wait, it would have taken him at least 6 or 7 days and he would have had to pay a reward equal to the value of the pills he requested. But a mere stalk of moonlight grass had allowed him to beat others to it, and even allowed that Grandmaster to concoct 3 pills, regardless of the grade. In the future, when he found the necessary materials, he would come here and ask the Grandmaster to refine 2 more saint pills. If he was lucky enough to produce pill veins, he would be able to sell them and his life path would immediately change. This man fantasized in his heart, feeling as if his whole body was floating, as if a beautiful tomorrow was beckoning to him. Wait! Suddenly, someone in the group shouted. Su Hui frowned and glanced over at this person, discovering that it was a Saint Realm Master, causing him to become somewhat displeased. What advice does your excellency have for me? No. The Saint Realm Master laughed dryly. Great Elder, please wait a moment, allow me to speak a few words with this little brother. Su Hui stared at him for a moment before nodding lightly, then please hurry, the Holy Master is still waiting for this old master's reply. Many thanks, Great Elder. The man quickly thanked him and then walked over to the Peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Cultivator and began speaking to him in a friendly manner. He deliberately lowered his voice so that even if others were suspicious, they couldn't understand what they were talking about. All they saw was that the owner of the shimmering moon grass was somewhat reluctant at first, but after the Saint Realm Master said a few words, he immediately became excited and nodded repeatedly. Among the crowd, many people wore pensive looks, seemingly having guessed what the two were talking about. After a while, the Saint Realm Master and the owner of the shimmering moon grass finished talking and seemed to have reached some kind of consensus, both sides seeming quite happy. Before Su Hui had time to call out to the other party to follow him into 9 Heaven's Holy Land, several more Saint Realm Masters surrounded the owner of the shimmering moon grass. A fierce quarrel broke out. The owner of the shimmering moon grass was in a dilemma. He didn't dare offend any of these Saint Realm Masters, so in desperation he could only shout, "Seniors, please make a bid, the highest bidder wins." Hearing this, the several Saint Realm Masters immediately put out their own bids, not willing to back down. Hearing this, Su Hui didn't know whether to laugh or cry, suddenly understanding what the owner of the shimmering moon grass was doing. The Holy Land had promised to help him refine 3 pills, regardless of grade, for free. Inspired by the first cultivator who had approached him, he actually wanted to sell these 3 chances. 3 chances meant 3 rewards, the benefits he could obtain were not small. Slowly shaking his head, Su Hui didn't stop him. Since the Holy Land had given him such an opportunity, it was no longer convenient for him to intervene in this matter. After a while, the owner of the shimmering moon grass ran over happily and flatteringly said, "I've made Great Elder wait a long time, let's go in." Su Hui glanced over at him with a smile. "Are you satisfied with the benefits they gave you?" The man smiled awkwardly. "Satisfied, very satisfied, but there shouldn't be any problem, right?" "Of course there's no problem, the Holy Land gave you 3 chances, how you use them is up to you." That's good. Such great benefits falling from the sky made him a little dizzy. Those Saint Realm Masters weren't willing to wait outside like everyone else, so the benefits they offered were almost the same as the Saint Pill's reward. It was equivalent to the owner of this shimmering moon grass taking away the reward that should have belonged to the Holy Land, while all he had to offer was a low-grade world spirit treasure. For an immortal ascension boundary cultivator, this kind of thing was simply the greatest opportunity in his life. Leading this man into the guest hall, Su Hui took away the 3 sets of materials he had brought, then immediately rushed to the Holy Master Court. Inside a small room, the fragrance of pills filled the air as Yang Kai sat in meditation, a small pill furnace in front of him. Su Hui walked in and reported the matter. Yang Kai gently nodded, took the herbs and the shimmering moon grass, and said, "Come pick them up when I call for you." "Yes." After Su Hui left, Yang Kai put the shimmering moon grass into the black book space and also sent his consciousness inside. A wisp of moonlight was shuttling back and forth inside the black book space, seemingly in a panic, trying to find a safe haven to take refuge in. The divine tree curiously looked at this wisp of moonlight, its divine sense locked onto it as it observed it. Chapter 892. The divine tree's actions caused the shimmering moon grass to become even more flustered, and after hiding for a moment, it plunged into the myriad drug liquid. In an instant, the shimmering moon grass calmed down, and at a rate visible to the naked eye, it absorbed some of the myriad drug liquid, causing its 3 leaves to glow with a brilliant moonlight. Yang Kai's face went black, and just as he was about to pull the shimmering moon grass out of the myriad drug liquid, the divine tree acted first. An invisible force wrapped around the 3-leaved spirit grass and pulled it out. Immediately, Yang Kai felt that the divine tree's divine sense seemed to be communicating with the shimmering moon grass. Smiling slightly, Yang Kai paused. After a while, the divine tree replied, "I've already reprimanded it and will keep an eye on it so it won't enter that place at will. However, this little thing's consciousness is the same as mine a long time ago, not complete, so communicating with it will be a bit difficult." "Is this the world spirit treasure you mentioned before?" Yang Kai chuckled, "Take your time, one day you'll be able to communicate with it smoothly. If there's a chance, I'll find you some other world spirit treasures so you'll have company." "Good," the divine tree responded. Yang Kai had asked Su Hui to find those world spirit treasures and ask about them when he suddenly remembered that he had promised the divine tree before. There were many people who had come to ask for pills from all over the world, so there was bound to be someone who was lucky enough to obtain a world spirit treasure. Yang Kai hadn't expected to succeed so quickly, but unexpectedly, his luck was quite good and some people in this group really did possess such a thing and were willing to take it out. After observing for a while and confirming that there were no problems, Yang Kai's consciousness left the black book space and continued his alchemy practice. For more than a month, Yang Kai had been performing alchemy in this place, not leaving even half a step. Spirit grade top rank and saint grade low rank pills, countless of them had been refined by Yang Kai without a single failure. Because of his conflagrated knowledge C and his mastery of many exquisite alchemy spirit arrays, Yang Kai's alchemy speed was much faster than ordinary alchemists. With his current attainments, refining a spirit-grade top-rank pill would take less than a stick of incense worth of time and a saint-grade low-rank pill would only take half an hour. Every day, no more and no less, Yang Kai would refine 10 pills. The rest of the time was used to recover and comprehend the gains from the alchemy process. He was enjoying it. He didn't feel annoyed or depressed at all. With a large number of high-grade herbs to practice on, his previous conjecture about the elixir veins was also confirmed in practice. It was true that pill veins could be artificially refined, but it required a great deal of effort. Before the pill was formed, countless spirit arrays had to be fused together and refined into the pill. Once it was successful, it would form pill veins, and the pill would be able to last for a long time without deteriorating. He could now casually refine a spirit-grade high-grade pill with pill veins, but for a saint-grade pill, he still had to rely on luck. Sometimes, if he wasn't skilled enough, he wouldn't be able to form pill veins. During the process of alchemy, Yang Kai frequently used his conflagrated spiritual energy. After more than a month, Not only did he not feel tired, he even faintly felt that his conflagrated spiritual energy had become purer and denser. The insights gained from alchemy would also become a kind of cultivation experience, accumulating and fermenting, stabilizing one's cultivation base and making one's strength increase by leaps and bounds. Alchemy and the martial Tao complemented each other and combined together, advancing hand in hand and progressing at a rapid pace. Even without deliberately cultivating, his cultivation was still steadily increasing. At this rate, within 3 to 5 years, Yang Kai felt that he would be able to touch the threshold of the Saint Realm. If there were other opportunities, this time would be shortened even further. After reaching the Third Order Transcendent Realm, Yang Kai was only one step away from breaking through to the Saint Realm. Unlike Yuan Qi breaking through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary or Transcendent Realm from the Immortal Ascension Boundary, this step into the Saint Realm was more difficult than ever before. The medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower could be used to assist a Transcendent Realm cultivator in their breakthrough. Yang Kai still had 2 drops he had refined in the starry sky last time and had not yet used up. At that time, he had condensed a total of 6 drops of medicinal liquid, giving 4 to Tsangyan and the others while keeping the rest in Yang Kai's black book space. The medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower did not have any side effects. Tsangyan, Fei Yu, and her other martial uncles had used it to break through to the First Order Saint Realm, so their foundation had not been affected, nor would it hinder their future cultivation. However, Yang Kai did not intend to use external aids for the time being, instead deciding to use his own strength to try to break through first. Only by comprehending and understanding one's own strength would he gain the most profound insights. Alchemy was the best support for this, allowing Yang Kai to experience many unexpected gains during the process of alchemy, allowing his body and mind to be cleansed and his soul to sublimate. Days passed by. 9 Heavens Holy Land's alchemy reputation quickly spread throughout Tongxian realm. There was someone who had traveled hundreds of thousands of miles and had spared no effort to come here just to ask the mysterious master in the Holy Land to refine a pill for him. Outside the 9 peaks, there was a long line that stretched for several kilometers. Every day, there would be hundreds of people waiting, and more alchemists would join in. The unknown Grand Master of the Holy Land was a master of alchemy. Ever since he began refining pills, he had never failed and had even managed to refine many pills with pill veins. Gradually, some people began to compare this Grand Master with the Old Man of Heaven's Keep, wondering who would win if the two were to compete. However, the Old Man of Heaven's Keep was a legendary figure. Even among the demon race and monster race, this Grand Master had a great reputation and was revered by all living beings in the world. This alone was not something the Grand Master of 9 Heavens Holy Land could compare with. As his reputation spread, those who came to ask for alchemy were no longer limited to spirit-grade top-rank and saint-grade low-rank pills, but even saint-grade mid-rank pills. 9 Heavens Holy Land did not refuse anyone, allowing those who came to ask for alchemy to leave satisfied. Every time a pill was refined, the Holy Land would receive a reward equal to the value of the pill. Su Hui and the other elders were now grinning from ear to ear every day, all of their previous worries swept away. The Holy Land's warehouse was now filled with a variety of crystal stones and various cultivation materials, the amount of reserves reaching an astonishing level. This was especially true after the mysterious Grandmaster changed the rule of refining 20 pills a day from 10 pills a day, allowing the Holy Land to obtain more and more benefits. Many people who came to ask for alchemy were not only given a reward equal to the value of the pill they refined, but also more as a form of thanks. This caused Su Hui to wonder if there was more than one alchemy Grandmaster in the Holy Land. If not, how could a single Grandmaster refine 20 pills a day? There should be at least 3, perhaps even more. Su Hui secretly speculated. The ancient demon clan leaders were well aware that the current prosperity of the Holy Land was probably caused by Yang Kai, but they did not mention this to Su Hui and the others. After receiving a lot of cultivation materials from the Holy Land, Yang Kai focused on developing himself, never leaving the mountain peak where he lived so as to avoid being discovered and causing trouble. When it came to the cultivation materials provided to the ancient demon clan, Su Hui didn't show any intention of shortchanging them. On the contrary, he was extremely generous. If there was anything the ancient demon clan needed, he would bring it to them, causing Li Rong to feel very grateful. Outside the 9 peaks, there was a newly built stone pavilion. Inside the stone pavilion were several exquisite stone benches and a stone table with a pot of tea on top of it. The 2 elders, Yu Ying and Qing Yutong, sat inside the stone pavilion, staring at the long line of people, sipping tea as they whispered to one another. With so many people coming to ask for alchemy pills, every day there would be 2 elders here to maintain order. Today, it was Yu Ying and Qing Yutong's turn. The 2 beautiful women had different temperaments, but they had the same graceful figure, plump breasts, snake-like waists, slender and beautiful legs, and perky buttocks that outlined a beautiful arc that could captivate one's soul. It was as if they had become the most beautiful scenery outside the 9 peaks. The people who came to ask for alchemy pills were all bored, so many of them cast eager glances towards the 2 elders, looking for some spiritual comfort. Perceiving the strange gazes of these people, although Yu Ying and Qing Yutong were not happy, they had no choice but to ignore them and order the Holy Land disciples to form a circle around the stone pavilion to prevent others from looking in. Although it was said to be maintaining order, there was actually no need to do anything. Most of the people who came here were very honest and did not try to cut in line or bully others. Occasionally, there would be some ignorant fellows who tried to take advantage of their status to forcibly occupy a good spot, but the Holy Land's people didn't even need to take action. The masters at the front of the line would spontaneously make them obey. Most of the people who came to ask for alchemy pills were transcendents, but there was no lack of saints. Once something that provoked public anger was done, the result would naturally not be good. Therefore, Yu Ying and Qing Yutong simply drank water and chatted inside the stone pavilion to pass the time. At the end of the long line, 2 women and a middle-aged man were waiting. The middle-aged man looked a little impatient, glancing around from time to time before sighing slightly. There were hundreds of people waiting in front of him. The Holy Land's Grandmaster refined 20 pills a day, so when it was his turn, it would take at least a month. When one of the 2 women looked in the direction of the 9 peaks, her beautiful eyes seemed to contain some indescribable complex emotions. After a long time, the middle-aged man suddenly whispered, "Xian, aren't you acquainted with the Holy Master of 9 Heavens' Holy Land? Can you ask him to help your father refine pills first? That Grandmaster is a member of 9 Heavens' Holy Land, shouldn't he listen to his orders? I only know him and don't have much of a friendship, how could I ask him for help? Perhaps he has already forgotten about me," the woman smiled bitterly. As soon as these words came out, the other woman next to her sneered, "Don't have much of a friendship? Isn't that wrong? You're XANU. The woman glared at her companion, causing the latter to quickly raise her hand. "Fine, I won't say anything. This is your own destiny, you can choose for yourself, don't regret it in the future." The middle-aged man observed her expression and chuckled, "Xian, whether it works or not, you should at least try. No matter what, that Holy Master used to be a member of my bold independent union, shouldn't you at least consider some old sentiments? He's never been a member of Bold Independent Union, why do you always think he used to be a disciple of Bold Independent Union?" The woman stomped her foot. "It's fine to say such things in front of me, but don't say such things in front of others, it'll make them think we're trying to curry favor with them." Chapter 893. Hearing his daughter say so, the middle-aged man smiled awkwardly. Bold Independent Union wasn't a very strong force, and as the Union Master of Bold Independent Union, he was only a 3rd-order transcendent. In this world, any force without a Saint Realm Master would always be despised by others. As such, he had spent his entire life striving to reach the Saint Realm. A few days ago, he had finally seen a glimmer of hope, but because of his lack of aptitude, he was unable to comprehend the mysteries of the Saint Realm, so he wanted to find someone to refine a heaven's secret pill to see if he could use its power to break through to the Saint Realm. After expending a huge amount of financial resources and manpower to gather all the necessary materials, he was unable to find a suitable alchemist to help him refine this pill. The famous alchemy grandmasters of this world were all very arrogant and would not easily accept outsiders. Their schedule for alchemy was always 1 or 2 days later, so the middle-aged man repeatedly ran into a wall and was unable to meet any of the grandmasters. It was at this time that the reputation of 9 Heavens Holy Land's alchemy grandmaster spread, shaking his spirit and secretly feeling that this was an opportunity. Because his daughter had some friendship with this holy master, he even suspected that the relationship between the two was not simple. Unfortunately, no matter how he probed, his daughter flatly denied it. Left with no choice, he could only come here first and make further plans. The long line outside the 9 Peaks shocked the middle-aged man greatly. He had not expected that by the time he arrived here, so many people would already be waiting. Since persuading his daughter was of no use, he could only comfort himself and wait. In any case, it would only take a month or so. So, he decided not to say anything more. At that moment, 2 more people appeared from behind, one of them a young woman followed by a third-order transcendent master who seemed to be her bodyguards. When the young woman arrived, she was also startled, staring into the distance, covering her mouth as she exclaimed, "So many people. Are they all here to ask for alchemy?" The third-order transcendent cultivator beside her also glanced over and nodded. "Young lady, on the way here, I heard that the alchemy grandmaster here is extremely skilled. Ever since he began performing alchemy, he has never failed, and the quality of the pills he refines is surprisingly good. Naturally, there are many people here because of his reputation." "Amazing, where did that bastard find such an alchemy grandmaster?" The young woman chuckled lightly as she stared towards the 9 Peaks, her expression casual. "Young lady, should we also wait in line?" the cultivator asked softly. I'll just go in and look for him. I don't think he'd dare to pretend that he doesn't recognize me." The young woman snorted softly. Her jade-like nose was high, and as she spoke, she walked forward without the slightest intention of waiting in line. After taking a few steps, she suddenly exclaimed in surprise and turned her head to look at one of the people at the back of the line. After seeing this person's face, her face lit up and she hurried over. "Yun Xian, why are you here?" Yun Xian had a preoccupied look on her face and didn't realize that this person was an acquaintance of hers. After hearing someone call out to her, she quickly raised her head and saw the young woman approaching. "Shui Ling." Yun Xian called out, a smile blooming on her pretty face. "Why are you here?" "Come and see that bastard. I heard that he's now the holy master of 9 Heavens Holy Land. After not seeing him for a few years, he's actually become a phoenix, not even bothering to inform me that he's safe and sound, causing me to constantly worry about his safety. This time I've come to settle accounts with him." Shui Ling began chattering away. Listening to her, Yun Xian couldn't help smiling, her mood seemingly improving a lot. "Are you here to find the Grandmaster for alchemy?" Shui Ling's eyes narrowed slightly as she guessed Yun Xian's intentions. Since you're here, why wait in line, just go straight in," Shui Ling said with a puzzled expression. "That's not good, everyone is waiting in line." Yun Xian said awkwardly. "What's there to be afraid of? Others waiting is their business, you're not an outsider to him. Isn't it the same? We'll just wait here." Yun Xian waved her hand. Seeing her acting like an outsider, Shui Ling's brow furrowed deeply as she suddenly reacted. Could it be that he's not going to admit it? Even if he's the holy master of 9 Heavens Holy Land, how could he be so shameless? "Don't speak so loudly." Yun Xian blushed and quickly stopped her. The nearby 9 Heavens Holy Land disciples all turned their eyes towards them, their expressions gloomy. Shui Ling couldn't help sticking out her tongue, not daring to act rashly. In front of Yang Kai, Shui Ling could indeed act unscrupulously, but speaking ill of the Holy Master in front of these Holy Land disciples would only provoke hatred. This girl is... The middle-aged man who had been standing behind Yun Xian stepped forward and asked. Oh, this is the little princess of Water Spirit Temple, Shui Ling. I've told father about her before. So it's Sister Shui Ling. The middle-aged man's expression shook, not daring to neglect, quickly cupping his fists and saying, this one is Bold Independent Union's Union Master, Yun Cheng. Hello, Uncle Yun. Shui Ling smiled sweetly and called out. Water Spirit Temple's little princess, her reputation is well-deserved. So young yet already a first-order transcendent, her future is limitless. Yun Cheng's divine sense swept Shui Ling briefly and was able to determine her true cultivation, his eyes lighting up as he secretly admired Water Spirit Temple's heritage. Yun Xian was older than Shui Ling, but in terms of cultivation, she was inferior. This was the difference in strength between the two great forces. Without good resources, the growth rate of young people was naturally slower. Uncle Yun is too polite, this niece only just broke through some time ago and has not yet stabilized her cultivation. Shui Ling put on a well-behaved appearance, her blue eyes extremely beautiful, constantly drawing the attention of those around her. Her name is Ruan Xianyu, she's a friend of mine. Yun Xian pointed to another woman next to her and introduced her. Shui Ling nodded lightly, greeting him back. Just now, I heard Sister Shui Ling say that you want to enter the 9 Peaks directly to find the Holy Master. Yun Cheng lowered his voice and asked. I'm an old acquaintance of his. I haven't seen him for several years now, but I didn't expect him to actually come here to become the Holy Master. May I ask your honored names and what is your relationship with my Holy Master? Yuing asked softly. Send someone to inform your Holy Master that several like-minded old friends have come to see him. The old man didn't report his name, making him seem somewhat mysterious. Yu Ying's brow furrowed slightly as she exchanged a glance with Qing Yutong, but didn't ask any more questions, instead ordering a disciple to send a message to the peak. Both of them also felt that this was quite interesting. The Holy Master had been in charge of the 9 Peaks for some time now and no one had ever come to visit him, but today, wave after wave of visitors had arrived. It's best if they aren't here to ask for alchemy. The two elders thought to themselves as they secretly observed the two groups of visitors who claimed to be Yang Kai's friends. It is said that the Holy Master's master is around the same age as them, so it is only natural for him to make such friends. But who were those old fellows? How could your Holy Master possibly make friends with such people? Someone in the crowd shouted. This group of old men was not young and their strength was not high, so it was easy for people to assume they were mediocre cultivators who were bitterly pursuing the martial Tao but were unable to find the right path. There were many such people in this world. In their current situation, what they wanted the most was a good pill to help them break through their current realm and extend their lifespan. Most of the people waiting in line had such thoughts. Everyone turned their eyes to the group of old men, even Yun Cheng and the others who were standing still. You guys, aren't you a bit too meddlesome? Since Yang Kai invited this group of seniors to enter, naturally he has his reasons. Don't you think you're a bit too bored? Shouting like this in front of his holy land, be careful you don't provoke them and they won't help you with alchemy, Shui Ling scolded without any trace of politeness. Among the crowd, the few people who were shouting the most fiercely quickly shrank their necks and hid behind others, as if they were afraid Yuing and Qin Yutong would remember their faces and settle accounts with them. Their shouting was simply to vent the unfairness in their hearts, they didn't have any real intentions. This could be considered a warning to 9 Heaven's holy land. Otherwise, if anyone came to ask for a pill and said they were Yang Kai's friends, they would be able to enter at any time, causing them to have to wait even longer. This was truly unfair to those who had to abide by the rules. You little girl, you really dare say such a thing? Among the group of old men, a pot-bellied old man who was the leader of the group, looked at Shui Ling with a smile. Aren't you afraid they'll find trouble with you? What's there to be afraid of? Shui Ling giggled, since you're Yang Kai's friends, you're also this young lady's friends. Although you're much older than me, I guarantee that no one here will dare bully you. Otherwise, Yang Kai will teach them a lesson. Oh. You seem to have a good relationship with Yang Kai. Another old man smiled pleasantly, stroking his beard as he stared towards Shui Ling with a meaningful look. So, Shui Ling frowned. Although that guy can be a bit of a bastard sometimes, he's still a righteous person. This young lady finds him pleasing to the eye. This old master also finds you pleasing to the eye. The pot-bellied old man smiled lightly before turning to the others and saying, several old friends, what do you think we should do? These people seem to think we came to Nine Heaven's holy land with some kind of ulterior motive. If we don't explain ourselves, it won't be good for Yang Kai's reputation. Then we'll have to trouble Brother Chang. None of the others objected, indicating that he should do as he wished. The fat old man nodded lightly before turning to the crowd and shouting, which one of you didn't have eyes and called this old master an old man? Stand up and let me see. No one admitted to it. The fat old man seemed to have expected this scene and didn't pursue it further, instead pointing to himself and declaring, this old man's surname is Chang Bao, remember it. He wore an arrogant look and his tone was not polite at all, as if he really was some kind of big shot. This caused many people to scoff at him. A mere second-order transcendent cultivator really wasn't enough to care about these 9 peaks. However, in the crowd waiting in line, many masters couldn't help narrowing their eyes as they stared towards the fat old man. Gradually, the image of a master in their minds overlapped with the fat old man in front of them. Lightning Flash City's Alchemist Guild Manager, Saint Grade Low-Rank Alchemy Grandmaster, Grandmaster Chang Bao. An exclamation rang out, causing an uproar. No wonder he looked so familiar, it turns out he's the Grandmaster from Lightning Flash City. Why is he here? He even knows the Holy Master here. Who are those people around him? There was a lot of discussion in the crowd, as if they had just been struck by some kind of divine skill. Everyone's expression towards Chang Bao changed, no longer showing any contempt and disdain, instead becoming extremely respectful. No one dared to underestimate a saint-grade alchemist. Among the cultivator waiting here, several had been to Lightning Flash City and wanted to meet this Grandmaster and ask for his alchemy services, but unfortunately, they had no chance to meet him and could only come here to seek opportunities. In the midst of their shock, the people around Chang Bao also reported their names. This old man is Hong Fong. This old man is Du Wan. This old man is He Feng. This old woman is Kong Ruoyu. The only old woman gently nodded. As these names that shook the world spread, everyone was dumbfounded and speechless. Shattered Star City, Three River City, Broken Moon City, Grand Boulder City, Lightning Flash City. The Alchemist Guild managers of these 5 cities had gathered here. 5 Saint-grade alchemists. This lineup was so luxurious that it was amazing. No one dared to make any more noise, all of them simply staring at these 5 people dumbfoundedly. Everyone couldn't help feeling like this was not Nine Heaven's holy land, but the Alchemist Guild's guild. Otherwise, how could these 5 grandmasters have gathered here from all over the world? Duwan smiled heartily and stepped forward. The 5 of us are friends of the owner of this place. We came here today to visit, but we didn't expect there would be some misunderstandings. We hope you won't take offense. No, old man Du is too serious. Someone in the crowd immediately said humbly. The Saint Realm Masters didn't dare show the slightest contempt towards these 5 people and instead wore dignified expressions. Yuing and Qing Yutong's beautiful eyes lit up as they stared at the 5 people in front of them. They finally understood why these 5 people dared to take advantage of their seniority even though their strength was clearly lower than theirs. What's more, the words they spoke shocked the two elders. These 5 people had come here to visit the Holy Master. Just the word visit was enough to make one think of many things. It had always been juniors paying respects to their seniors and juniors paying respects to their superiors, but now, these 5 had actually used the word visit. Both Yu Ying and Qing Yutong felt their blood boil. Yu Ying's eyes are poor. I failed to recognize 5 grandmasters, please forgive me. Yu Ying quickly converged her expression and humbly apologized. It's fine. Chapter 895. Following behind these several grandmasters, Shui Ling still felt as if she was floating in the clouds, her entire body light. No matter how she racked her brain, she couldn't understand when Yang Kai had become friends with these grandmasters. What kind of honor was this? A short time later, the group arrived at the Holy Master Court. Yu Ying did not lead them to the guest hall but instead brought them here directly. And Ling, and Su Hui immediately came out to greet them, and after exchanging a few pleasantries, Su Hui called out, "Holy Master said he would be here soon, please wait here for a moment." "And, he's busy, let's take a break first." Chang Bao waved his hand indifferently, finding a comfortable chair to sit down in and gasping for breath. Chang Bao's body was quite fat, making it difficult for him to move around. Normally, he would only stay in the Alchemist Guild in Lightning Flash City, never coming out. This time, if it weren't for him coming to Nine Heaven's Holy Land to find Yang Kai, he wouldn't have bothered himself like this. After bringing everyone here, Yu Ying excused herself and left. These 5 saint-grade alchemists had great backgrounds, so Ling, and Su Hui didn't dare neglect them, carefully accompanying them. The 5 grandmasters were all easygoing and didn't put on any airs, simply chatting with Su Hui and Ling, in a harmonious manner. On the other hand, Shui Ling and Yun Xian's group were quite nervous and uncomfortable. Shui Ling hadn't expected that the group of old men she had encountered outside were all alchemy grandmasters, so after learning their identities, she didn't dare speak casually. Yun Xian and the others also appeared quite restrained. Bold independent union wasn't a great force, being able to enter Nine Heaven's Holy Land was all thanks to Shui Ling. In front of these 5 grandmasters, Bold Independent Union's Union Master Yun Cheng sat solemnly, not uttering a single word. He couldn't get a word in edgewise, nor did he dare. Everyone here had a much higher status than him. Normally, it was extremely difficult to ask for an audience with any of them. Now that they were gathered together, it made Yun Cheng feel a little pressured. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. Seemingly seeing their awkwardness, Ling, walked over and whispered to Shui Ling and Yun Xian, inquiring about their relationship with Yang Kai. Facing this saintess of Nine Heaven's Holy Land, Shui Ling and Yun Xian both unconsciously lowered their heads and spoke cautiously. However, under the guidance of Ling, their expressions gradually relaxed, and when they talked about Yang Kai, they would laugh from time to time. After waiting for about an hour, a heroic figure rushed in from the outside. Everyone cast their gazes over and smiled in unison. Junior Yang Kai greets the masters. Yang Kai is flattered to have several grandmasters come to visit. Yang Kai hurriedly saluted as he approached. The 5 grandmasters smiled and nodded, with Du Wan saying, "There's no need to be so polite. Before, you were the one who called us grandmasters, but now, we don't dare." He didn't say it too clearly, but the meaning behind his words was that only heaven and earth knew, and only you and I knew. Yang Kai smiled knowingly. Old man Du is too kind, this junior being able to achieve what he has today is all thanks to the guidance of several grandmasters. Seeing him act so modestly, the 5 old men glanced at each other and felt relieved, thinking that Kai Yang hadn't become arrogant because of his current achievements. They hadn't misjudged him. "Hey, there's someone else here, aren't you going to greet them?" Shui Ling smiled and called out. As soon as Yang Kai came out, Shui Ling's expression relaxed greatly. because no one here knew as much about Yang Kai as she did. She had followed Yang Kai to Tongxian realm from the central capital and had participated in the world-shaking inheritance war as well as the life and death struggle with the ash-gray cloud evil land. Although Yang Kai was now the holy master of the Holy Land, Shui Ling did not treat him as an outsider. Yang Kai chuckled and greeted, "It's been a long time since we last met, several beauties have become more and more beautiful." What a glib tongue. Shui Ling blushed and snorted. Yun Xian also couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed, her beautiful eyes glancing towards Yang Kai. Ruan Xianyu quietly poked her from the side and urged, "This is probably your last chance, if you don't grasp it, there won't be a next time." Yun Xian just stared at Yang Kai faintly, not saying anything, causing Ruan Xianyu to feel like jumping off a wall. If she were Yun Xian, she would definitely not let Yang Kai off so easily. He was no longer the same as he was in the past. Back then, he seemed like a little brat who had never seen the world, but now he was the holy master of 9 heavens' holy land. His status was high and his strength was not low. How could she easily let go of such a golden opportunity? If she held on tight, she would be able to live a carefree life. However, this fool Yun Xian had no intention of acting at all, causing Ruan Xianyu to become even more anxious. Junior greets Union Master Yun. Yang Kai cupped his fists towards Yun Cheng. Yun Cheng's body shook as his face filled with pride, quickly getting up and returning the courtesy. "Yang Xingzhu is too polite, Yang Xingzhu is too polite." Saying so, Yun Cheng awkwardly added, "Last time, bold independent Union was deceived by a scoundrel and acted rudely. I hope Yang Xingzhu can forgive us." "A minor matter, there's no need to mention it," Yang Kai chuckled, his expression casual. Hearing this, Yun Cheng finally felt relieved. He was really afraid that Yang Kai would hold a grudge against him for what happened last time. If that really happened, he would no longer have the face to remain here. After exchanging some pleasantries and greeting everyone, Yang Kai found a seat and sat down. "Why have all of you come to my holy land together? Do you know each other?" Yang Kai looked around suspiciously. It was just a coincidence. Chang Bao chuckled, "We didn't come together, we just met outside the mountain peak." "And I also met Yun Xian and the others outside," Shui Ling also nodded. "What a coincidence, no wonder I always felt like something good was about to happen today. It turns out several grandmasters and friends were coming," Yang Kai laughed happily. As he spoke, he intentionally or unintentionally glanced over at Yun Xian, who was staring back at him. When their eyes met, Yun Xian quickly averted her gaze, her heart pounding rapidly. As time passed, she always felt that the distance between herself and Yang Kai was growing larger and larger. The last time she saw him, although he was high up in the clouds, she could still see him from afar. But this time, Yun Xian found that this man was already standing at a height she could never hope to reach. Her heart aching, Yun Xian knew that she would never be able to catch up to Yang Kai in this lifetime, only be able to look up to him. Such a man was not someone a woman like her could match up to. "Did several grandmasters come to my holy land for sightseeing or do you have something important to do?" Yang Kai lightly coughed and quickly asked about the matter at hand. The 5 grandmasters glanced at each other and soon the eyes of the other 4 focused on Du Wan, obviously waiting for him to answer. Old man Du helplessly smiled bitterly and said, "It's like this. And, we heard that there was a grandmaster alchemist here, so we wanted to pay a visit." Yang Kai let out a hollow laugh, the corners of his mouth twitching. Others might not know who this grandmaster alchemist was, but Du Wan and the others definitely knew. After all, Yang Kai had refined a saint-grade low-rank pill with pill veins in front of them. At this moment, seeing Du Wan speak so modestly, Yang Kai couldn't bear it and didn't know how to respond. "And, if it is convenient for that grandmaster, we would like to study alchemy from him." Hong Fong continued. Yang Kai's mouth twitched even more. "It doesn't matter if it's inconvenient. Duan saw the strange expression on Yang Kai's face and thought he wasn't too willing, so he quickly waved his hand. We don't covet the secrets of others, it's just that no one can teach us alchemy. Now that we have finally found one, we want to try our luck. Yang Kai, you can discuss with that grandmaster, there's no need to rush to answer us, it won't be too late to give us an answer later. And, if that grandmaster is willing to give us some pointers, we would naturally be happy, but if he doesn't want to, it's fine as well. After all, us old fogies were a bit shameless and forced him to do something he didn't want, Chang Bao comforted. 5 pairs of eyes stared at Yang Kai, wondering what answer he would give. Even Shui Ling, Yun Cheng, and the others were watching nervously. They didn't know why, but they felt that the atmosphere was a bit strange. Yang Kai took a deep breath and said with a solemn expression, several grandmasters are too serious, my Holy Land's alchemist also needs to communicate with others. The arrival of 5 grandmasters is nothing short of a blessing for him. How about this, on behalf of that alchemist, I agree to your request. Although it's not about pointers, it's about learning from each other. Really? Chang Bao excitedly asked. Is that okay? Duan also looked at Yang Kai. There's nothing wrong with it, there's nothing shameful about it, Yang Kai chuckled. The 5 grandmasters glanced at each other with excited expressions before turning to look at Yang Kai again, their eyes filled with gratitude. Yang Kai agreeing so readily was really beyond their expectations. On the way here, the 5 grandmasters had been a bit hesitant, feeling that such a request was a bit inappropriate, but they couldn't resist the temptation of learning the mysteries of alchemy and had come to the Holy Land together, thickening their faces to make such a request, mentally preparing themselves for rejection. Who would have thought that he would achieve his goal so easily? The 5 grandmasters were pleasantly surprised. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go meet that grandmaster now, He Feng said, standing up. No need to rush. Yang Kai laughed dumbly, please wait a moment. Saying so, he turned to Shui Ling and the others, what about you? Did you come here to see me or to perform alchemy? If I said I came here specifically to see you, would you believe me? Shui Ling asked with a smile. Yang Kai grinned disdainfully. Then I came here to perform alchemy, heh. Saying so, Shui Ling took out a universe bag and tossed it directly to Yang Kai, saying without any trace of politeness, I want to refine 3 azure sky pills, all the materials are ready, you can decide for yourself. Yang Kai caught the universe bag and swept it with his divine sense, nodding lightly, azure sky pills, how long has it been since you broke through to the transcendent realm? It's only been 4 months. That's why I need these pills to stabilize my realm, Shui Ling replied, a somewhat distressed look on her face. Chapter 896. Shui Ling had only broken through to the transcendent realm 4 months ago, so she really needed to consolidate her realm. If she didn't want to meditate to comprehend the heavenly way and martial Tao, she could only rely on the power of pills. Yang Kai nodded, thought about it for a while, then said, if you want to stabilize your realm, a single azure sky pill is enough. I'll help you refine some other soul-restoring pills with the remaining herbs you need to enhance your spiritual energy. In any case, the materials required for these 2 pills are similar. You know a lot about pills? Shui Ling was stunned. I've been around that grandmaster for a long time, so I understand a little. Then I'll leave it to you, in any case, I know you won't treat me badly. Shui Ling seemed to have entrusted her life to Yang Kai, causing Yang Kai to be speechless. You woman. Yang Kai slowly shook his head before turning to Yun Xian, his tone softening greatly, what about you? Yun Xian seemed to be thinking about something, but upon hearing this question her tender body trembled slightly, quickly replying, my father wants to refine a heaven's secret pill. Heaven's secret pill? Yang Kai raised his brow and turned to look at Yun Cheng, smiling. So, Senior Yun is about to break through to the Saint Realm? Yun Cheng smiled awkwardly. I saw some hope but was unable to comprehend its mysteries, so I came here to ask for a heaven's secret pill to peer into the mysteries of the heavens. Good. Yang Kai nodded firmly. Since Senior Yun is about to break through, I will ask Grandmaster to refine the best heaven's secret pill possible to help Senior Yun comprehend the mysteries of the Saint Realm. Hearing this, Yun Cheng's expression shook and he was overjoyed. Then I'll have to trouble Yang Xingzhu. Saying so, he signaled to Yun Xian with his eyes. Yun Xian understood, got up, and politely bowed. Many thanks. Holy Master Yang. Yang Kai nodded faintly, his expression slightly complicated. Inside the hall, the group of people watching seemed to have noticed something and began to ponder. Yun Cheng coughed dryly and handed over the herbs he had prepared. Yang Kai took it and ordered, Enling, help me greet my friends. I'll bring the materials over first. Yes, Enling, replied. Grandmasters, please follow me. Yang Kai called out to Du Wan and the others. In the side room, the alchemy furnace was still placed there. Sets of alchemy ingredients were placed beside it, waiting to be refined. After arriving, Yang Kai said, Grandmasters, please feel free to do as you please. This junior is usually refining pills here, so there's nothing to entertain you all. Don't worry about us. We're only here to observe. How much we can learn is up to us. There's no need for you to teach us. Chang Bao quickly found a good spot and sat down cross-legged. Not bad. When we came here, we already discussed it. As long as you agree to let us observe, we won't do anything else. Du Wan nodded slightly. That's fine. Yang Kai nodded. When it came to alchemy, he had to give it his all, so he really didn't have the time to explain anything to others. Moreover, he had no experience in teaching, nor did he have the qualifications to do so. The 5 people in front of him were all masters who had been immersed in alchemy for hundreds of years and had their own unique understanding of alchemy. Rather than explaining alchemy to them, it would be better to just let them observe. Boy, are you having an affair with that girl named Yun Xian? Why do I feel like she's looking at you so strangely? Chang Bao suddenly asked with a smile, his small eyes flashing with light. You shameless old man, what nonsense are you spouting? Kong Ruo Yu immediately glared at him. Ha, I was just asking. Chang Bao laughed awkwardly. Yang Kai also smiled bitterly and nodded, there really is something going on. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Let's focus on alchemy. Immediately, Yang Kai took out the herbs Shui Ling had brought and prepared to refine the Azure Sky pill and soul replenishing pill she needed. The grade of these 2 pills wasn't too high, only spirit grade top rank. Yang Kai planned to use them as a warm-up in preparation for refining the heavenly mystery pill. The 5 grandmasters immediately raised their spirits and paid close attention to his movements, lest they miss the slightest detail. Time passed by little. Inside the Holy Master Court, Enling, accompanied Shui Ling, Yun Xian, and the others, getting along well with each other. In the evening, Yang Kai, who had left a while ago, returned once again. Yun Cheng, who had been anxiously waiting, quickly got up and looked towards him, his body trembling slightly as he felt a little nervous. Arriving in front of him, Yang Kai handed him a jade bottle and said, This is the heavenly mystery pill Senior Yun needs. Tossing another jade bottle to Shui Ling, Yang Kai said, This is your Azure Sky pill and soul replenishing pill. Shui Ling smiled and took the bottle, opening it and taking a look inside. She couldn't help calling out in surprise, You can really refine pill veins. I thought the rumors outside were all exaggerated, but it turns out it's true. Of these 3 pills, the Azure Sky pill, which was used to stabilize one's cultivation, clearly had pill veins. Its value was not something ordinary pills could compare with. Shui Ling's eyes filled with excitement and happiness. Next time if you need anything, just come here, there's no need to be polite with me, Yang Kai said with a smile. I won't be polite with you, Shui Ling pouted. Shui Ling curled her lips disdainfully and put the pills into her universe bag, carefully placing them away before turning her gaze towards Cloud City. Why is Senior Yun like this? At this moment, Yun Xian and Ruan Xianyu were also gathered around Yun Cheng. Seeing his hands trembling and his throat trembling, but unable to speak, neither of them knew what was wrong, causing their beautiful faces to pale with anxiety. Pill. Pill veins. After a long time, Yun Cheng finally managed to squeeze out 2 words, a saint pill with pill veins. Impossible. Shui Ling was taken aback and quickly leaned over to take a closer look. Sure enough, she saw that the saint-grade low-rank pill had lines that resembled the meridians of a human body. She was also shocked speechless. A saint pill with pill veins, the value of such a thing was immeasurable. For a time, all of them stared at Yun Cheng with envy. If only they had known this would happen, they would have brought some materials for refining saint pills. In any case, there was no need to pay for refining saint pills in Yang Kai's place, and her father was also in need of saint pills. Congratulations to Senior Yun for achieving his wish. Shui Ling calmed herself down and congratulated him with a smile. Congratulations Union Master, there is hope for you to break through to the Saint Realm, Ruan Xianyu also quickly followed up. You can't say that. Although these pills are rare, breaking through to the Saint Realm will depend on this Yun's efforts, but in any case, I must thank Yang Xingzhu for his help. Senior Yun is too polite. Yang Kai smiled lightly, glancing over at Yun Xian who also nodded gently, showing a look of gratitude. She knew in her heart that Yang Kai must have asked that Grandmaster to go all out, otherwise, how could he have so coincidentally refined a saint pill with pill veins? Now that the pill had been refined, Yun Cheng was in no mood to stay and couldn't wait to return to bold independent city so he could take this pill and explore the mysteries of breaking through to the Saint Realm, so he immediately said goodbye. Yang Kai didn't try to persuade him to stay. Then I'll be going too. Seeing how busy you are, it seems you don't have time to accompany me. There's no point in staying here, Shui Ling thought for a moment and also said she wanted to leave. I'll send you off. Yang Kai said. That won't do, this Yun cannot afford. Yun Cheng was shocked, but before he could finish speaking, he was pushed away by Ruan Xianyu, muttering under his breath, it's none of your business, Union Master, we'll leave first. Hearing this, Yun Cheng immediately came to his senses, excused himself from Yang Kai, and flew out of the 9 peaks. Shui Ling also gave Yang Kai a meaningful look before waving her hand, if you have time, come to Water Spirit Temple to see me. Don't go missing for several years without any news. I know, Yang Kai smiled bitterly. In an instant, only Yang Kai and Yun Xian remained in the hall. Even Su Hui and An Ling had tactfully slipped away and disappeared. Let's go, Yang Kai motioned. Yun Xian gently nodded and walked out side by side with Yang Kai. Along the way, Yang Kai was silently considering what to say. Although something had happened between him and this woman all those years ago, under those circumstances, he had been forced to do so. If he refused to admit it now, it would be too much of an animal, so he could only remain silent. I heard from your Holy Land Saintess that you haven't even accepted her. Yang Kai didn't say anything, so Yun Xian suddenly spoke up. She even told you that? Yang Kai was stunned. There's a lot to be said between women, Yun Xian grinned. Why is that? You're the Holy Master here and she's the Saintess, shouldn't you be together? Could it be you don't even like someone like her? It's not that I don't like her. Yang Kai shook his head, not knowing how to explain. That means you have another woman in your heart. Yun Xian said decisively. Yang Kai couldn't help admiring this woman's keenness and nodded, indeed. Isn't she outstanding? Yun Xian asked faintly. Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help flashing back to Su Yan and Xia Ning Chang, a look of reminiscence appearing on his face. Seeing him like this, Yun Xian smiled sadly. Forget it, you don't need to answer. I already know the answer. And, you don't need to worry about what happened between you and me, that kind of situation was really unavoidable. Just treat it as a beautiful memory that I will treasure in my heart. Yang Kai opened his mouth to speak, but hesitated. Can you not show such an expression? Yun Xian's eyes became watery as her voice trembled slightly. Do you think you're going to take responsibility after taking advantage of me once? I didn't care at all, why should you care? Yun Xian. Yang Kai's expression became gloomy as he stared deeply at her, feeling helpless in his heart. Yun Xian kept wiping the corners of her eyes, but the tears continued to pour out like pearls. Suddenly, she turned around, grabbed Yang Kai's hand, and bit down hard. Her silver teeth sank deep into his flesh, causing blood to seep out. Yang Kai remained motionless and just stared at her quietly. Up close, Yun Xian also stared back at Yang Kai stubbornly. You hurt me once, I hurt you once, we're even. Suddenly, Yun Xian let go of Yang Kai's hand, swallowed the blood into her stomach, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, turned around, and walked away. A rain of tears fell. Her voice gradually drifted over, you heartless man, you'd better maintain your current high and mighty position so that I can only look up to you. If one day you fall from the clouds, I will definitely not let you off easily. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Chapter 897. You're really heartless. Enling floated out like a ghost and stared in the direction Yun Xian left, sighing faintly. She's already like that, can't you coax her? A few words of sweet talk is all it takes. That would only make the situation worse. Yang Kai shook his head. That's not necessary. Yang Kai glared at her. That's why I don't want to talk about love with you, otherwise you'll end up like this in the future. I won't, Enling blushed and hurriedly left. Returning to the Holy Master Court, Yang Kai continued to perform alchemy. The 5 grandmasters keenly noticed that Yang Kai's state of mind seemed to have undergone some subtle changes, causing his alchemy technique to frequently make mistakes, nearly ruining a number of good materials, causing them to break out in a cold sweat. But soon, this terrible state of mind was forgotten and Yang Kai regained his proficiency and self-confidence in alchemy, causing the 5 grandmasters to look forward to seeing what he was capable of. In the blink of an eye, another few months had passed. The reputation of 9 Heavens Holy Land's alchemy grandmasters had spread throughout the world, and no one could compare to them. The outside of the 9 peaks was bustling with noise and excitement every day. There was an endless stream of people queuing up to refine pills. The Holy Land had obtained an unimaginable amount of wealth and cultivation materials, enough to make anyone's eyes go red with envy. Su Hui and the other grandmasters were grinning from ear to ear all day long. Inside the main room, Yang Kai and the 5 grandmasters had been sitting there for several months, not leaving the door once. Every day, Yang Kai would refine 20 pills, no more, no less, and the 5 grandmasters would watch him from beginning to end. They were shocked by Yang Kai's alchemy speed and fascinated by his exquisite alchemy technique. Refining 20 pills a day was something none of the grandmasters here could accomplish. Refining spirit pills wasn't so bad, and if the 5 grandmasters put their all into it, they could refine 7 or 8 pills a day. However, refining the holy elixir consumed a lot of mental energy and strength. All the grandmasters asked themselves, if they tried their best, they would only be able to refine 2 holy elixirs a day before they would be exhausted. However, with Yang Kai, he only needed to spend 14 to 14 hours, or even less, to refine all 20 pills. The rest of the time was used to comprehend the gains from refining pills and to recover his strength. The grandmasters were deeply aware of the terrifying effects of the conflagrated knowledge sea in alchemy. When Yang Kai was refining pills, they would observe. When Yang Kai was resting, they would sit together and discuss the day's harvest. Often, they would argue until their faces turned red and their necks were thick. They would always be in a deadlock over a technique or the use of a spirit array. Yang Kai didn't care about them, nor did he express his opinion. The reason he could perform alchemy so quickly was entirely because of his conflagrated knowledge. So sometimes the methods and insights he used were not suitable for the several grandmasters. Amidst the noise and discussion, the grandmasters felt that their understanding of alchemy had deepened, and their alchemy skills had improved. Sometimes, when he couldn't bear the loneliness and his hands itched, he would take some materials from Yang Kai and refine them into pills. With the help of the grandmasters, Yang Kai became more and more relaxed. Condensing medicinal liquids was basically something he didn't need to do himself. The grandmasters were simply practicing their own insights, so Yang Kai only needed to combine the different medicinal liquids and refine them into pills. It was as if the 5 grandmasters were his assistants, but the grandmasters were actually enjoying themselves, beaming with joy every day. Being able to have 5 saint-grade alchemists as assistants was probably the only grandmaster in this world. As the reputation of the alchemy grandmasters spread, 9 Heavens Holy Land's reputation also rose. Every cultivator who came here to ask for pills was extremely grateful to 9 Heavens Holy Land, because in any other place, it was impossible for them to obtain the pills they wanted so quickly. But here in 9 Heavens Holy Land, one only needed to wait 1 to 2 months at most before they could obtain what they wanted. On top of that, the news that Du Wan and the other 5 saint-grade alchemists had come to visit the grandmasters here spread like wildfire, causing many people to mistakenly believe that the mysterious grandmaster sitting in 9 Heavens Holy Land was the legendary Old Man of Heaven's Keep. As these rumors spread, the prestige of 9 Heavens Holy Land was further boosted. It could be said that besides the fact that 9 Heavens Holy Land did not have a third-order saint, it was now on par with any of the top forces in the world, and its prestige had reached an unprecedented height. The name of the Holy Land's Holy Master, Yang Kai, was also widely known. The Holy Land had risen from the dead and was exuding a vibrant vitality, causing Su Hui and the others to be the happiest. A few years ago, when the old Holy Master of 9 Heavens Holy Land passed away, a new Holy Master had yet to take over the Holy Land, causing the hearts of the disciples to become unstable. At that time, Saintess Nan had caused great trouble outside, causing countless masters to besiege the Holy Land. At that time, Su Hui had thought that the Holy Land's foundation would be destroyed in the hands of his generation, causing him to feel depressed, secretly feeling that he had failed the heritage left behind by the previous Holy Masters. But a few years later, this place had become the center of attention of the world. As a member of 9 Heavens Holy Land, not to mention Great Elder Yang Kai, even the disciples were extremely proud of themselves. This kind of pride created a kind of virtuous cycle, causing the disciples to cultivate more and more diligently, for fear that they would fall behind the cultivator of another force and bring shame to the Holy Land's reputation. Looking at the thriving Holy Land, Su Hui felt that even if he died now, he would have no regrets. On this day, Yang Kai, who was in the middle of performing alchemy, suddenly noticed something and hurriedly finished what he was doing. Du Wan was keenly aware of this abnormality and asked, "What's wrong?" Hearing his question, the other 4 also hurriedly cast concerned glances towards him. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. "It's nothing, it's just that I refined an artifact into my body a few days ago and only today did I feel some resonance with it. I was anxious to investigate the mysteries of that artifact. So that's how it is." Chang Bao nodded. "Then you go investigate. We'll help you refine the rest of the pills. Is that okay?" Yang Kai was stunned. He had wanted to wait until he finished investigating before refining the rest of the pills, but he had not expected Chang Bao to propose such a thing. "What's wrong with that?" Chang Bao grinned meaningfully. "We are all saint-grade alchemists, what's wrong? Don't you think our skills are up to your standards? I wouldn't dare, for several grandmasters to be willing to help, I am very grateful and have no doubts about your skills, Yang Kai smiled flatteringly. Although during this time the grandmasters would refine 1 or 2 pills whenever they felt the itch, none of them had ever overstepped their boundaries or tried to steal the limelight. Usually, they would just observe, and only when they couldn't help themselves would they attempt to perform alchemy, so they didn't refine many. Today's alchemy work had just begun, so in addition to the few pills Yang Kai had refined, there were still a dozen or so pills left to refine. Dividing them evenly among the grandmasters, each of them had to refine 3 or 4 pills. Most of them were saint-grade pills. After refining these 3 or 4 pills, the grandmasters would likely be like lamps that had run out of oil. Little brat, you sure know how to talk. Chang Bao laughed, very satisfied. We've been watching for a while now, it's time to really start. It's pointless to keep arguing with these old fogies, so let's see who has a better understanding of saint-grade alchemy. He Feng also agreed with Chang Bao's proposal. Alright, don't worry about these dozen or so pills, Yang Kai, will help you refine them. Go ahead and examine the artifact carefully, Duan waved to Yang Kai. If that's the case, then I'll have to trouble you grandmasters. Yang Kai no longer refused, the grandmasters refining these pills wouldn't be a problem. Although there was a chance of failure, with the Holy Land's current heritage, compensating them was a trivial matter. Relaxing both physically and mentally, Yang Kai left this place and went to another room. Sitting down cross-legged, Yang Kai's mind flickered, and the long shuttle artifact he obtained from the star field appeared in his hand. Circulating his divine sense, Yang Kai carefully examined it. What had just resonated with him was this long shuttle artifact. It had been almost half a year since Yang Kai refined it into his body. During this time, although Yang Kai had been focused on alchemy and had not paid any attention to it, his yuan qi and divine sense had been constantly nourishing it. Taking so long to resonate with it made Yang Kai feel quite surprised. He still remembered that silver leaf artifact, from the time he refined it into his body to the time he truly understood its structure and purpose, it had only taken him 3 months. The silver leaf artifact was a saint-grade high-rank artifact, a top-level artifact. From this, it could be seen that either the structure of this long shuttle artifact was too complex or its grade was much higher than that of the silver leaf artifact. If not for this, it would have been impossible for such a time-consuming process to occur. If it hadn't resonated with him today, Yang Kai would have almost forgotten about it. Using his divine sense to probe it, Yang Kai immediately understood the structure of the long shuttle. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange. He found that the structure of this long shuttle was different from what he had imagined. The spirit arrays engraved inside were not only not complex, but also somewhat simple. Although they were all traces of age, Yang Kai didn't recognize what these spirit arrays were for. He didn't know much about artifact refining. The spirit arrays used in artifact refining and the spirit arrays used in alchemy were two completely different things. Vaguely, Yang Kai could perceive the purpose of this artifact, but without actually using it, he couldn't confirm it. Pouring his yuan qi into it, the palm-sized long shuttle artifact suddenly burst into a golden light and flew out from Yang Kai's hand, instantly reaching the other side of the room. Yang Kai's face paled. At that moment, he had almost lost track of this long shuttle artifact. This artifact contained his soul brand and life imprint, so it was intimately connected to him. Logically speaking, he should be able to clearly see the movements of this artifact, as if he had attached himself to it. But he still had such an illusion. The only explanation was that this artifact was too fast, so fast that Yang Kai didn't even have time to think before it had already completed its trajectory. Staring at the long shuttle artifact floating on the other side of the room, Yang Kai frowned and tried to use his divine sense to control it. Chapter 898. Xiu xiu xiu. The sound of something tearing through the air rang out, causing one's eardrums to tremble. The long shuttle seemed to have broken through the shackles of space, constantly changing its position. After several attempts, Yang Kai's eyes gradually brightened. He felt that he had figured out the mystery of this artifact. Reaching out, the long shuttle returned to his hand. Yang Kai carefully examined it again. His divine sense wandered inside the long shuttle, observing its structure, not letting go of a single detail. Although the long shuttle was small, after his divine sense entered it, it was as if he had entered a vast and boundless space. No matter how Yang Kai probed, he seemed to be unable to see the end. Suddenly, a trace of faintly discernible information flowed from the long shuttle into Yang Kai's divine sense. Shuttle of Flying Apsara, this seemed to be the name of this artifact. Inferring from this name alone, it was the same as what Yang Kai had sensed before. The purpose of this long shuttle was to fly. In other words, it was a special flight-type artifact. There were many kinds of artifacts, and according to their classification, their types were also different. In terms of function, artifacts were mainly divided into 3 categories: offensive, defensive, and auxiliary. Of course, there were also artifacts that were both offensive and defensive. Yang Kai's silver leaf was such an artifact. According to the power used, artifacts could also be divided into Yuan Qi-controlled artifacts and soul-type artifacts. The value of the latter was generally much higher than the former and was more difficult to refine. Among the artifacts, there was a special kind that was specifically used for flight. If one used a flight-type artifact, they would generally fly much faster than a cultivator. Yang Kai had also seen many flight-type artifacts in his time, many of them in different shapes, such as sword-shaped, foot-shaped, carriages, and so on, but this was the first time he had seen one in the shape of a long shuttle. At first glance, this thing looked a bit like a canoe. Inside the shuttle of Flying Apsara, there was no trace of a spirit array, which meant that it could not be used to attack. There should be a defensive spirit array, but he did not know how strong it was. His divine sense continued to probe deeper. Soon, Yang Kai found a strange place. Inside the shuttle of Flying Apsaras, specks of light were twinkling. When one's divine sense entered this place, it was as if they were in a star field, surrounded by countless stars that extended as far as the eye could see. The interior of the light was like a star field that had been shrunk countless times, and it was placed inside the shuttle of Flying Apsara. Among them, there was also a spirit line that was so small that it was almost undetectable. It was connected to many flickering light spots and extended to a very far place. Yang Kai frowned. He didn't know what this was for. Yang Kai's divine sense followed this spirit thread and began to feel more and more that what was stored inside the shuttle of Flying Apsara was very similar to a miniature version of the star field. However, what he found to be a pity was that the spirit line was broken at a certain point. It was probably because it had been drifting in the star field for a long time and had lost most of its spirituality. He did not know where it would eventually connect to. Shaking his head, Yang Kai retracted his divine sense after confirming that there was nothing to worry about inside the shuttle of Flying Apsara. Although this artifact had lost most of its spirituality, after such a long time of nourishment, it was still able to play its most basic role. Driven by his curiosity, Yang Kai immediately walked out of the Holy Master Court. Pouring his Yuan Qi into the shuttle of Flying Apsara, it suddenly expanded to several meters in length and quietly floated in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face lit up with joy as he thought to himself. Since this flight-type artifact could carry people, it was impossible for it to be only the size of a palm. Yang Kai didn't know who had refined this artifact and what kind of spirit array had been placed on it to allow it to freely expand and shrink. However, a few meters in length was its limit. Observing it with his naked eye, Yang Kai estimated that this shuttle of Flying Apsara should be able to carry 7 or 8 people. Using his divine sense, the shuttle of Flying Apsara shrank a lot, becoming only 2 meters long. A layer of blue light began emitting from the inside of the shuttle of Flying Apsara, forming a protective barrier. Yang Kai jumped up and the blue light enveloped him, leaving no gap, as if it was tailor-made for him. Cheering up, Yuan Qi surged even more violently. A blue light flashed, and in the next moment, Yang Kai and the shuttle of flying Apsara disappeared. Atop one of the 9 peaks, the great commanders of the ancient demon clan were all sitting in meditation. During this time, Yang Kai didn't have anything to do with them, so after obtaining a large number of cultivation resources from Su Hui, the great commanders spared no effort in improving their strength. Suddenly, Li Rong's brow furrowed and she awoke from her meditation, her tender body flickering as she flew out of the room and stared towards a certain spot in the sky, a suspicious look appearing on her pretty face. Immediately, Han Fei and Hua Mo also appeared beside her. Is that Master's aura? Han Fei also stared towards the sky and asked softly. And, it was Master who went out, Li Rong nodded lightly, but this speed, it's quite fast. Saying so, her expression changed slightly, I can't sense him anymore. As a second-order saint, Li Rong's divine sense could cover a range of several hundred kilometers, but from the time she detected Yang Kai until now, it had only been 3 breaths of time. In that short time, Yang Kai had already left the range of her divine sense. This kind of speed was simply sensational. In this world, no one could possess such a bizarre speed. Why did Master go out at this time? Hua Mo asked in confusion. I don't know. Then, should we follow and protect you? Hua Mo asked hesitantly. We don't even know where he went, how are we supposed to follow? Li Rong smiled bitterly. Forget it, with such a fast speed, I'm afraid no one can catch up with him. Hearing her say this, Han Fei and Hua Mo also relaxed. Since no one could catch up to Yang Kai, he naturally wouldn't be in any danger. While the 3 great commanders, who had noticed Yang Kai's departure, were speaking, many of the cultivator waiting in line outside the 9 peaks also looked up with dignified expressions. Just now, a flash of light had passed over their heads, and by the time they reacted and tried to investigate, their divine senses were unable to keep up with the speed of this blue light. This discovery shocked them to the extreme. Among the cultivator here, there were many powerful masters who were confident in their strength, but in front of this blue light, they were completely powerless. Their expressions couldn't help changing slightly as they tried to guess which powerful master had passed by and what method he had used. However, none of them were able to figure it out. Midair, Yang Kai's expression was filled with excitement and ecstasy, almost unable to believe what he was experiencing right now. The scenery beneath his feet was like a surging river, rapidly receding, so fast that it was impossible to describe it with words. Yang Kai's naked eye couldn't capture any of the scenery, and often, by the time he focused his eyes, the scenery would be thrown far away. The flying speed of the Flying Heavens shuttle was far beyond his expectations. Yang Kai's speed wasn't slow, and if he used his wind and thunder wings, even a second-order saint wouldn't necessarily be able to catch up to him. But now, his speed had surpassed the limits of this world, almost comparable to using his ability to tear space to move his position. In a flash, he had crossed 100 kilometers. What was most incredible to him was that the amount of Yuan Qi required to operate the Flying Heavens shuttle wasn't too high. Moreover, because of the protection of the blue light barrier, there was no need to worry about the wind affecting his vision, allowing him to stand atop the Flying Heavens shuttle as easily as walking on flat ground. Feeling excited, Yang Kai not only didn't show any intention of stopping, but instead increased his speed even more. Gradually, after familiarizing himself with this artifact, Yang Kai was able to control it freely and had also become accustomed to its lightning-fast speed. Yang Kai was ecstatic. Watching the ground beneath his feet recede like flowing water, he couldn't help feeling a subtle sense of excitement. It wasn't until half a day later that this sense of excitement gradually subsided and Yang Kai began to slow down his flying speed. Looking around, Yang Kai saw a world covered in white snow in the distance. The world below this snow gave him a faint sense of familiarity. A strange light flashed across Yang Kai's eyes as he carefully examined this place. A moment later, a magnificent city appeared before Yang Kai's eyes. Yang Kai's expression became even stranger. Flying closer to this city, after an incense stick worth of time, Yang Kai appeared on the streets of this city. Grand Boulder City. This was actually Grand Boulder City, which was more than 100,000 kilometers away from Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Yang Kai's expression fluctuated, as if he was in a dream. When he had led the ancient demon clan from here to Nine Heavens' Holy Land, it had taken him a full 2 months to reach the Nine Peaks. Although the ancient demon clan had a large number of people and their speed wasn't that fast, if Yang Kai were to fly alone, it would have taken him 20 to 30 days to reach Nine Heavens' Holy Land from here. But now, it had taken him less than a day to return. Strictly speaking, it should have been about 20 hours. Comparing the two, the time it took was simply incomparable. At this moment, Yang Kai deeply realized the terrifying speed of the Flying Heavens shuttle and also the preciousness of this flight-type artifact. With this artifact, it would be much more convenient for him to go wherever he wanted. Solemnly storing the artifact into his body, Yang Kai arrived at the Alchemist Guild. Duan had already gone to Nine Heavens' Holy Land, so now only Yi Xiong, Mina, and Wu remained in Grand Boulder City's Alchemist Guild. Seeing Yang Kai suddenly arrive, all of them were surprised, but they still happily welcomed him inside. Yang Kai didn't stay for long and spent a day in the Alchemist Guild, teaching Wu and Mina some alchemy knowledge and leaving behind a few basic spirit arrays before leaving. Next, he went to Soaring Heaven Sect. Now that he was the Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land, he had many trivial matters to attend to and didn't have time to visit. Now that he had come here by chance, naturally he had to visit his martial aunts and ancestral founder. Serene Resplendent Peak. When Yang Kai returned, his martial aunt Feiyu's face was as red as a peach blossom, her beautiful eyes watery and seductive. Lying on a stone table in the cave, large patches of her snow-white skin were exposed, attracting the eyes of anyone who saw her. Feiyu's martial aunt cultivated a water attribute's secret art, so she didn't drink for pleasure, but rather to refine the alcohol into her body to enhance the lethality of her yuan qi. Yang Kai had long observed this, but he was still somewhat helpless when it came to her drinking. Saying so, he stepped forward and cupped his fists with a smile. "Sister Kai Dai." Kai Dai nodded gently in greeting, the indifference on her face not diminishing as she faintly said, "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Yang Kai chuckled dryly, thinking to himself that he wasn't the one who made her wait, calming himself down and asking, "Is Great Senior looking for me for some reason?" Kai Dai nodded, "Yes, Great Senior wants to invite you to Thunder Tree Palace." "Is there a problem with your beast transformation pond?" Yang Kai frowned, this was the only reason he could think of for Great Senior looking for him. "It's not a problem with the beast transformation pond. Don't ask too much, once you arrive at Thunder Tree Palace, Great Senior will naturally explain the situation to you." Yang Kai suddenly choked and was rendered speechless, the other great commanders also rolling their eyes. Kai Dai didn't seem like she was inviting him at all, the words she spoke were filled with arrogance, as if she was ordering him around, making him feel very uncomfortable. Han Fei's face suddenly became gloomy. Both of them were ice-cold beauties and second-order saints, so there was a faint sense of rejection between the two. Han Fei had long since found the other side unpleasant and couldn't wait to find an opportunity to teach this little girl a lesson so she would know how to treat her master with respect. Perceiving the subtle atmosphere, Yang Kai quickly said, "Since Great Senior is looking for me, I'll go, there must be something important." Sister Kai Dai, please wait a moment, I just came back from outside and have some things to arrange." Kai Dai nodded faintly and no longer said anything. "Master, I'll go with you," Li Rong said immediately. Yang Kai glanced at her, and although he felt that Great Senior wouldn't do anything to harm him, he still nodded. "Good, you also prepare." Leaving the mountain peak, Yang Kai immediately rushed to the Holy Master Court. When he left a few days ago, he hadn't expected it to take him several days, so he didn't know how Duan and the others were doing. The pills he had refined these past few days must have been refined by them. Just as he entered the room, Yang Kai saw 5 grandmasters sitting there, each of them with a pill furnace in front of them and a set of herbs placed beside them. The grandmasters were all staring at the pills in their hands silently, their expressions dignified, the atmosphere a bit strange. Yang Kai was taken aback and quickly asked, "Grandmasters, what happened?" Hearing this voice, Du Wan and the others seemed to awaken from their contemplation, all of them looking up at him and smiling. Yang Kai was stunned. "Nothing happened, we just found that our alchemy skills have improved a lot." Du Wan explained with a smile. "Indeed, they've improved a lot," Chang Bao agreed. "That's why every time we refine a pill, we check the gains and losses," Kong Ruoyu said with a chuckle. "We were just checking." "Is that so?" Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought that a few days of high-intensity alchemy had really exhausted these grandmasters. "Boy, although you're not the best master, we are the best disciples." Hong Fong laughed. "In the past, it would take us at least 2 hours to refine a saint pill, consuming a lot of strength and spiritual energy, but now, refining a saint pill only takes half the time it used to do so, and the amount of strength consumed has also been greatly reduced. This is the result of observing your alchemy." Everyone smiled and nodded. They hadn't practiced alchemy too many times before, so none of them had noticed their progress. However, Yang Kai had been away for the past few days, so all the materials he had received had been refined by them. After experimenting again and again, they verified the gains they had made from observing Yang Kai's alchemy. In terms of alchemy, everyone found that they had made significant progress. Whether it was in terms of time consumed or the quality of the pills they refined, they had all made a significant improvement. Du Wan was even confident that he could refine a mid-rank saint-grade pill. If he could really succeed, it would mean that he had truly set foot in the territory of a mid-rank saint-grade alchemist. Observing Yang Kai's alchemy for a few months had brought them greater gains than decades of research, causing the 5 grandmasters to be overjoyed. These past few days, they had spared no effort in alchemy, refining 20 pills a day without missing a single one. However, the 5 of them had worked together to refine 20 pills while Yang Kai could do it alone. In this regard, they had no choice but to concede defeat, feeling that they couldn't compare with an alchemist with a conflagrated knowledge sea. "But it's a shame that in these past few days, the 5 of us have more or less failed, wasting a lot of good materials," Du Wan said with slight regret. Alchemists not only valued pills as much as their own lives, but also precious herbs. They would never waste a single one, and every time they failed in refining, they would feel extremely distressed. Yang Kai, on the other hand, had never failed in his alchemy. "It doesn't matter, in any case, the Holy Land is now rich in materials, so it's not like we can't afford to compensate," Yang Kai grinned. "It's fine as long as several grandmasters have a harvest." "And, since you're back, we wanted to discuss something with you," Du Wan smiled slightly. "If several grandmasters have any instructions, please don't hesitate to ask. Can you increase the number of pills you refine every day? You'll still refine 20 pills a day and the rest will be left for the 5 of us to refine. This way, we'll be able to observe your technique while verifying our harvest." He Feng nodded heavily. "This is a rare opportunity, us old fogies plan to stay here for the time being. I'm afraid you'll think the 5 of us are stupid." Chang Bao grinned. I wouldn't dare. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before saying, "It just so happens that I have some matters to attend to and need to go out for a while. If you think it's alright, I'll leave the 20 pills per day to you." "Oh." Duan raised his brow. "You're going out again? Where are you going this time?" "Inside the monster race territory, the monster race great senior is looking for me," Yang Kai replied truthfully. The 5 grandmasters exchanged a glance, but although they were a little shocked, they didn't ask any questions. On the contrary, they were very relieved that Yang Kai had told them the truth. Then you'll have to come back quickly. If we can't observe your technique while we're here, wouldn't all our efforts be in vain? Chang Bao joked. It doesn't matter, I need some time to consolidate the gains I've made over the past few months. Kong Ruoyu smiled, I can't wait for that. You don't need to listen to him, go do your own thing and come back when you're done. But you must be careful, after all, the monster race is the monster race. Duwan solemnly exhorted. And, then I'll have to trouble you all here. Yang Kai cupped his fists and hurried away. He was still thinking about what to do with the alchemy if he left. If the 5 grandmasters didn't help, he could only rest for a while. But the 5 grandmasters taking the initiative to ask for help was exactly what Yang Kai wanted. After finding Su Hui and exhorting him a few words, Yang Kai returned to the mountain peak and, under the leadership of Kai Dai, he and Li Rong headed towards Thunder Tree Palace. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.